This manga starts with the birth of a new child. The mother, who has long black hair, calls over Malaria, a beautiful woman elf with long white hair, to hold the baby boy. Malaria hesitates, but is quickly persuaded by the baby's parents, and she succeeds in holding the baby boy in her arms. The three then gaze warmly at the baby, as they promise to take care of their new family member starting that day. The scene then changes dramatically to a new place with a loud crowd. It was an award ceremony to announce the victor of that year's Dakusha Manga Award, and of course, the winner was none other than our main character, Kamishiro Akira. Everyone gave him a standing ovation, and we see not only is he a talented manga artist, but he was also handsome to boot. However, he was the greedy kind of sort. He was so obsessed with success that he started becoming arrogant and heartless. He even viewed people as his tools, and one by one, his friends and even his girlfriend left him. He didn't regret it though. He loved the feeling of being successful so much that the thought of being wrong never crossed his mind. That was what he felt before he received the news of his cancer. His emotions started spiraling down at that point. Apparently, even if he got the surgery, the maximum he could live up to was only 10 years. He was only 29 years old that year. At that moment, he realized how alone he felt. No one was there to accompany him at his low point. His friends and girlfriend left him years ago. His mother was a gambling addict who only called him whenever she needed money. He was all alone with only 10 years left to live. He started despairing while he drove his car. When a call from his mother asking for money came, he lost it and almost crashed into a mother and daughter duo who was crossing the street. Luckily for them, he swerved and avoided them. Unfortunately for him, he died as his car crashed into an electric pole. At the moment of his death, he realized what he wanted all along was to live peacefully. Ironically, the first peaceful moment he ever had was in death. Currently, Akira wakes up in a dark place where a pop-up message says he gets to reincarnate in a new world. But before he does that, he must choose who will be his mother in his next life. 5 options were laid out for him. One is Ursel Stormheim. If he chooses her as his mother, he will live a life of royalty. The other options are Miltoria Veneris, a life of a millionaire, Fatima Yggdrasil, a life of an immortal, and the fourth option is Kaita Gardenberg, the life of the Sword Saint. If he chooses any of the women between the 4, he'll be guaranteed wealth and fame right from the get-go. However, Akira chooses neither of the 4. Before his death, he realized success isn't what he wanted. What he wants is to live a life of peace where he can relax and be normal. So, he chooses Diva Roland, a commoner who owns a magic shop. Thus begins the life of Akira Rainford, the son of a magic shop owner. 7 years later, at Stormheim, the royal capital, we see Rainford Magic Shop peacefully conducting its business. Akira is currently helping his mother, Diva Rainford, with the shop. In the middle of that, they have this adorable moment of mother and son where Akira's father, Carl Rainford, also joins in, showing us the perfect example of a happy family. In Akira's mind, he vows to protect this place he calls home with the lessons he acquired from his past life. He'll make sure no one will destroy this happy life of his. However, Akira has one obstacle to this happiness, Malaria, aka Arya, their elf maid. Arya is the one in charge of teaching him. From sword classes to magic lessons, Arya strictly trains him without any consideration of him being a kid. It always ends up with him getting his snacks confiscated because of his poor results. Akira even concludes that Arya hates him because she's secretly in love with his father. That night, Arya gives Akira an assignment regarding healing scrolls. What the family doesn't know is that Akira is actually a genius. Due to his talent at drawing mangas in his past life, it actually became a cheat skill in his current lifetime. Usually, scrolls are made up by writing and it takes hours to do it, but with his drawings, he can get the same effect in just a little time. Although he might not have talent in sword fighting and magic, his innate talent in drawing makes him powerful. He experimented with his skills and found out that he can do even more amazing stuff with it, such as summoning anything he wants as long as he can draw it on the magic circle he made. It's basically omnipotent. Although his power is revolutionary, Akira decides to hide it. In this life, he wants to lay low and live happily with his family. The next day, Arya asks Akira to redo the scroll he made right in front of her. She believes Akira must have cheated because he was able to do it so perfectly when she knew he slept most of the night. Akira erupts in rage and screams at her that his life would be better if she was gone. He then runs to the lake where he usually goes when he's sad and tries to cool off. He realizes he overreacted and tries to go back to apologize, but Arya suddenly appears and tackles him to the ground. Akira looks over at her and sees her heavily injured. It is only then that he realizes a basilisk dragon has appeared to attack them. The dragon attacks again, but Arya is able to push Akira away. However, she gets caught. She yells to Akira to run while she stops the dragon by becoming its bait. Akira cries as he asks why she's doing this for him when she hates him. Arya calls him stupid for thinking that when she treats him as her family. Arya shouts at him to run away again, but he decides to save her. Even though she may be strict, she's always been beside him and protecting him like this. Akira decides to include Arya as one of the places that he wants to protect, so he reveals his power. He uses his canvas skill where a blank magic circle appears and then draws the same basilisk dragon to summon it. He almost lost consciousness because of the enormity of the skill, but he perseveres and defeats the dragon. He collapses afterwards and the dragon he drew also disappears. She always questioned how Akira has his blood and yet has no talent for magic. Now she realizes that he actually has this kind of hidden power. Arya concludes that this boy is truly Carl and Diva's child. Now that Arya knows about Akira's hidden skill, will there be a change in their relationship? Let's find out in this chapter, shall we? 3 days pass before Akira regains consciousness. Seeing his mother crying for him and his dad out hunting for some drain bat, Akira quickly realizes that Arya hid what happened and made up another excuse why he was unconscious for so long. His father, Carl, arrives back in devastation with no news of the drain bat. However, as soon as he sees Akira awake, he exclaims in relief and quickly falls asleep while standing. Apparently, he and Diva had no rest since Akira collapsed. After that eventful moment, night comes and we see Akira lying on his bed, panting. He still hasn't completely recovered from the fight. When a person in that world exhausts his magic power to zero, it can cause death. It's the same concept as dying of starvation. That's why Akira is so weak at the moment. Then suddenly, Arya appears, wearing only a negligee. She sits on Akira's bed and checks his temperature. He burns up even more after seeing such an alluring sight. Arya stands up and tries to call for Diva, but Akira stops her. He explains how he didn't want to trouble his mother even more. Seeing his sincerity, Arya concedes. Instead, she lies down and embraces him. She mentions how his body hasn't adapted yet to the elixir he took, so she'll accompany him tonight and help him circulate his magic. Akira's heart starts beating faster. He has never seen Arya other than an enemy before, but now, in her embrace, he feels warmth. Akira apologizes to Arya, telling her he knows she's in love with his father. However, Arya reveals she never had any feelings for Carl, other than as a family. Instead, she had always been thinking of becoming Akira's. Before Akira can even talk, Arya continues telling him how his summoning power is unique in this world. As long as he trains hard, he'll become powerful. If the kingdom finds out about his existence, he's guaranteed fame, fortune, and status. Akira panics when she asks why he has been hiding his power all this time. He quickly tells her how he doesn't want to be separated from his family and that his ultimate dream is to inherit the magic store when he grows up. Akira begs her not to tell anyone about his power, but Arya as a servant has to tell his parents about it. When Akira has given up on begging her, Arya proposes to keep his secret as long as she'll become his woman. Akira is confused and asks what she means about becoming his woman. Arya explains, and it's basically becoming his life partner. Akira quickly assumes that Arya must be saying this to make him back out, so instead of refusing, he accepts her offer. As long as she keeps his secret, he'll marry her once he becomes an adult. The promise concludes with them doing a pinky swear. The next day, Akira shows Arya how he does his skill. She becomes more surprised when he reveals he didn't need contracts to summon monsters. This puts Akira's power on a whole different level that defies the laws of this world. Akira turns to see her reaction, but is surprised to see her scary glare. He panics, thinking he revealed too much, but instead of anger, Arya worries over him. She tells him his power is not of a summoner, but something entirely different. She asks him to not show his powers to anybody until she understands what his power really is. Akira smiles and quickly accepts, since this is what he wanted anyway. The next thing we know, Arya is training Akira in swordsmanship, and she's even stricter than before. Akira can't complain since they promise to continue like usual. After the training, Akira takes a break by lying down in the shade. He's so exhausted after that lesson, he can barely even move. Luckily, he can make his own healing elixir. He takes out a blank scroll paper and draws the potion. After drinking it, he completely recovers his health and magic power. Don't underestimate this though. The elixir he made is actually extremely rare to find. Most people can't even find one in a lifetime. But because of his cheat power, he can create this ultra rare potion as many times as he wants. Truly omnipotent, I say. Akira then tries to split a log using the sword. He wants to find out if the elixir truly amplified his magic power to the maximum limit. However, he can't even slice the log up to the midpoint. Akira continues to split the log, when a girl with red mid-length hair suddenly appears and asks him about the scroll he did earlier. Akira freezes in panic. Mysterious girl gets friendly, and tries to ask Akira about the potion he retrieved from the scroll, but Akira quickly changes the subject. They then find out that they were both the same age. The girl apologizes for calling Akira little kid, and tries to teach Akira how to use the sword correctly. She even showcases her amazing sword abilities. Seeing Akira's amazed expression, the kid introduces himself as Metis Blindstard, the son of Count Blindstard, who recently became the Lord of Stormheim. Yes, that's right, this kid is actually a boy. Akira is shocked to learn that Metis is actually a girl when he looks so pretty. Metis doesn't take offense when being mistaken as a girl. Instead, he becomes happy since he has made his first friend in the city. They promise to meet each other again tomorrow, where Metis will teach Akira sword fighting, while Akira tells Metis about the city. In the next scene, we are bombarded with a nosebleed situation. Akira is currently bathing with Arya in a small barrel, and both are completely naked. Akira tries to escape, especially when he has the mentality of an adult, but Arya stops him. He can only go once he can count to 100. Akira complains about being treated like a kid, but Arya just replies that he is one. Well, that ain't wrong. He is 7 years old in that world. Anyway, they start talking about a book Arya gave him. It's about summoning magic and the like. We learn that it's impossible to summon inorganic objects, things that don't have souls since you can't make contact with them. This only confirms how strong Akira's abilities are, since he can summon anything, be it living or dead. Arya then suggests Akira to summon something harder next time, but he has to promise never to summon anything without her presence. If he were to summon a difficult being and drain his magic power, there's a huge possibility he'll die. Akira agrees since he knows his limits. Although his skill is omnipotent, it is true that his magic power is lacking. Their topic then changes to the Red-Eye hero. It's said that the goddess gave birth to a human who is made for war. With great swordsmanship and unlimited magic power, he is basically the strongest human in existence. And the trademark of this god of war is his red eyes, the symbol of the goddess's knight. The storytelling ends when Diva comes in and joins the bath, naked. Akira tries to flee again, but fails. After their bath, Carl comes back after a tiring meeting with the Merchant Guild. He then warns Akira not to go to any secluded places since an evil cult is currently kidnapping children to use as sacrifices. The next day, we see Akira clashing swords with Metis in the place they first met. Akira quickly concedes defeat since their level of skills is just way too different. Metis then suggests to explore the city, but Akira rejects it and mentions the current kidnapping cases by the evil cult. He tries to persuade Metis to just go home and not let their parents worry about them. Besides, they aren't learning swordsmanship to put themselves in danger like that. However, Metis gets bothered. He tells Akira how he has always been taught that the strong have responsibilities to protect the weak. Since some are born talented, they should use those talents and not let them go to waste. This only triggers Akira's past painful memories. He objects to Metis' thinking and tries to reason that all is for nothing if the strong die because of it. Metis becomes even more upset and tries to leave. Akira tries to stop him, but Metis suddenly disappears before his eyes. He then smells a sweet scent and collapses. Both are then kidnapped and sent into a prison cell with all the other abducted kids. Akira is the first one to wake up and realize their current situation. After a moment, Metis also wakes up and questions where they are. Akira deduces that they were probably at the cult's hideout, which is somewhere underground. If he uses his magic to summon a golem, there's a chance he'll bury them alive. Akira tries to think of a way to use his abilities without getting caught, when Metis declares his plan to fight the cult head-on. Akira tries to reason with him since they don't even have weapons to protect themselves, when Metis suddenly reveals his strong flame magic. When Akira sees his left eye turning crimson, he realizes then that Metis is actually the legendary Red-Eye hero. With Metis revealed as the hero, Akira finds hope in escaping without using his powers. Metis uses his fire magic to melt the prison bars and succeeds in getting out. However, before they could run, a few cult members arrive. They were wearing robes with masks shaped like a bird's beak. They run towards Akira and Metis and try to attack them with the flame bullets, but Metis easily deflects it with his own flame power. The cult members realize a second too late that Metis is actually the god of war. They collapse after Metis attacks them with his powerful magic. Seeing the situation turn in their favor, Akira exclaims happily that they can use this chance to escape, while at the same time, Metis also exclaims that they should try to defeat the boss. With both having different plans, the situation turns to a standstill. On the other hand, back at Akira's home, we see Arya comforting the worried Diva. Diva cries when she thinks of the possibility of Akira never coming back. Arya reassures her he will, especially since she knows how wise Akira actually is. Back to the situation at hand, Akira and Metis argue about their plan of action. Akira wanted to escape, while Metis wanted to defeat the cult right there and then. Akira tries to reason with Metis, saying how they shouldn't blindly charge at the enemy when they don't even know the current situation. They don't even know how many members there are. It's better for them to escape now and ask the adult for help. However, Metis also rebuts. If only the two of them escape, what will happen to the other kids they left behind? If they escape now, they will only endanger the other kids by alerting the cult members. The cult will either change their location or kill the kids even sooner than expected. Akira is silenced. He knows that the chances of that happening are high. He is torn between integrity and life. In the end, he agrees with Metis' reasoning, making Metis happy. However, Akira tries to ask Metis to think it over again, especially since if they lost, not only will the children die, but they will as well. The scene shifts over to another area where a stone platform is seen in the middle. A bunch of kids lie on top of that platform, their souls being sucked by some kind of light. After a moment, we then see a woman wearing a different outfit than the rest. This woman is probably the leader of the evil cult. The chapter ends with the woman looking at the light in shivering anticipation. In the evil cult's hideout, the prison cell brims with tension. This is because Metis and Akira are at odds with one another. Metis wants to beat the cult's boss and save the other children, while Akira wants to escape and just tell the adults about the hideout. Metis Blindstard is the son of Count Blindstard, who recently became the Lord of Stormheim. He had a scarf around his neck and shoulder-length hair. He is 7 years old, yes, but he is a very talented swordsman and a pyro magician. Just like Metis, Akira is also 7 years old. He's the son of Carl and Diva Rainford, who are the owners of Rainford Magic Shop. Unlike Metis though, he is awful at sword fights. However, he gets his magic by drawing what he wants and summoning them to life. One is a noble while the other is a commoner. Perhaps this is the reason why their beliefs are on the opposite sides of the spectrum. Due to this, they continue to clash and argue. Metis tells Akira that he wouldn't mind betting his life on whatever he believes in. Even with a different opinion on the matter, he also sympathizes with Akira. He does not want Akira and the other children to get in danger, but Metis still wants to defeat the evil cult even if it means he's going to do it alone. So, he runs away from Akira. Akira is perplexed. For him, going against the cult alone is much more dangerous, so he rushes after Metis to stop him. As they run, they see the sea outside. Both are probably on the northern coast, which is still not far away from the city. Both of them also realize that they are inside a huge limestone cave. Looking down, Akira sees a suspicious statue and an altar. These bring about an unsettling feeling for Akira. For a moment, he doubts if his intuition is wrong. Suddenly, Metis ducks his head down. He tells Akira to crouch down along with him. Then, they hide behind the huge rock and begin to examine the happenings beneath them. On the ground, the cult members are wearing old cloaks and masks with passive bird-like beaks. They are carrying two children, a girl and a boy, who are both asleep on a stretcher. Metis is furious. His eyes are wide open, and his teeth are gritting. He can't contain his anger. He stands up and starts cursing them. He tells them to stop, to release the children, and then to repent to the goddess. Otherwise, he will take the goddess's place and he will give the judgment himself. Metis' burst of emotion has caught the attention of everyone, especially that of the cult members below them. Akira now panics. Suddenly, a woman appears behind them. She's wearing a cloak and a dress. Aside from this, she also has a mask on. But unlike the other cult members, hers is simple. It is only a cloth with an eye at the center. Karamis greets them and asks why they are so serious. She even calls them little kittens. Hearing her startles both of them. Metis turns to face her. Stealthily, he starts creating a ball of fire magic on her hand. Then, he throws it towards the masked woman. This results in an explosion, causing smoke and debris to be everywhere. Metis then catches Akira in his arms. Fortunately, they both land safely on the ground. Metis instructs Akira to take care of the other kids while he fights off the cult members. Metis faces the cult members. His left eye turns crimson red, which bewilders Akira. Speedily, Metis attacks a cult member with his fireball. With his other hand, he unsheaths his sword. Then, as if in a ballroom, he gracefully dances with his sword. Swinging his sword, he cuts, slices, and slashes the enemies. The remaining cult members are now in fear. They want Karamis's help. Akira is still on his knees, his mouth wide open because of disbelief. He can't fathom that Metis can actually take on all of the cult members all on his own. Metis, on the other hand, is not yet done. He challenges Karamis to a one-on-one fight. This worries Akira. He just wants Metis to stop pretending to be a hero. He tells him that since they have already found a way out, they should just escape and seek help. Metis objects to his idea. He will not show his back to the enemy. He wants to show Akira that the right beliefs will always win. He also informs Karamis that he will not forgive her for making those children suffer. Karamis laughs. His declaration merely amuses her. She mockingly requests for Metis to show his so-called justice. Without warning, a big magic circle appears. It is bright and it has a pentagon in the middle of it. Karamis smiles. She confesses that she wants to crush Metis' beliefs. She then orders a being to come out, a being who will nullify Metis' sword and fire magic. This someone is hailed as a hero killer, a stone golem. The golem is humongous. It is made, of course, of big stones. Furthermore, it towers above everyone else in the cave. Both of them are in shock. They realize that apparently the enemy leader Karamis is also a summoner. Seeing the summoned golem, Akira remembers Arya's discussion about summoners. Arya is Akira's elf, guardian / maid. She tells him before that summoners, especially those of Karamis's caliber, are rare. This alarms Akira. He can't believe that they have stumbled upon such a formidable enemy. He's worried about Metis, so he turns his head towards him. He only then notices Metis' ecstatic expression. Metis assures Akira that he has a way to deal with their situation. He explains that yes, a golem is not affected by fire magic, but he further adds that he just needs to pump his fire magic up a notch. Then he musters his fireball in his hands. The fireball emits a strong gush of air around Metis and Akira. It is so strong that Akira has to cover his face with his arm. Metis begins chanting a magical spell that surpasses all other fire magic. All of a sudden, a burst of flame materializes and explodes. The flame threatens to devour everything in its way. Smoke and blaze now reveal a Gehenna phoenix. Akira can't help being impressed. However, the golem quickly attacks the bird. It disintegrates before their eyes. Their attack leaves an incredulous imprint on Akira. The huge stone golem grabs Metis upright by the hands. He is clearly hurt. He has scratches all over his body, blood dripping from his mouth. All of this gratifies Karamis. She expects the firebird to incinerate her golem, but the opposite happens. She wants Metis to beg for forgiveness. However, Metis is adamant. He clenches his teeth. Next, he tells Karamis that he will never apologize to a heretic like her. Akira recognizes that Metis is now in trouble. He concludes that it is not the right time to be stubborn. He ought to do something. So, he decides that he must apologize on Metis' behalf. He asks Karamis to spare his friend's life. Unanticipatedly, the golem with his big stone arm draws back and punches Metis in the face. The force whips his head back, and blood splatters everywhere. Witnessing the abuse on Metis, Akira is horrified. Karamis asks Metis if he still does not want to apologize. She adds that he should stop trying to put on a brave front. She continues to ask him if he still hasn't regretted his previous showcase of stupid bravery. With its other hand, the golem once again attacks Metis. However, this time it hits him on the legs. He cries out in pain. Meanwhile, Akira urges Karamis to drop her cool actions against the child. Then, he once again begs Metis to apologize. With tears in his eyes and breathless due to pain and exhaustion, Metis replies that he won't apologize, nor does he regret his actions, especially against scum like her. Karamis once again refers to Metis as a little kitten. Then she tells him that he is still in need of some more discipline. So, she orders the golem to hit Metis one more time in the face. She tells him that she understands. She gets that Metis' precious conviction will not fold, even if he's hurt. In addition, she informs him that adults like them have lots of different ways of dealing with troublesome kids like Metis. An example of this is to punish the bad kid's friend instead. Smiling, she adds that such an outcome will not be possible only if Metis would have been a good kid. Karamis then advises him to ingrain this in his memory, the death of his precious friend because of him. The stone golem raises his other hand to strike Akira. Akira knows that he must not hesitate and that he should summon his own golem as well. However, Metis unexpectedly shouts a huge apology. This shocks Akira. Metis continues admitting that he was in the wrong. Metis begs Karamis to not hurt Akira. Aside from this, he also asks Akira for forgiveness. Head bowed down and tears falling, he admits that he was cocky. He urges Akira to run away. He further advises Akira to forget about him and just save himself. He then pleads to Karamis to let Akira go, which makes Karamis grin. She knows that she has found Metis' weakness. This warms Akira's heart. Looking at Metis, he realizes that he is not crying because he fears death. Instead, Metis will put behind his ideals to ensure that a powerless person like Akira does not get hurt. Akira looks back to his previous life. He is Akira Kamishiro. He is a very successful manga writer who is very strict and very rude to his employees and even to his friends. He then compares his old self to Metis. He laments that if only he were more like him in his previous life. If only he were someone who carried responsibilities and assisted people for the success of everyone. Instead, his way back then was to hurt people around him. It was because, at that time, he thought it was the correct way. He ascertains that Metis is different from the old him. Metis is someone who would throw his life away for his pride. And at the same time, he would also throw that pride away if it meant saving someone like Akira. He recognizes that this is the way of a true noble. Akira tells Metis that it is now okay for him to stop apologizing. He reassures him that he is not in the wrong. Furthermore, he adds that power is not something that is used to hurt people. True power is not something you use for yourself, but it is instead used to help out and protect those in need. Finally, Akira decides that he wants to become someone like Metis, so he waves his hands and he draws. Akira creates a magic circle in the form of a square, serving as the panel for his drawings. The circle catches Karamis and Metis' attention, piquing their curiosity about what Akira is up to. Akira starts doubting himself. Will his magic power last? He knows there are no guarantees. He must save Metis or it will be the end of them both. Days before, he drew and magically created a rare elixir that would increase his HP, hit point/health. The elixir is known to be rare, but with his talent, Akira is and will be able to replicate it numerous times. He expects that the elixir he has been drinking will sustain him long enough to defeat Karamis' golem. So, Akira draws and summons his own golem. He vows to surpass the intermediate level and in turn summons an advanced golem. It is humongous for its size. Karamis stares in disbelief. She does not expect this from Akira, a small child. Similarly, Metis is also in awe. He too does not envision Akira as a summoner. Just then, Akira's hands begin to quiver, which causes him to panic. He is in trouble. He now feels the effect of magic deficiency. Even though he has already taken many elixirs and increased his magic, it is still not enough. Akira then remembers Arya's words. Arya is his elf guardian. She tells him that if he carelessly summons a high-level monster by himself, he will run out of magic, and afterwards, he will die. With the current situation he is in, he recalls his past life as a manga creator. In that traumatic memory, he is scolded by his superior for creating subpar work. He has not slept for 3 days, hence he submits inferior drawings. Akira's superior advises him that he just needs to utilize the character and charm of the original work. He only needs to refine the originals with a more cartoon-like style. With his superior's suggestion in mind, Akira decides to be a professional. It does not matter if he does not have enough magical energy. The canvas is his field, his domain. He cannot and will not do any shoddy work. He now has the design in his mind. Then he simplifies it. He takes the original characteristics and modifies them just a little so that the design is preserved. After this, he begins to summon his golem. With Akira's golem summoning, the light shines brighter than before. This shakes Karamis, so before the summoning of Akira's golem is complete, she hurriedly attacks and smashes it to pieces. There is a loud explosion. Rocks and dust are everywhere, and Metis shouts in distress. Karamis sighs in relief. She admits that Akira's golem was a tough opponent, and she feels scared. As the dust subsides and settles, Akira starts to stand. He is almost knocked out, but he barely manages to save his life. On the other hand, Metis stares at him in relief. While fending off Karamis' attack earlier, Akira has a sudden idea. He is able to manipulate and recreate his golem into something that his magic energy can handle, so he decides to show it off for the first time. He refines the drawing of his golem. Then, he summons another version of it into existence. Akira's golem resembles a Gundam suit made of stones. Furthermore, it is terrifyingly enormous. Both Karamis and Metis are in shock. Their jaws drop and their eyes widen. Metis is in awe. The advanced summoning impresses Metis. He feels stupid for ever thinking so low of Akira. Then, the gaze he directs towards Akira softens. On the other hand, Karamis orders Akira to stop messing around. How can he change the appearance of a summoned beast while it's being summoned? She smiles maliciously. She then ridicules Akira for summoning an advanced golem where it is horrendous and a mess. Akira's golem is skinnier below the chest. Furthermore, it only has one arm. Akira cannot vocally admit he had to cut down on some of the golem's parts. He has to do it to match to his magical power. He knows his golem is unpleasant to look at, yes. But he is also certain that his summoned creature is indeed an advanced golem. All of a sudden, Akira's golem attacks Karamis' golem. Rocks are everywhere. The attack jostles Metis, who is currently hanging by the hands of Karamis' golem. Akira then remembers one of Arya's studying sessions. Arya teaches him that he shouldn't aim for the enemy golem. If the summoner falls, the summoned beast will be destroyed. With this in mind, he should first make sure that Metis is safe, and with a serious, stern look, he decides that he will begin his attack. Akira and his golem attack the enemy golem. This prompts the enemy golem to drop Metis. Fortunately, Akira's golem catches her in one of its huge arms on time. Since Metis is already safe, they realize that they have to get out of the limestone cave, so the summoned golem runs, with his summoner on his heel. They have to escape quickly. However, Karamis attacks them. The enemy golem almost hits Akira, and Karamis catches up with them. Due to Akira's attack earlier, Karamis is badly hurt. She loses her mask prior, and she has blood dripping from her face. Aside from that, her left eye is closed shut. She maliciously sneers at them. She then tells Akira that she does not want them to leave. She wants to play with him still. Seeing Karamis, Akira knows he fails to defeat the leader. Then, Karamis takes a hold of a scroll. It is the scroll of a second chance, an elemental cure. She then generates a magic circle. She never would have thought to use her ace against a kid, but she does. With her powers, she summons the divine beast, Leviathan. The magic circle emits scintillating lights around the limestone cave. Then, a formidable beast magically appears in front of them. A Leviathan is a humongous blue, powerful dragon with glowing red eyes. It is any golem's natural enemy. Furthermore, it is a water monster that is strong enough to defeat the earth-based golem. Karamis is proud of her summoned. She feels that the kids have underestimated her, hence she tries to prove them wrong. Then, Leviathan attacks Akira's golem with a critical aqua wave. Water splashes into gigantic waves that are enough to take out the golem. However, the golem defends itself with a wall of earth. Towering rocks have sprouted from beneath the earth to shield the golem and Metis. The defense astonishes Karamis. She compliments the pair for being clever. This is because they use the wall of earth to protect the main body of the golem, which is the thinnest part of him. Immediately, Akira's golem produces and directs a blazing destructive beam towards Leviathan. Leviathan gets hit. The collision causes rocks around them to break into pieces. With the high-powered assault, Karamis confirms and acknowledges the golem as advanced. Aside from this, she gets curious. The golem cannot protect Akira from Leviathan's water-based attacks. In her opinion, Akira cannot just decide on a whim that the golem only defends itself. Karamis is perplexed. Questions start to flood her mind. Queries such as, what kind of kid is capable of signing a contract with an advanced golem? Does she really think that such a child can make a contract with a senior golem? What in the world is this kid? While Karamis is distracted, Akira instructs Metis to get up quickly. He has to get away from the golem. However, Karamis will not let them. She orders the huge monster Leviathan to stop them using its aqua breath. With one blow, it decimates one of the golem's arms that are holding Metis. The blast shatters it to pieces, dropping Metis in the process. Akira grits his teeth in frustration. He knows that his golem is weak against water. As a retaliation, the golem once again uses his destructive beam against Leviathan. However, it is of no use. The blazing ray does not work as Leviathan blocks it. Of course, against its natural enemy, water, how can an earth attribute win? Akira is tired. His sweat drips from his face and he is out of breath. He thinks about how they can fight back. He is already out of magic. He can neither fight back nor keep the golem alive. He bites his lip out of exasperation. He knows that he is running out of options. He forces himself to think. He once again thinks back to his old life as Akira Kamishiro. Akira Kamishiro is a successful manga creator. In his old life, it is unusual for Akira to get stumped for ideas. He's always able to come up with something without running away. He realizes that the real talent of a cartoonist is not his drawing ability, but it is his creativity and artistry that creates a different world and moves people's hearts. Then he concludes that one should never stop thinking. He chooses and creates this world. As this world is of his own design, he thinks only of one option to defeat Karamis, to use an empty magical scroll. Fortunately, a magical scroll lies on the ground next to him. He plans to draw the elixir on it. This elixir will increase his HP, hit points, and health, thereby giving him more magic to use. Karamis is excited to win. Her monstrous creature Leviathan once again attacks Akira's golem with aqua breath. While it hits the golem, Akira runs towards the empty scroll. Karamis notices him. As Akira reaches the scroll, dread fills him. He realizes that he has no magic left, hence he cannot draw. He recognizes the fact that he is not a real mage just like his parents. He can probably use his magic infusion skills, but again, he can't since he can't do magic at all. He recalls the time he discovered his talent for drawing. Ever since he is born into the world he currently resides in, he has always thought that he would have magical abilities, but for some reason, he has never been able to do magic. He later learns that he can activate the effects of items by drawing them on scrolls imbued with magic. This cheat code of his breaks the popular belief that scrolls preserve magic. Back in the present time, happiness radiates from Karamis. She feels her victory is near as she asks Akira if he's running out of ideas. She then tells him that she's going to play a wonderful tune with his body. To this, an injured Metis advises Akira to run away. He assures him that he has done all that he can. It is now time for him to go and run by himself. However, Akira does not listen. He picks up the scroll. Then he throws it towards Metis. Metis in turn catches the scroll. Akira, with all his might, pleads for Metis to infuse the scroll with magic. Immediately, Akira shouts at the golem to give it all it's got. Item drawing is yet another one of Akira's abilities. The evil cult leader is being cocky because she thinks that she will have a guaranteed win against Akira and Metis. She tells Akira that after all that fun and excitement, Akira will just use self-destruction, and she thinks that it is just another childish trick. She also says that Akira is indeed a very brave boy for fighting against her. Akira only looks smug as he holds an empty scroll. Metis is by his side, telling him that the magic power has already been infused. The cult leader states mockingly how he is clinging to a scroll that she has already used up. Then, Metis worriedly inquires that even if it was some kind of magic, is he still going to keep fighting? The evil cult leader thinks that only a genius can perform that kind of task. Later, when Akira starts to draw an elixir, Metis is in shock at what he sees. He is stunned as he witnesses what Akira is doing. Akira's hand is glowing, and an elixir can be seen on his hand. After that, Akira uses the elixir to fully recover his HP and magic power. The cult leader is in shock and asks him what he's doing. Just drawing an elixir. He can't believe that he can use an elixir just by drawing it on a scroll. Metis tells him that the first time he saw Akira draw, she didn't think it was an elixir. He tells Akira that it is a kind of bluff and is having doubts that it will actually work. Akira says that it is not a bluff and advises him to watch what will happen. Later then, when Akira starts to summon the golem, the cult leader is surprised and stunned by what she witnesses, a drawing and refining of a complete fire-advanced golem. Metis also can't believe what just happened. After that, the evil cult leader starts to laugh, and she tells him that it is just a golem that is on fire. She exclaims that in order to overcome a water-based monster, he just summoned a fire-based golem. She is convinced that it is impossible. Metis tells Akira that it is complete nonsense and starts panicking. Meanwhile, Akira is raging and is about to take a step to hit the evil cult leader. He will do everything he can just to win. After that, a forceful attack is aimed at the cult leader. She's caught off guard and can't withstand the strength that she is taking. She starts saying to herself that she will not care what the cost will be to her. She can't believe what happened, and even before she finishes her sentence, she is forcefully thrown to the coast by Akira's attack. On the other hand, his father, Carl, and the citizen hear a loud blast from the coast. The citizens start to hurry, and they also send a pigeon to the Count's army in order to know their location. After that, Akira's father is worried for his safety and hopes for him to be alright. Meanwhile, Akira and Metis are together, and Akira's energy is drained after what happened while he's lying in Metis' lap. Akira thinks that he has completely failed, that the elixir of life is gone, and that he is running out of magic power. He tells Metis that they have to hurry and need to get out of there because the enemy might come back. He also says to call for help immediately. Metis thinks that it is not necessary at all, and he exclaims that he's being stubborn. Metis is asking Akira if he's okay, and Akira says that he's okay and asks her again to just call for help. Metis says that he is not being stubborn. He tells him to just look around him. After that, Akira saw a bunch of people, and his father ran towards him and yelled his name, asking if he was okay after all that had happened. Meanwhile, Metis is staring at him, asking him who he really is and to explain himself to Metis. He told Metis that he couldn't say it for now and just wanted to keep it a secret for a while. He told Metis that his true identity is just an heir to the magic stone, but that he can't use magic. He told him he would just say it that way if it was okay, and Metis seemed fine with it. Then he thanked him for saving his life. After the intense battle, the guards are gathering, while Metis and Akira are having a conversation. In order to become a leader that won't embarrass his people, Metis thinks that he still has to learn a lot more. He learned swordsmanship and magic and also studied diligently to get a scholarship. He's telling Akira that ever since he met him, he realized that he learned a lot, and it made him very arrogant. Akira's smiling while listening to him. He also tells Akira that there are some people who never realize something like that. Then, Akira replies that he's such an amazing person since he admitted knowing himself is the true value that lies behind a kind leader. This makes Metis smile. After a while, the guard calls Metis and tells him that the chariot is ready, and tells him to come as soon as possible. He tells Akira that he will be going now. Akira bids him farewell. Later, Metis tells Akira that his real name is Metis Fina and wants them to meet again next time. He said that it's an ill-fitting name, so it's hard for him to tell Akira about it. And then, Akira shouts at Metis to take care. He also said to meet again tomorrow at the same place, and he added not to worry at all just because his name sounds like a girl's. He thinks that Metis has a pretty thick head. Akira is happy, and what makes him happy is not that he's close with a noble, but because he found a great person among his enemies. Then he smirks. It's his first time finding a friend that he can respect from the bottom of his heart. In the chariot, a man tells Metis that they received a report from the royal palace. It's good news, while Metis is undercover, and the man says that Metis' body double managed to lure out some rebels and is able to capture all of the rebels. The man said to him that he would get the preparations ready for his return to the palace. Princess Metis thinks that he is no longer the Count's son, since he's been called a princess. The man asks for forgiveness from Metis because of his incompetence. Metis is caught up in such a mess. Metis tells him it's nothing and calls him Count Brinstard. Metis is never the Count's son, she is a princess. Later in the night, while Akira is sleeping, he suddenly feels a pain in his chest, like he's having a heart attack. Meanwhile, his mother is very worried and asks him what's happening. Arya is also there. She asks Diva what is going on, and Diva tells her that it's Akira and that he is suddenly in a lot of pain. Arya thinks that it's because of mana exhaustion, that his mana nerves, which support magical energy, have gotten clogged due to handling magic levels beyond their natural limit. Arya said that he warned Akira about this. Later, Akira starts to glow, and some nerves can be seen from him like an X-ray. Arya tells Diva and Carl that they can heal him by inserting mana from the outside into his nerves, and his life will be in danger if they fail. He won't be able to handle mana, one of the major side effects. Meanwhile, Akira has never felt so much pain like that before. He thinks that since he won't be able to handle mana anymore, he will become normal, and he doesn't even care about it. Akira is more worried about Metis if he's not able to show up tomorrow. After that, Akira finally comes back to sleep while his mother is by his side. Meanwhile, there is someone on the roof, telling something about Akira that it will not be normal even in a kingdom of magical prowess like Pennsylvania. She also can't imagine that a little boy like Akira in a rural region like that can push himself to that point. And it turns out that someone on the roof is the evil cult leader, and this time Arya is also there. It seems like Arya and the evil cult leader already know each other for a long time. The evil cult leader tells Arya that the boy, Akira, is the singularity, and not only that, Arya is a shadow in charge of protecting balance in the world. The evil cult leader asks Arya what she is hoping to achieve by hiding a creature like Akira, and says that the other shadows won't stay quiet, unlike Arya. Arya tells her that she's sealed that power and doesn't dare to touch Akira. If the evil cult leader ignores the warning, Arya will consider her an enemy, while she transforms into something terrifying, a shadow form with wings and a lot of eyes. The evil cult tells Arya that she has no intention of going up against the End, and if Arya is willing to go that far, then it is fine with the evil cult leader. Later, the evil cult leader agrees with Arya, and then she leaves. Arya intends to do so, and she has managed to keep it under control for now, but for how long will she be able to keep it? Meanwhile, Akira, on a hazy night, saw a shadow in the moonlight. He wonders what will happen if he doesn't see Metis. A few days later, Akira finally had the strength to go back to that place where he met Metis, but no one was there except for him. He waited under the tree and waited day after day, but in the end, Metis did not show up, and so the years kept passing by. There are signs of Odar activity near the northern cliff. The guards of the heir to their throne are locating the most excellent magicians for the upcoming disaster to protect the life of the Great Queen. The Queen ordered the guards to find her mentor, Katya Mayan, because there was no one greater at summoning magic than him, and to make sure to bring him to the palace. In the year 698, in the northern region of the Stormheim Kingdom, in the world of Altergard, a large army of Odars appeared. These monsters looked like huge shadows of monsters and were glowing. There are also reports of sightings of gold-coated Odars which drain the lives of other living creatures. Then, the dead also became new Odars, increasing their numbers to the tens of thousands. They had taken over half of the kingdom within 2 weeks, and only like the most powerful magicians would be able to fight them back. Humans and creatures alike could only stand in fear at the wave of destruction. Later, the greatest and most powerful magicians finally arrived. They are called the Pennsylvanian Magic Squad, and they also have the summoning magicians with them. Furthermore, the battle begins, and in the end, the Pennsylvanian Magic Squad succeed in defeating the Odar monsters. Thanks to the Pennsylvanian sorcerer's help, the country succeeded in subjugating the Odars, and the war came to an end. However, this victory was only obtained by the great hero Sword Mayan, who managed to fight against thousands of Odars, and his wife, Celeria, the second queen of the Stormheim Kingdom, lost her life. After experiencing the fear of war to their own core, humanity formed alliances throughout the entire world, preparing for another Odar attack in the future. A great wall is erected in the northern region of Stormheim. Thanks to these events, the Queen of Stormheim, who inherited the title of hero, decided to abandon the title of Country of Heroes, focusing instead on the training of sorcerers and summoning magicians. 14 years later, in the year 712 of the ancient calendar, the people of Stormheim are now living in peace. On the other hand, Akira is playing a game that lets you bet a lot of gold. Someone is laughing and telling him that the goddess's wrath falls upon Akira. The reason behind it is that Akira lost the bet, and he has to pay a lot of gold coins. He has to pay at least 9,000 gold coins. He's trying to help his friend out, but ends up becoming yet more dead weight. His opponent is telling him to stop sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. After that, they go to the bar to drink some beer. A beautiful blonde girl is a waitress in the bar. So, in the bar, Akira is with his friend Gath, and they just talking about the belt. Gath tells Akira that he appreciates his help, but just paying his tabs would have been fine. Akira thinks he's a loser since he wanted to help his friend recover the money he lost but ended up losing even more. He thinks that he's always hung up on the strangest things, and thinks that's just who he is. Meanwhile, Gath and Akira are talking. Akira is telling Gath that he got carried away, and it's not like he could ignore Gath begging for a measly 100 gold coins and to think Gath already lost 1,000. He tells Gath that he's such a bastard and asks him if he's wasting other people's money as well. He tells his friend that he's not some kind of wallet. Gath apologizes to him and tells him that he just wanted to win them back and pay them up. But now that the debt has increased to 9,000 gold coins, Akira is so mad, telling Gath that 9,000 gold coins are half of what a shop earns an entire year. Akira asks himself how did he lose so much money? Maybe there's something wrong with him. Then Gath says to Akira that they never change, and for some reason they never have luck. No talent, no luck, they have none of that, and they're just a knight's son who can't use a sword. Akira adds that there is also a magic shop owner's son who has no magic. Gath asks him if he feels any pressure from his family, and he replies that his parents had no problems at all and didn't give him any pressure. Gath laughs, while asking if his parents are fine with him even though he can't use magic. Later, Gath apologizes to Akira about what happened when he was a kid. He lost his ability after an incident as a child. After that, Gath apologizes and tells Akira that they were not different at all, because Akira might have had some talent after all. Akira is not bothered at all. He's telling his story to Gath. He wasn't all that powerful to begin with, and he was relying on scrolls, just like he is now. Besides, in the end, he wasn't built for success at all. Gath is speechless while staring at Akira, and being able to work as a merchant is enough for Akira. Then, since he's in the second generation, he doesn't have to worry about job security or marriage fees. Gath laughed as he said that Akira is a bastard for thinking about marriage already. After that, the waitress pops up out of nowhere and tells him that she's been listening to them all this time and she can't believe that the two young guys are talking about life so disapprovingly. She tells them that they're still young, so let themselves dream a little bit more. And she tells him that she can offer her special sausage service after all. The waitress's name is Louisa. Akira asks Louisa if she understands how they feel, and Louisa tells Akira that listening to young people's worries is their duty as older folk. Louisa was born in poverty in Lloyd, and a shop owner with no abilities is good enough for her to be her prince. Then, she asks Akira about marriage stuff and offers a date with him. Akira refuses her offer, and while Gath is more interested than Akira, he tells Louisa that he'll go anywhere with her. So, Louisa asks him if he's inheriting a store or something else, but Gath can offer his sincere love to her. Louisa tells him that love is not enough to buy food, and then she leaves. Gath asks Akira if Louisa isn't just the absolute best and why Akira rejected her anyway. Louisa is just messing around, and Gath tells him that is how to start out and then start building a new relationship. After some talking, someone called Akira. It is Arya that is calling him, and then Gath tells him that Arya is the reason, after all, why she rejected Louisa. He's yelling at Gath, saying that it's not what he thinks it is. Gath asks him if he put Arya under a weird spell or something. Akira is so mad at him, telling him that he is stupid. Of course, he did not put Arya under a spell. Gath replies that in any case, he should just make sure to not forget the money that he owes. Later, Akira and Arya are on the road. Arya tells Akira that a guest visits him and is waiting for him at home. Akira is confused and asks if he's getting his money back. She tells him that it is someone from the royal palace. Akira is surprised and wonders what they want from him. Furthermore, while walking home, Akira is thinking about the life he had with Arya. Arya has been there with him since he was a child, and as a maid, she has practically become his family. Besides, Arya knows about the drawing secret. 8 years ago, he lost the mana nerves inside his body after being kidnapped for a pagan ritual. Ever since that time, Akira has been unable to handle mana on his own, and if he injects other people's mana into his body, he's able to use drawing, and that is something only Arya knows. But as long as Akira has a scroll, he can use some ordinary magic, and Akira thinks that he doesn't need any of those abilities now since he's trying to live a peasant's life. Later, Akira realizes that they are surrounded by couples and feels awkward around Arya. She asks Akira what the matter is, but he merely says that it's nothing. Akira is thinking about the words that Gath said to him and starts to blame Gath. Akira thinks that Arya is his family and there's no way for him to see her like that. Furthermore, Arya holds Akira's hand tightly. He's confused and asks her why she's holding his hands all of a sudden. She tells Akira that it's alright even if he can't use magic. Akira smirks and thinks that Arya has been listening to him all this time. He thanks Arya for that. Arya has been supporting him unconditionally all this time, even when those around him felt sorry for him. His mom, who would ask what he wanted to eat for dinner and smile even though he's a good-for-nothing loser, and his dad, who encouraged him to study the scroll diligently even though he couldn't use magic at all. No matter how much money he earns, a happy, peaceful life is the only thing in the entire world that he will never have. A life where he doesn't have to put himself through hardship or pain, a place where he belongs. And all of those things can disappear if he doesn't get those 9,000 gold coins back. Meanwhile, someone suddenly asks him if he was Akira Rainford. A girl, standing tall with short hair, asks him if he was Akira Rainford, the genius summoning sorcerer. To say Akira is surprised is more of an understatement. Of course, not by the sudden appearance of this noble-looking woman, but by the fact that she called him a genius summoner. Naturally, he is afraid that this newcomer was aware of his power, but he averts the conversation by assuming the Lady Knight came from the castle. In his mind though, he questions how he thought she had a familiar face, curious for the MC to suddenly get that feeling. By his response, the visitor correctly guesses Akira's true identity, and in an unconventional move, she asks for an apology for making Arya get him in such a hurry. This move makes Akira note how polite his visitor is, and so he cautiously asks about what she meant by calling him summoner. But rather than give a straightforward answer, she remarks that based on what she knew, Akira wasn't someone that talks on words alone. In one swift movement, she draws and swings her sword so fast that she had sheathed it again by the time hundreds of columns of light appeared where she had slashed. The sudden display of power surprises both Akira and Arya, but the former was more so because the blade dance that the Lady Knight had done seemed somewhat familiar. It was just like Metasfina's sword technique. What seems to be the connection between her and Akira's long-lost friend? Though, admittedly, it was a more refined version of it. This technique, which allows the user to create multiple slashes in just one swing, was passed down in the royal Mayan family. This technique is named Swing Gun, or sometimes roughly referred to as Swingon, and its wielder is revealed to be the swordsmaster Katia Mayan, the capital of the royal knights, and the first daughter of the Mayan family. What's more, is she's Metasfina's sword instructor. Upon hearing this, Akira seems quite shocked, and again decides to react carefully. He notes that he hasn't seen his friend for 8 years, and most likely the summoner that Katia is looking for wasn't him, so he asked her to take his leave. Before he could do so, however, Katia reveals that she is here based on Metis' stories about him. This all but confirms Akira's worst fears, that his dear friend had revealed to someone important in the noble community about his rare powers, and so his innocent, simple life would come to an end. Funny enough, apparently Akira still thinks Medea is a boy. But in order to ease his thoughts, Katia reiterates that she is not here to hurt Akira, and so offers to have a simple talk in a cake shop. The sudden change of setting confuses Akira, who is now unsure of why his new acquaintance chose a casual place, much less what she was going to talk about. Akira decides to try and make a good impression, mainly because he is feeling like he is being interrogated. He mentions how pretty Katya is, making her blush. Apparently, Katya is easily impressed when she gets called beautiful. The Lady Knight then said that she is actually older than Akira, who by this time is 15 years old. And when Katya mentions something about his mother being pretty as well, something in Akira's mind clicked. She was one of his prospective mothers when he was choosing which family to get reincarnated into, a fact that he uncontrollably shouted out of surprise and shock. So that's why Katya seemed very familiar to him. Fortunately, Katya misunderstands what Akira had said, thinking it was something about her being old enough to be his mother. She shyly admits that she hasn't even been with a man in about 24 years, but Akira was already apologizing for his blunder. Actually, he was thinking how surprising it was that all his prospective mothers exist in this world, and how he's now face to face with his second choice for one. So it was definitely awkward for him. Nonetheless, he figures if she was chosen as his potential mother before, then she was of good nature. With that in mind, Akira asks what she was here for, and Katya, without skipping a beat, asks him to join her dragon slaying team as a summoner. Again, Akira gets more and more surprised every second he is with Katya. He isn't more concerned about the dragon, but rather that she came all this way to recruit him. This could only mean that Katya knows of his powers, making Akira contemplate about just telling her the truth. And so, he does, although only part of it. Akira admits that he can indeed summon, but due to an incident when he was a kid, he lost his magic. Akira continues to downplay his abilities, saying that he couldn't use magic now without a scroll, all in hopes of not having to reveal his power or participate in Katya's request. Katya is surprised that Akira told her this, but she is intent on not taking his word seriously. According to Metis, the boy had a tendency to hide his powers, but would only show it when his friends were in danger. The Lady Knight bluntly states that she had no idea why Akira was trying to hide, to which the latter replies everyone in town knows he lost his magic. Still, Katya pushes with the idea, saying all he had to do was summon a golem to counter a fire dragon. And if magic was the issue, she'll provide the supply since there is a sorcerer in her party anyways. What's more, she'll even give him a reward. Now, that got Akira's attention alright. 10,000 gold seems enough to make Akira consider his position, particularly because that amount would be more than enough to pay off his debt. Once he showed his renewed interest, Katya knew she got him hooked. But, as an added incentive, she gives a little comment about going to his parents about not reporting his abilities to the kingdom if he refuses. Akira's excitement gets the best of him, and he has no choice but to accept the deal. Not that Katya was really threatening him though, as the Lady Knight gave him a sweet smile when the boy took the offer. With the kindness Katya showed, Akira is actually invested in meeting interested characters on their mission. Unfortunately for him, the other interesting member of the party is a lolly, temperamental sorceress named Prol. Immediately after meeting, she berates Akira's inability to summon with magical aid and even questions his supposed feat of summoning an advanced golem at 7 years old. Certainly got your wish of meeting an interesting character, huh, Akira? Nonetheless, with Katya's insistence, Prol provides him with a magic-imbued scroll in order to test his abilities. Akira then decides to summon a low-level golem for its quick summon time. The other party members are more or less satisfied, and all seems well, right until Prol notices something was off. What's more peculiar is that although Akira had only summoned a low-level golem, the mana she was trying to give him is draining faster than expected. She notes that the boy's magical pulses were messed up, and before she knew it, she had collapsed from the immense draining of mana. Prol remarks that the mana wasn't sent to his magic pocket, but it went straight to the golem instead. She explains that everyone that can use magic has a magic pocket, where mana is stored first before traveling to the magic pulses and out of their bodies. What she did by magical injection was giving her mana from her own pocket to Akira's. Even if Akira can't use magic as of now, he should still have a magical pocket. But what happened is, due to his destroyed magic pulses, the injector's mana will drain completely. Regardless, Katya moves to the topic of whether the sorceress can recover Akira's magical pulses. Apparently, Prol came from the Brace family, one of the greatest sorcerer lines in Pennsylvania. If anyone can repair Akira, she can. Akira's hopes of his magical powers returning get crushed as soon as it emerges. Prol had said that she cannot repair his magical pulses, and apparently treatments on magical disorders are hard and complex enough as it is. Tough luck. And even if they were back in Pennsylvania and had 100,000 gold coins to cover for the examination, there wasn't even a full guarantee that it would work. Anyway, it's not like Akira was looking for a way to be treated. On the contrary, he doesn't even want to be cured. Seeing this as another opportunity to downplay his abilities, he remarks that if that were the case, he would be very useless for their quest. Quite expectedly, his two companions have different opinions about that. While Katya is more than encouraging for the young man, saying that summoners like him are valuable, Prol bluntly states that he'll be of no use since he's a jerk. Team building skills are highly recommended for you, Prol. Actually, it's them both that was more surprised by their answer, rather than Akira himself. Prol is really against the idea of having to rely on Akira's faulty summoning. Katya, on the other hand, remains optimistic that even a low-level golem will do the job just fine. When she put it like that, the sorceress eventually got convinced to let Akira help, though Katya offered to give mana as well. Despite the support Katya gives towards the idea of Akira helping, she herself actually hides a secret agenda, that the real objective was to observe Akira in action. And in order to boost the boy's confidence further, she decides to give him a magician's mantle, which is essentially a cloak. Akira is amazed by the quality of the mantle, noting that such a thing must have cost a lot. And he gets even more pleased when he learns that it was a gift from his old childhood friend, Metis. Prol, by this time, was lamenting how giving such a unique item to Akira is the same as wasting it away. Give him a break, sorceress. With all that settled, the party went on their mission. But, in truth, it turns out that the experienced adventurers required little help from Akira during the journey. The boy could do nothing but observe the master of their crafts at work. Prol shows expert lighting spells such as Fabian de Modler Gigalus and electrical dynamic shaking, which striking at the enemy, and those that escape get taken down by Katya's Swingan's magical flash attacks. Between the two of them, they can pretty much take care of the lizard horde, all the while Akira is sitting on the ground clutching his bruised knee because he tripped and fell. Even the main character is now questioning if his presence was truly needed for their mission. All in all, the party is able to make their way to safety without problems. And, as an added bonus, they even found a hot spring, much to Katya's delight. The Lady Knight had hoped to come across one, and now, with a place to relax, the ladies indulge in a bath. Unfortunately for Akira, he wasn't allowed to join, because he was a boy. Not that he needs to anyways. The ladies then take up a conversation about using regeneration magic, but even Akira doesn't need that either. The boy had packed a lot of pre-made magical tools, with elixir already drawn on them. This way, his health, magic, and stamina can be regenerated even without him using magic. It really helps when you can make an almost infinite supply of one of the rarest substances in the world. The scenario reminds the boy of his dear maid, who constantly reminds him about the dangers and limits of his magical ability. Akira feels guilty of having to lie to Arya about the trip, since all she does was protect him in every way. The two ladies notice him reminiscing and rummaging with a scroll, but their attention diverts away when Katya sees the water around Prol change color. Apparently, the hot spring they were in has magical properties, and both the sorceress and even Katya have golden colors swirling around them. This indicates that the two possess magic of the highest quality, something that Prol teases Katya about even though the latter was a knight. Anyhow, getting an idea that perhaps the spring could heal their magically impaired companion, Katya manages to convince Prol to let Akira bathe in the spring too. Begrudgingly, the sorceress agrees to do so, and Akira slowly slips into the corner of the spring. Seeing that the boy had a well-trained body should be the most surprising thing Prol observes about him. That is, until she sees that the magical spring starts to swirl bright rainbow-patterned colors around Akira. Prol expresses her genuine surprise at Akira being the main reason for the rainbow lights emanating from the magic pool, becoming so shocked that she even asks for his true identity. Akira, on the other hand, is frantic that the situation doesn't do a very good job of hiding his gifts, and is getting more worried that perhaps it reveals that he has a special gift. To his credit, he himself doesn't really know what was going on, but Katya immediately assumes that this must mean the boy has extraordinary magical powers. And so, she turns to the sorceress for an explanation, and after giving it some thought, Prol herself doesn't know what it means. She even built up an anticipation for it, only for her to reveal she has no idea. Although, she did confirm that Akira was weird enough as it is, as apparently the spring's color will change depending on the magical prowess of the person. The color will change from nothing to green, blue, red, or gold in order if they possess powerful magic. However, there is no mention of colors being at random in a rainbow pattern. But again, Akira himself is pleased with the way things turned out, because there is no record of it, and he doesn't have to reveal the true nature of his powers. For now, his secret is still safe. Anyhow, Prol just attributes the change to either Akira being immensely stupid or him being some kind of monster. After that, the party settles down for camp, and the Lady Knight herself takes the first watch as her companions are taking a rest. As she hunkers down by a tree, Prol approaches her and offers her something warm to drink. The two enjoy each other's company, and the Lady Sorceress jokes about their situation as Lady's having to guard Akira as he sleeps. Now, on the topic of their new companion, Prol asks Katya about her interests in the boy. It's true that summoners are rare, but why take a chance on someone with risky abilities as Akira? What's more, summoners can't summon without contracts, and it's really hard to believe Akira summoned an advanced golem at age 7. Katya reveals, however, that her interest lies in the fact that Akira's father is Carl Rainford. This name seems to be a famous one, since Prol herself was shocked to hear it. Apparently, Carl was described as the best wizard from a generation of geniuses from the Magical Academy of Pennsylvania, earning him the nickname as the Second Coming of the Devil. So much for having normal parents, Akira. Prol says the genius wizard disappeared 18 years ago and didn't participate in the war against the Odirians, which is also why the country criticizes him. Akira's existence meant that Carl settled in Stormheim and had a family. And with a powerful wizard as his father, Katya theorizes that it might be the reason for Akira's power. She even thinks that Carl was the one to summon and create a contract for the advanced golem for his son all those years ago. If you only knew that even Carl himself was unaware of this. Hearing Katya's theory, Pearl seems to accept that as a plausible reason. Nonetheless, Katya reveals that Akira seems familiar to her, like a relative of some sort. That is why she took an interest in him, and why she has an urge to look after him. Sometime after, the group finally encounters the fire dragon, and so, Akira's job of summoning an advanced golem is finally up. But even though he successfully did it, Pearl felt her mana draining mere seconds after. Nonetheless, Katya launched the offensive, and urged the golem to shield the dragon's fire breath. The only problem was, their mana was dwindling because of Akira's condition. Though the boy asked for more mana, Pearl decided it would be better to tie off Akira's loose magical pulses to increase their efficiency. Thankfully, it did the trick, and the golem was able to hold up blocking the dragon's attack. And, true to her word, this was all Katya needed. Activating her scarlet eyes called the Bloody Ashes, the signs of her being a chosen hero, she let out the swing on 30-fold acceleration attack, engulfing the dragon with countless slashes. The term hero refers to the mutation created by the goddess of war that showcases a human with a superhuman body and great magical power. All in all, there are 7 clans called the 7 Great Houses, featuring heroes in their bloodlines. These are the Lion, Lupidon, Frid, Baldart, Gildan, Naga, and the family representing Stormheim, the Mayan. The Mayans in particular are said to contain the true power of a swordmaster in their blood. Akira watches on as Katya slays the dragon with 100 attacks per second. That, along with her red eyes, earned the Mayan warriors the title Blood Berserkers. Certainly a persona that's very different from Katya as a person. As the dragon falls, Akira wonders if Metis will one day acquire such a power. Nonetheless, Katya spoke after some time, saying that now she believes all the rumors that Akira definitely has a contract with an advanced golem. The boy senses the change in her tone, but he still attributes the feat to Pearl helping him with the mana. After all, the mission is over and he can have his reward. Yet still, Katya continues with her stern behavior, saying that although it is possible to summon such a monster with the mana provided, creating a contract with it is another thing. One would have to make the creature submit or inherit from someone in order to enter a contract. Either way, she can't believe that a 7-year-old could do so with an advanced golem. Now, with her words filled with interrogation, she asks the boy why he did hide his powers, and if he was told to do so by his father. Akira's mind immediately snaps to the whole mission being sort of suspicious, with 2 high-level adventurers seeking him out just because. But what actually pulled him away from his thoughts was that Katya mentioned her father. Akira tried to ask what his father as a shopkeeper had to do with all this, and that is when Pearl stepped up to take Katya's side in the argument. The young sorceress revealed Carl Rainford's true identity, much to the shock of Akira. Despite wanting to choose a normal family without anything special, he ended up being descended from one of the most powerful wizards in history. Akira just seems destined for greatness at this point. The revelation deeply concerns and confuses Akira, and that is coupled by the fact that his companions now believe his father is responsible for his powers. Unfortunately for them, their conversation was cut short as they felt the ground shake. Katya thought the fire dragon had risen again, but a much more dangerous creature was stirred from their fight. The party stands frozen as they come into contact with a massive divine beast, just awoken from its slumber.
There are several fascinating kinds of beasts, including the awe-inspiring divine beast of earth, Norm, the majestic divine beast of water, Leviathan, and the ethereal divine beast of wind, Elfin. However, reigning supreme among them all is the almighty divine beast of fire, aptly named Salamander, who has made its grand appearance. Pearl lets out a scream filled with terror as she emphasizes that these divine creatures tower above all other living beings, ruling over the 4 elements with unwavering authority. They staunchly refuse to tolerate any trespassing in their sacred territory. She urgently informs Isekaied that their actions have provoked the divine beast, capable of even harming a hero with a direct and ferocious attack. Akira's heart pounds with fear as he comes to the harrowing realization that Salamander is not just any ordinary monster, but a revered being worshipped as a god by many. Feeling overwhelmed, Akira anxiously proposes the idea of fleeing, but Pearl deems it unwise to make any sudden moves. With a sense of dread, she reveals that Salamander possesses an incredibly scorching breath that can obliterate everything within 100 meters, reaching blistering temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees. Akira, trying to find a solution, questions Pearl about her mastery of ice magic, given her reputation as a talented magician. To this, Pearl admits that she is not particularly proficient in ice magic. Akira becomes upset and taunts Pearl, expressing frustration over her self-proclaimed genius status when she doesn't even know the basics of ice magic. The sorcerer snaps back, explaining that magic has its unique predispositions, and no one person can master all its attributes. Akira, in his frustration, retorts that she is just like an ordinary person. Guess the sorcerer's not the Ice Queen after all. Nonetheless, Pearl calmly explains that even if ice magic were her strongest attribute, it would be futile against the might of Salamander, for it is the most potent among all the divine beasts. She goes on to advise Akira that to stand a chance against Salamander's ferocity, they would need the support of the divine beast Elfin, whose attribute counters the fiery prowess of Salamander. Pearl further emphasizes that other than that, decisively overcoming the divine beast of fire's might would require the combined and concerted efforts of the other two formidable beasts, Leviathan and Norm. Akira, taken aback by the mention of Leviathan, eagerly asks if it is the colossal summoning sea beast he's heard of. Pearl enlightens him, revealing that divine beasts refrain from forging contracts with humans, and the ones capable of summoning them transcends their human nature. This revelation leads Akira to wonder about the enigmatic cult leader he previously confronted, contemplating the possibility of her not being a mere human. In the midst of their discussion, Keiichia interjects with urgency, asserting that they must take some action in response to the looming threat of the divine beast. Pearl begins to ponder whether they should confront it head-on or opt for a strategic retreat. Acknowledging the risks of fleeing, Akira proposes a cautious retreat, ensuring they never turn their backs to Salamander. However, their hopes are dashed when the divine beast of fire swiftly detects their movements and prepares to strike. In a daring display of her sorceress skills, Pearl conjures a formidable defense shield to protect them from Salamander's blazing fire. This leaves Akira astonished by her power, especially considering Pearl's earlier claim of significantly depleted mana reserves. Undeterred by the danger, Keiichia insists that Pearl should escape with Akira while she handles Salamander alone. However, the concerned sorcerer warns her against any reckless action. Despite Pearl's plea, Keiichia remains undeterred, advancing to confront the divine beast of fire head-on. Frustrated by Keiichia's stubbornness, Pearl implores Akira to summon the golem, albeit with a touch of sarcasm, referring to him as the idiot of Golem. They are literally like a sibling duo. Akira hesitates, apprehensive about further depleting her mana reserves, fearing the consequences of Pearl overextending herself. He attempts to dissuade her from confronting Salamander, knowing the risks of exhausting her magic further in such a critical situation. The determined sorcerer, resolute in her resolve, refuses to abandon Keiichia to her fate and decides to aid in the fight. Suddenly, encouraged by his ingenious idea, Akira summons his golem, successfully diverting the divine beast's attention. Pearl, acknowledging Akira's efforts, commends him for the first time and vows not to label him a slacker again. She becomes resolute in taking care of Akira's magic nerves, knowing the importance of maintaining his magical strength. Despite realizing the challenges of simultaneously casting 3 spells, something Pearl hasn't attempted in a long time, she embarks on the task immediately. Akira is astonished as he witnesses Pearl's remarkable skill in not only pouring mana into him along with maintaining the magic barrier, but also simultaneously healing his magic nerves. Meanwhile, Keiichia is also in awe of Pearl's power, wondering if this is the true extent of her abilities, hailing from the gifted cult of Pennsylvania. As Pearl fervently chants the enchantments Fabian de Mulder Claudia and Rubian de Mulder Downburst, she then initiates the 4th spell, commanding the elements of the atmosphere to submit to her will. The air responds to Pearl's command, enveloping them in a vast cloud. This effectively conceals their presence as it starts raining. Akira is taken aback by Pearl's incredible display of weather magic, wondering if all geniuses possess such extraordinary talents. Witnessing the successful weather manipulation, he becomes even more amazed. With the weather magic in effect, Keiichia expresses her gratitude to Pearl, relieved that their movements are now easier and less noticeable. The sorcerer asks Keiichia to hold on a little longer, while she formulates her strategy for the next steps of their confrontation with the formidable divine beast Salamander. Pearl contemplates how reducing Akira's mana consumption could significantly enhance the golem's mobility and control time, giving them a better chance to escape. She initiates the intricate process of integration, delicately linking each of Akira's nerves together, connecting even the most distant ones. As Pearl delves into his inner self, she calls upon the name of Akira Rainford, urging his body to reveal its hidden recesses. Amidst her exploration, Pearl's attention is captivated by a radiant rainbow light that suddenly manifests within Akira's soul. Realizing she has reached the edge of the interconnected nerves, Pearl makes a startling discovery. the existence of a hidden mana pocket. Astonished by this revelation, she finds that Akira possesses his own concealed mana pocket, tucked away behind the severed nerves. However, as Prole delves deeper, she notices something even more astonishing, a mysterious and enigmatic bottomless magical power, surpassing even her own formidable abilities in sheer potency. Who knew this guy was a walking magical treasure chest? Prole is visibly shaken as she possesses remarkably exceptional magic powers, even surpassing the standards of Pennsylvania, renowned as the continent's strongest magical country. She learned about the fascinating technique of synchronizing with others' magical nerves through measuring devices and filler skill, allowing one's consciousness to vividly visualize their boundless mana pocket and the sheer magnitude of their magical power. Moreover, the average magician's mana pocket is typically akin to the size of a human heart, while outstanding mages boast mana pockets towering to the height of a human or even surpassing those dimensions. However, in contrast to the dozens of ordinary mages, Prole's mana pocket had been exceptionally enormous since her childhood, earning her both awe and fear, as she was labeled a monster and subjected to covert revulsion. You could say she's the Beyonce of magic. Observing Akira's awe-inspiring mana pocket, Prole can only surmise that he has consumed huge amounts of elixirs. So he's been sipping magical smoothies all his life? It causes her to ponder whether the magical spring's iridescent glow bears some significance. Perhaps Akira's magical prowess exceeds the bounds of any recorded knowledge, hinting at an extraordinary volume of magic that has yet to find its place in any of the books. Prole wonders how he could possibly conceal a pocket of such considerable size. Upon close inspection, she notices that the torn magical nerves around the pocket are perfectly placed to hide it. Prole comes to a profound realization that someone had intentionally attempted to conceal this mana pocket. Just then, Keicha finds herself in a precarious situation and believes that Prole should switch to physical protection. Just then, the divine beast of fire, Salamander, redirects its attention towards the trio, abandoning the golem. With immense strength, the beast hurls them away and unleashes a blazing breath of fire upon them. As the fiery onslaught approaches Akira, he muses that his second life is still too brief. In the nick of time, Prole swiftly positions herself in front of him, creating a protective shield. However, she frets over the possibility of her reactions being too sluggish, fearing they might soon be overwhelmed and squeezed out. Witnessing Salamander's relentless assault, Keicha considers the possibility that even Prole might struggle to withstand such an attack. Nevertheless, she decides against reckless rescue attempts and chooses instead to confront the divine beast head-on. With unwavering determination, Keicha readies herself to unleash Swingen the Second style, executing an attack known as the Prowling Spear. Having heard of Salamander's vulnerable spot concealed behind the fiery sac on its chest, she directs her sword towards the target, launching a devastating Blood Ashes attack. However, to her dismay, Keicha soon discovers that the damage inflicted on the divine beast of fire has transformed the firebag into molten lava, ensnaring her in a perilous predicament. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Akira carries Prole on his back, ensuring her safety and swiftly navigating away from danger. Despite the grave circumstances, Prole continues to taunt him, labeling Akira as mere garbage and demanding to know their destination. The sorcerer remains relentless in her criticism, believing Akira to be a coward for leaving Katya behind in harm's way and fleeing. In response to Prole's sharp-tongued comments, Akira maintains his composure, remarking on her wit despite the magical exhaustion and burns she endured. However, the sorcerer suddenly grabs hold of Akira's hair, pulling it harshly, and scolds him for abandoning his comrades to save himself, deeming such actions unbecoming of a true warrior, further cursing him. Yet Akira remains resolute, calmly asserting that he has no intentions of running away. Instead, Akira believes it is crucial to reassess their tactics before re-entering the battle. Prole, eager to strategize, settles down as Akira shares his revelation about possessing a scroll containing elixir. She skeptically assumes he must be joking, wondering if such a thing even exists. Nevertheless, Akira firmly insists on explaining that with the scroll's power, Prole's mana can be fully restored, prompting him to request her to transfer that mana to him. She taunts Akira, asserting that even if the scroll were real, he must be delusional to expect her to bestow her entire mana upon him. She humorously mocks Akira, asking if he plans to escape on a golem. However, Akira remains steadfast and undeterred, assuring Prole that he intends to defeat the formidable Salamander. Reiterating his plea, Akira implores Prole to transfer all her mana to him once it is fully replenished. Acknowledging the potential mismatch in attributes, Akira humbly admits that the summoning might not be the most appropriate choice, but he remains resolute in attempting to bring forth the awe-inspiring divine beast of water, Leviathan. In a different place, Medisfina contemplates Akira's feelings, speculating that he must be quite angry with her for breaking their promise. Despite being aware of the trouble she has caused him, Medisfina exudes confidence in Akira's significance to the nation, firmly believing that the country is in dire need of his exceptional abilities. Katia finds herself barely surviving at this critical juncture, realizing that even with a magical barrier, she could have been reduced to ashes. Nevertheless, the valiant captain of the Royal Knights remains unwavering in her determination to stand her ground until the very end, regardless of what transpires. Katia's sole focus is to buy more time, allowing Akira and Prol to safely retreat from the dangerous situation. As an explosive burst of fire erupts, Akira and Prol become deeply concerned for Katia's safety. The sorcerer is eager to rush to her aid, but Akira intervenes, halting her in her tracks. Prol becomes upset, believing he is merely allowing the captain of the Royal Knights to perish. However, Akira tries to reason with her, explaining that recklessly rushing in and dying together won't solve the predicament they face. At this critical moment, he produces a mysterious magic scroll, surprising Prol. Instantly, her wounds are healed, and her magic power is restored. Baffled by the sudden turn of events, she questions Akira, wondering if he was the one who performed this miraculous magic. Confused by the torn scroll now in his hands, Akira is taken aback as Prol continues to comment on the situation. She deduces that the elixir contained within the scroll is what caused her healing, surprised that Akira had been referring to an object in the scroll all along. Then it dawns on Prol that her bag was lost, but luckily, this final scroll was safely tucked inside her raincoat. Akira tells Prol that he was worried if Tho's scroll would even work as a part of it had been burnt by the fire breath of the divine beast. However, despite the part of the scroll being burnt, it has remarkably worked. Urgently, he implores her to hand him the mana right away. Internally, Prol feels apprehensive, pondering if the potion within the scroll is indeed genuine, as it is the first time she has ever heard of it. With uncertainty, the sorcerer asks Akira what he plans to do as she gives him her mana. Undaunted, he confidently declares his intent to summon the divine beast Leviathan. Though still skeptical about his own plan, Akira believes they must take their chances to save Katia. In response, he is taunted, with the sorcerer scoffing at the idea of a human making a contract with the divine beast Leviathan. Annoyed by Prol thinking it all to be just a joke, Akira's frustration flares, and he sharply asks the sorcerer to stop talking nonsense and give him her mana. Akira reassures her that if she ever suspects deception, Prol can cease providing it immediately. There should be a no refunds policy for mana transfers. He urges her to consider what she is willing to do for Katia, reminding the sorcerer of the successful potion. While Prol contemplates the possibility of Akira summoning a divine beast, she asks herself to keep her focus intact. Reflecting on her knowledge, Prol acknowledges that she has never come across any records of a human entering a contract with a divine beast. The sorcerer contemplates whether it is worth risking transferring her precious mana to a man at such great expense in this dire situation. However, ultimately, she succumbs to Akira's demand and begins injecting the mana into him. Despite complying, Prol firmly warns Akira that any deception will unleash her wrath, even death won't shield him from her fury. As the sorcerer's entire mana transfers into Akira's body, he experiences a sudden surge of power within him. Amazed by Prol's extraordinary might, Akira believes it may even surpass that of his elf maid and guardian Aria. This newfound conviction bolsters his confidence in the success of the summoning. With the intricate drawing complete, the divine beast of water, Leviathan, emerges. Prol stands in awe, witnessing the very real presence of the divine beast before her. She can scarcely believe her eyes that Akira has indeed forged a contract with Leviathan. The shocking revelation of the elixir-filled scroll adds to her astonishment, not only because of its startling existence, but because achieving such a feat is deemed impossible. Pondering the true identity of Akira Rainford, Prol finds herself intrigued. As Leviathan begins its movements, Katia immediately notices its presence. Her astonishment grows as she wonders where this awe-inspiring divine beast of water has come from. This battlefield has turned into a magical splash zone, and epiphany strikes Katia, causing her to question whether Akira Rainford truly summoned this divine beast after all. As Leviathan unleashes its powerful breath of water, Prol and Akira struggle to maintain control over the magnificent creature. Their opponent, the salamander, undoubtedly ranks as the mightiest among all divine beasts, resembling a colossal Godzilla in its immense power. Prol's concern intensifies, fearing she might be unable to handle the situation if Akira were to unleash yet another potent spell, considering his excessively high mana consumption. Despite the risks, the remarkable sorcerer takes a daring decision. She ponders the possibility of utilizing the enormous mana pocket and hidden magic power within Akira in this critical moment. The two majestic and awe-inspiring divine beasts engage in a valiant and fierce battle, creating utter havoc in their surroundings. Meanwhile, Prol encounters Keiichi, and an overwhelming sense of happiness washes over her as she sees her unharmed. The captain of the Royal Knights expresses her gratitude to the skilled sorcerer while inquiring about the divine beast's situation. Prol explains that there exists only one individual capable of managing to do such an impossible thing. She enlightens Keiichi about the summoner they had hired, who managed to call upon the divine beast of water. The captain starts reminiscing about the day Medisfina revealed Akira's astounding ability to her, leaving the mentor completely astonished. The young princess confidently assured Keiichi of the truth behind the astonishing fact that a mere 7-year-old boy could summon a high-ranking golem, and not just any golem, but one of the fire element. Medisfina excitedly narrated to her instructor how she, too, had been skeptical initially, but she witnessed the awe-inspiring event unfold right before her eyes. The princess animatedly shared with Keiichi the astonishing tale of Akira, describing how he effortlessly materialized an item through scrolling and even wielded the power to alter the attributes of the summoned beast. Moreover, Akira had taken a solemn promise from Medisfina to keep his remarkable abilities a secret, but the princess believed that the dire circumstances now necessitated his intervention. She eagerly proclaimed that Akira was the one who could be Stromheim's savior. In the present, Keiichi finds herself entranced, reminiscing about how Medisfina, usually composed and wise, would gleefully transform into a childlike state whenever she recalled memories of Akira. Suddenly, Prol interjects, urging the captain of the Royal Knights to descend from the clouds and aid the sorcerer. Keiichi snaps back to reality and inquires about Prol's well-being, to which the sorcerer confesses to feeling unwell. Prol then proposes a plan to utilize Leviathan's potent water energy as a protective shield and make a strategic retreat. However, Keiichi deems it unfeasible, expressing concern that her magical energy would deplete rapidly in the process. In a moment of astute realization, Prol devises an alternative strategy. She recognizes the grave consequences should Leviathan vanish, leaving them at the mercy of the divine beast of fire. Prol decisively concludes that their only viable option is to secure additional magical energy and vanquish the menacing salamanders. Eager to understand the plan, Keiichi inquires about obtaining the required magical energy. The remarkable sorcerer responds with confidence, proposing the injection of not only Prol's but also Keiichi's magical energy into Akira. Though filled with apprehension about her own magical energy being sufficient, the captain of the Royal Knights finds reassurance in the sorcerer's words, trusting that it will only be necessary for a limited time. Encouraged by Prol's assurance and her unwavering trust in her best friend, Keiichi agrees to proceed with the plan. Best friend goals activated. She starts infusing her magical power into Akira, and to his amazement, he senses a surge of even greater strength. Glancing back, Akira witnesses Keiichi channeling her magical energy into him as well. With determination and resolve, Prol immediately sets to work on the demanding task she has undertaken, displaying her unwavering dedication to the cause. The remarkable sorcerer carefully and skillfully begins the intricate task of mending the torn mana pocket of Akira, delicately reconnecting it with his magical nerves. The process demands precision, for at least 30% of the nerves must be recovered to ensure a stable connection. Prol is acutely aware of the risks involved. Any mishap or loss of equilibrium could not only result in a depletion of magic power, but also pose a grave threat to Akira's life. Undeterred by the magnitude of the challenge, the determined sorcerer draws upon her vast repertoire of skills and knowledge, leaving no stone unturned in her efforts to restore the magicless boy's magic pocket. Gradually, the magical nerves begin to regain their vitality, inching their way towards recovery. 3%, 7%, 8%, 10%, 12%, 21%, 24%, 28%, 28.5%, 29.2%, and finally, reaching the crucial milestone of 30%. Tag team magic, let's go. As Akira's mana pocket begins to emit a radiant glow, its renewed energy reverberates even to the faraway elf area, who senses something calling out his name. On the battlefield, a wondrous transformation unfolds as Akira begins to emit a brilliant, radiant glow. From the depths of his being, an astonishing and seemingly boundless surge of magic erupts like an unstoppable stream, leaving both Prohl and Keiichia utterly astonished by its sheer strength. Akira himself is left in awe, questioning if this incredible magic power is truly emanating from within him. Keiichia finds herself taken aback, realizing that they haven't even at the source of this power, yet the magical energy flowing from Akira's body envelops him like a mesmerizing aura. Filled with wonder, she turns to Prohl, seeking an explanation for this extraordinary phenomenon. Amused by the Royal Knight Captain's astonishment, the sorcerer internally muses that what they are witnessing is merely 30% of Akira's original magical energy. She reveals to Keiichia that this formidable power has been within him all along. With a touch of mystery in her tone, Prohl playfully taunts Akira, suggesting that he could not keep such an astonishing secret of absurd amount of magical power hidden forever. She further comments that whether Akira is a genius or not, he now faces the task of utter hard work and dedication as his incredible magical abilities are now finally revealed. No way, this kid's a magical prodigy. Prohl sternly scolds Akira for keeping his incredible power a secret, teasing him about now having to put in some serious effort and fight alongside them. The sorcerer challenges Akira to work hard, especially since she has cured his magical nerves without charging him a dime. Keiichia, taken aback by the revelation of the magically healed nerves, eagerly seeks clarification on what just happened. In the midst of all this, Akira finds himself in a whirlwind of emotions, unable to comprehend everything unfolding around him. Nevertheless, he's thrilled and ecstatic, basking in the newfound power coursing through him. It's like his head spinning with a magical high, leaving Akira feeling like he can conquer the world. Confident in his abilities, Akira realizes that he can now control the divine beast of water with absolute mastery. Badass mode activated. As Akira takes control of Leviathan, Prohl stands there, utterly shocked and mesmerized by the spectacle. The sorcerer wonders if it's all too good to be true or if she's simply dreaming. Keiichia, ever the practical one, interjects, reminding Prohl to stay focused, as Akira still needs their help. With a plan in mind, she declares that they'll restrain the hind legs of the salamander. Eager for Prohl's assistance, Keiichia asks the sorcerer to wield her ice magic in their joint effort. The skillful sorcerer initiates a mesmerizing chant, weaving her magic to intensify the blizzard into a ferocious storm, freezing everything in its path. Keiichia, with a spirited resolve, complements her with a bloody ashes attack, culminating in an awe-inspiring joint assault that unleashes an extreme crystal storm. An ice magic dance party, anyone. Taking advantage of the chaotic moment, Keiichia unleashes her swinging collaborative magic third style, employing the dazzling dancing sword technique called Gladios Madarica, combined with the powerful crystal storm socks acceleration attacks. The impact throws the salamander off balance, sending the divine beast of fire crashing to the ground. Ecstatic with their progress, Akira plans to hold onto the salamander's neck firmly. However, Keiichia intervenes, revealing the real weak spot of the beast: its heart. Buried deep within the fiery sac on the creature's chest, the heart holds the key to victory. She warns Akira that until they reach the divine beast's heart, the fight is far from over. Prohl chimes in, sternly remarking that it sounds easy when explained but unveils the formidable challenge they face. The salamander's heart is protected by an impenetrable armor of muscle, tougher than steel. Suddenly, the sorcerer spots something amiss and promptly alerts everyone to brace themselves, as the fiery breath of the salamander is on its way. With a tremendous roar, the divine beast unleashes a scorching breath of fire, but much to Akira's relief, he finds himself encased within a protective magical barrier, courtesy of Prohl's timely intervention. The sorcerer urgently advises Akira to take action, emphasizing that if he were to perish, their chances of success would be slim. Keiichia, with a touch of vulnerability, confesses that she can't withstand another attack like that. Perplexed and in deep contemplation, Akira realizes the magnitude of Salamander's title as the mightiest divine beast. Although there is an abundance of mana flowing, it still pales in comparison to the overwhelming power of the divine beast of fire. More importantly, Akira understands that the penalties from the attributes are substantial, and even pouring all his magic into Leviathan won't alter its limitations. Determined to find a solution within Leviathan's abilities, he brainstorms diligently. Akira briefly entertains the idea of changing the water beast's attribute to wind, but the lack of knowledge about Elfin and the wind attribute leaves him uncertain. He then considers altering Leviathan's size, but quickly dismisses the notion, realizing it would only escalate mana consumption without increasing its power. Finally, a spark of inspiration ignites within Akira's mind. He envisions a deadly and cunning form, quickly sketching the image in his thoughts. The young sorcerer is onto something, and with determination he sets out to transform his vision into reality. In a stroke of brilliance, Akira envisions a form that can channel and intensify Leviathan's attack into a single concentrated point, unleashing its full force. Turning to Prol, he requests one final cover when Salamander's next blazing breath comes, determined to target the weak spot at the end of the breath and pierce through it. Knowing that an exhausting, drawn-out battle holds no chance of victory, Akira decides to take one last shot at defeating the formidable foe. Embracing his artistic talents, he begins to paint a deadly and strategic shape for Leviathan, aiming to transform its power into a potent bomb. Witnessing the process, both Prol and Keiichi are left astounded by Akira Ringford's astonishing power as Leviathan metamorphoses into a colossal spear. Pointed menacingly towards Salamander, ready for an impending attack, the deadly spear awaits its creator's final touch, a name. Drawing inspiration from manga and honoring the origins of Leviathan and the divine spear of Gungnir, Akira finally decides to name his creation, the Deadly Levignir. This massive spear embodies the sheer might of a divine beast, concentrated to its very tip, ready to deliver a decisive blow. With a newfound sense of purpose and determination, Akira stands ready to face the fiery challenge with his exceptional creation, the Deadly Levignir. With a surge of determination, Akira rallies the girls, encouraging them to stand their ground, emphasizing that this is their final opportunity to prevail. Despite the apprehension about her own strength, Keiichi bravely faces the fearsome beast, exemplifying the valor of a royal knight captain. Turning to Prol, Akira earnestly seeks her protection, while he entrusts Kachia with the task of provoking the salamander to unleash its fiery breath. His plan is to strike a deadly blow at the divine beast's weak spot after the blazing fire breath subsides. Prol finds herself slightly frustrated by Akira's commanding tone, but Keiichi remains undeterred, smiling and ready to place her trust in him. Although the royal knight captain is prepared to act as the bait, the sorcerer frets about Keiichi being left alone again, fearing she might be vulnerable to a single deadly strike. Keiichi is about to become a dragon snack, yet to everyone's surprise, the royal knight captain herself is astonished by the idea of trusting the word of a young man with no combat experience. Nevertheless, she steels herself for the task at hand, fully aware that their success hinges on this moment. With resolve, Keiichi unleashes the formidable Swingin' Socks acceleration attack on the salamander, grabbing the beast's attention and setting the plan in motion. Her mind is abuzz with curiosity, wondering if this very reason had always captivated Metisfina's fascination for Akira. On the other hand, Prol contemplates the importance of being supportive, especially in a world already filled with selfish individuals. With unwavering determination, the sorcerer weaves her magic, conjuring a magnificent uranium Halley wall, an infinite barrier of protection that glows with boundless power. Its brilliance leaves Kachia astonished, as she witnesses the formidable wall compensating for the lack of mana by drawing upon the essence of life energy. Prol encourages her companions, assuring them that she's got their backs, urging them to unleash their full might upon the divine beast of fire without hesitation. Fueled by the resolute support, Keiichi confidently declares the start of the attack, while Akira nervously awaits the outcome. As Kachia launches her assault, Salamander retaliates with a critical flaming breath, leaving Prol taken aback by the sheer power it exudes. The sorcerer finds herself worrying that her magical reservoir may not be sufficient to face this overwhelming force. In a sudden and thoughtful act, Keiichi notices Prol's predicament and selflessly begins transferring her mana to the sorcerer, displaying her generosity and caring nature. Grateful for the support, Prol confidently carries out her part of the task, successfully creating an incredible magic barrier around Akira, enhancing the intensity of the battlefield. Amidst the battle's escalating tension, the Leviathan's spear hovers in the air, poised for action. Akira, fully aware of the immense heat emanating from Salamander's fire breath, marvels at Prol's ability to create such a protective barrier under such intense conditions. Nevertheless, he remains resolute, determined to endure it all, knowing that utilizing such a potent ability will inevitably slow down the movements of the divine beast of fire. Now they must bide their time, waiting until the searing heat of the breath subsides, giving them an opportunity to seize the moment. Akira hopes that in the midst of the great salamander's actions, it may inadvertently reveal a vulnerability in its defenses, exposing a potential breach they can exploit. He's fully aware that even after exhausting its reserves, the divine beast of fire will still desire to breathe again, offering a potential opportunity to capitalize on. Finally, the moment they had been waiting for arrives, and the great salamander's blazing fire dwindles away, leaving Akira with a perfect chance to execute his ingenious plan. It's like he's waiting for his own magical mic drop moment. Harnessing all the magical powers at his fingertips, he swiftly completes the reworking of the drawing, empowering the spear of the divine beast of water, Leviathan, with formidable force. With unwavering determination, Akira directs the spear towards the divine beast of fire, Salamander, commanding it to pierce the creature's weak point. Keiichi and Prol can hardly believe their eyes as they witness the Leviathan's spear obediently following Akira's command. The divine beast's formidable weapon soars unerringly towards Salamander's heart, piercing its body and causing a mighty explosion. In awe and shock, they witness the divine beast of fire, the mighty Salamander, defeated by Akira Rainford's strategic brilliance. Even the remarkable sorcerer Prolbreist is left in disbelief, questioning whether she's in a dream or if Akira has truly accomplished the seemingly impossible by defeating the great salamander. Back in the comfort of Akira's home, the Rainford family is gathered around the table, indulging in a relaxed and carefree meal. Amidst the laughter and chatter, Akira's mother, Diva, can't help but let her concern for her son's safety peek through. Her eyes hold a glimmer of worry. Meanwhile, Akira's father, Carl, exudes an air of unwavering confidence, convinced that nothing could possibly go awry. In his mind, it's a mere delivery of scrolls. How could things take a wrong turn? Little does he know, but Diva can't shake off her apprehensions. She points out the simple arithmetic: 4 days for the trip to the destination and back. It's the first time they've allowed Akira to venture so far on his own, and Diva can't help but let the tendrils of concern wrap around her. The concerns take an amusing turn as she ventures into the realm of teenage possibilities. Diva worries that girls might swoop down like magical butterflies, trying to charm Akira with his undeniable cuteness. While the family navigates these domestic musings, there's a missing puzzle piece in the form of the elf maid Aria. She is absent from the dinner table, which prompts Carl to inquire about her whereabouts. Diva, always in the loop, informs her husband that Aria has already eaten her meal and gone for some business. Suspicion clouds Carl's face momentarily, like a magician deciphering a hidden trick in a performance. Yet Aria is far from idle. Embarking on a secret quest of her own, she becomes an enigmatic observer from a distance. Her eyes are trained on something with a focus that matches a detective on a mission. Back on the battlefield, the once mighty salamander now lies defeated, shattered into fragments. Keiichi stands there, her eyes wide with a mix of astonishment and awe. She's realizing that Akira's magical prowess and summoning abilities exceed even the tales spun by the illustrious Princess Medisfina. A sense of reassurance washes over Keiichi, like she's found a missing puzzle piece that completes the bigger picture. As she gazes at Akira, there's a sparkle in her eyes that hints at newfound hope. Keiichi is beginning to believe that Medisfina was onto something, that with Akira by their side, the intricate situation of protecting Stormheim from impending threats could indeed be a success. With a newfound sense of confidence, the captain of the Royal Knights envisions Akira as the country's potential savior. There's an aura of assurance surrounding her, fueled by the belief that Akira's capabilities might hold the key to their nation's safety. In contrast, Prol's emotions swirl into a vortex of frustration, her demeanor tinged with displeasure. The sorcerer doesn't mince words as she fires her questions at Akira, her voice laced with a simmering anger. Prol demands honesty, her eyes boring into him as she seeks the truth about his mana condition. The sorcerer, his curiosity piqued, delves deeper, probing into the magical scroll and the elixir it contains. In addition to that, Prol's inquiries extend to the feat of summoning a divine beast, an act further amplified by the manipulation of its form. She's determined to extract every hidden secret from Akira, uncovering the enigma that lies beneath his extraordinary abilities. But try as Prol might, Akira finds himself at a loss for words, unable to offer explanations as his consciousness takes an unexpected plunge. In a dramatic turn of events, he collapses without warning, his form crumpling to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Prol's initial annoyance transforms into concern, her shouts losing their sharp edge as she implores him to stop playing games. Pral's anxiety deepens when she realizes that Akira's skin radiates warmth, a telltale sign of fever overtaking his body. With a fraction of his consciousness restored, Akira's bleary eyes flutter open, a mix of confusion and vulnerability reflected in their depths. His voice is but a whisper as he questions the recurring phenomenon of magical exhaustion, punctuated by his signature touch of sarcasm. Frustration and disbelief intertwine in his words as Akira refers to his potent magical abilities as dumb. Even in his fevered dreams, he's sassy. Amidst this unfolding drama, the scene remains oblivious to the three mysterious figures silently observing the spectacle. They linger on, shrouded in an aura of intrigue. One of them, known as Oswald Willian, the master of soul taming, contemplates the enigma that is Akira Rainford. Another, the healer named Emmeline Days, weighs in, acknowledging Akira's formidable strength in defeating an Oswald-controlled salamander. She muses on the curiosity of this non-contractual summoning. The third figure, Mean, a spatial magician, expresses concern over how Akira's unforeseen actions could disrupt their Grand Oder's plan in Stormheim. Amid their discussions, another presence emerges, a mysterious singularity who seconds Main's apprehensions. They exchange their thoughts on the significance of Akira's powers, understanding that they resonate at the level of a singularity, enough to potentially unsettle their carefully woven plan. Amidst this gathering of powerful beings, Oswald turns his attention to the enigmatic singularity, Karames, a summoner. Their dialogue shifts towards the practical aspects of dealing with what they perceive as an inconvenience. However, Karames offers caution, a reminder of the watchful gaze of someone they consider formidable, a scary big sister who casts a looming shadow over their machinations. Curiously, Oswald inquires whether Karames refers to one of the fabled four shadows, specifically Malaria of Perdition. As the discussion deepens, Oswald unfolds a tale from 7 centuries past, a saga of 4 ancient singularities forged by divine hands, igniting a ferocious war for supremacy. The mere mention of these entities sends shivers down the spine, aptly crowned shadows, the veil of darkness, owing to their awe-inspiring and terrifying prowess. Within this enigmatic assembly, Perdition emerged as an exception, an anomaly among her shadowy counterparts. Crafted by the divine hands of Chaos Ruin Mariah, one of the highest goddesses, Perdition's uniqueness lay in her resistance to the allure of power. It was she who brought a resolute end to the deadly strife that consumed the shadows, birthing the singularities. Through a pact, Perdition ensured that the creation of new singularities was forever forbidden. Oswald grapples with the enigma, questioning Perdition's motives as she, the very initiator of the pact, seems to have defied her own words. Perplexed by her actions, he struggles to fathom the reasons that have driven her to break the sacred accord. Karames steps in with a cryptic smile, suggesting that perhaps Perdition hasn't breached the pact after all, her words laden with ambiguity that piques everyone's curiosity. The notion that Perdition might be exempt from her own pact surprises the others, sparking speculation about her true intentions. Karames, however, refrains from divulging more, leaving the group in anticipation. Her cryptic musings only serve to amplify the intrigue surrounding the situation. The possibility emerges that Perdition might not be responsible for bestowing Akira with his power, absolving her of any perceived contractual violation. Yet Karames remains cautious, lacking definitive confirmation. She has gathered everyone to unveil the circumstances, seeking their input on a weighty decision, to nullify Akira's power or attempt to align him with their cause. Oswald Willian finds himself echoing the sentiment that such formidable power is too valuable to discard, despite the complexities posed by Perdition's involvement. Mean, the spatial magician, proposes a prudent approach, advocating for vigilant observation before determining whether Akira's power might transform into a threat. Karames finds merit in this notion, suggesting that their scrutiny should extend to Akira to ensure no unanticipated consequences arise. Emmeline Days, in her sarcasm, probes Kara's motives, jesting that her attention might have been fixated on Akira from the beginning, leading her to rally the others. Karames, on the defensive, clarifies her stance, revealing that it's not Akira she fears, but rather the specter of Perdition. Their conversation is cut short as Prol and Keiichi whisk Akira away, racing towards his home. In an ironic twist, Emmeline conveys that it scarcely matters now. She's curious to see just how far this boy's newfound potential can take him. Amidst the intrigue, the singularities unite around a common purpose, the revival of Icarus Enlil, their preeminent shadow. Meanwhile, the trio reaches Akira's home. Keiichi extends her apologies to Carl, a deep sense of remorse coloring her words. She discloses the truth that they embarked on a perilous expedition to confront the fire dragon and reveals Akira's hidden abilities. Keidia acknowledges her past concealment and earnestly appeals for transparency moving forward, urging Carl Rainford to share his own truth. It's like a magical confession booth. With genuine concern, she questions why he chose to conceal Akira's remarkable capabilities. In the northern region of the continent Eliana, amidst the ice-covered cliffs of Elfargo within the dominion of Stormheimen, a troubling occurrence has taken place. Many animals have met their demise in the Duchy of Kalends. A concerned man remarks that 13 animals, transformed into Odirians, were euthanized in a single day. He expresses his worry, predicting an imminent third wave. Suddenly, the Archduke, Lord Kalends Gilsodon of the esteemed Seven Houses, emerges on the scene. He reflects on the recent second wave that occurred merely a week prior, noting that the intervals between these waves are decreasing. Frustration evident, Lord Kalends questions the capability of the knights to manage the situation independently. He instructs his subordinates to dispatch a messenger bird to Stormheim, urgently requesting reinforcements in the form of a squad of mages. Meanwhile, Keiichi briefs Carl about the unfolding crisis and questions his decision to conceal Akira's unique talent. She queries why he's safeguarding Akira's ability, while all potential heirs to the throne are fervently following the Queen's directive to locate individuals capable of summoning. Carl Rainford appears baffled, grappling with the nature of the talent referred to by the Royal Knight Captain. Keiichi, however, remains content with her precision in addressing the matter, leaving Carl with little room to evade the discussion. In response, Carl professes ignorance about Keiichi's topic of conversation and raises the possibility of Akira being involved in some wrongdoing. The captain of the Royal Knights suspects a deliberate act of feigned ignorance on Carl's part. Undeterred, Keiichi challenges his attempts to obscure the truth, asserting that he cannot continue evading the truth by pretending ignorance. What a nosy captain! Once again, Carl reiterates that he genuinely has no understanding of Keiichi's intentions. As Keiichi's frustration grows, she perceives Carl's behavior as shameless. Eventually, Keiichi abandons her attempt to explain and reluctantly concedes that he might indeed be unaware of his son's abilities. She goes on to recount the incident when Akira, at the tender age of 7, summoned an advanced golem. Keiichi elaborates on how this event damaged Akira's magical nerves and resulted in his mana pocket being sealed, almost as if someone intentionally concealed it. With a taunting tone, she points out that Carl had no knowledge of any of this, implying that a young child orchestrated these seemingly impossible feats on his own. Keiichi expresses astonishment at Akira's ability to keep these secrets hidden from his father for so long, growing upset as she recollects the power she personally witnessed in Akira's magical prowess in summoning. Determined not to overlook Akira's potential, especially as a knight in service to the country, Keiichi is resolute in her determination to notify the palace about his worthiness to attend the Royal Academy of Magic and become a court summoner. Carl, taken aback by this revelation, places his trust in Keiichi's words and requests time to speak with their son. In response, Keiichi apologizes for her raised voice, acknowledging the complexities of family matters. She assures Carl that she'll be waiting at the inn to hear from him, allowing him the time he needs to converse with Akira when he wakes. Before parting ways, Keiichi leaves Carl with a final thought, acknowledging parental worries but emphasizing the country's need for Akira's talent, hinting at the possibility of Carl's involvement. As she departs, she addresses him as Carl Rainford, the once gifted mage from the Pennsylvania Academy. Meanwhile, within his room, Akira remains unconscious, grappling with a sensation of fiery magical exhaustion coursing through his body. Abruptly, a nude woman appears, assuring Akira that he has unleashed his latent magical power and that his body requires time to adapt. She consoles him, urging him not to worry and to allow her to tend to him. This woman is none other than the elf maid Aria, who affectionately refers to Akira as her future husband. She guides him in circulating his mana and shares a passionate kiss with him before he abruptly awakens to find Aria seated above him. Frustration overtakes Akira as he raises his voice, demanding an explanation from Aria about her actions. He questions her intent, to which the elf maid straightforwardly responds that it is indeed what he suspects. With resolve, Akira physically removes Aria from the bedroom, ushering her out. Seated in the corridor, Aria is left baffled, her original intention of providing a mana-circulating massage met with confusion. Subsequently, Carl approaches Aria and requests a brief conversation. Meanwhile, inside his room, Akira is now fully awake, grappling with uncertainty regarding whether the recent encounter was a dream or reality. He contemplates whether Area still perceives him as a child or now acknowledges him as a grown man. Pushing aside these trivial concerns, Akira decides to regain his composure and, at the very least, consume some elixir. To accomplish this, Akira draws a depiction of the desired object and utilizes a magical scroll to materialize the elixir. In an unexpected turn of events, the magical scroll ignites, engulfed in flames. Akira is taken aback by the sudden outbreak of fire, left astonished by the unforeseen occurrence. Akira is left in a state of astonishment, struggling to comprehend why the magical scroll has suddenly caught fire. He questions whether the drawing he made could be responsible for this unexpected conflagration, his thoughts gravitating towards a potential connection with the alteration in his magical abilities. Just then, Diva enters and begins posing inquiries to her son. She probes how he managed to summon without a formal contract in place. Akira finds himself bewildered by the sudden barrage of questions from his mother. However, Diva remains resolute, having learned from Katya about the implications of possessing boundless magical power and being capable of summoning without a contract. Meanwhile, Carl engages in a conversation with Area about the unfolding situation. He adopts a mildly reprimanding tone, reminding Area of her statement 8 years prior when she attributed Akira's injury to a mana inundation by cultists. Carl discloses that he refrained from probing further at that time, even though he knew the explanation was false. Acknowledging his own mage heritage, Carl emphasizes that he recognized the allure of those traces of immense magical power for Akira himself. Despite knowing Area's association as the Shadow of Perdition, Carl confesses that he trusted her and retained the seal on his son's magic. He conveys his disappointment, revealing that the boundless magical abilities Akira possesses indicate that he is not only a mage but also a summoner, and not just any summoner, but one who can summon without a contractual arrangement. Carl confronts Area, accusing her of being privy to this revelation and demanding to know her intentions with Akira. With stern resolve, he questions if Area has transformed Akira into one of her singularities, forcefully seeking answers from the elf maid. The Shadow of Perdition begins to speak, reminding Carl of his past promise to grant Area a family and highlighting her unwavering service grounded in that pledge. Area reveals the truth that Akira possessed summoning abilities beyond those of a singularity from the moment of his birth. She clarifies that her actions were driven by genuine concern for Akira's safety. Area explains that as his powers expanded, he would inevitably attract the attention of other shadows and singularities, posing a significant threat. Thus, her motive was to shield Akira by attempting to seal his magic. The ever-so-considerate elf. Carl responds with anger, indicating that the seal has now been broken, leaving Akira's extraordinary magical prowess unrestrained and vulnerable. Carl fears that his son's remarkable abilities will undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, putting him at risk. Area concedes that ultimately, she lacks the capability to suppress the immense talents of the boy. Perdition, with a directness, informs Carl that his son is far from being an ordinary child. He suggests that Akira may not be on par with a singularity, nor even a shadow. The revelation weighs heavily on Carl, as he comes to terms with the fact that the Rainford family remains ensnared by the curse, and now Akira is similarly afflicted. Carl expresses a sense of despair, questioning why he and his son must both suffer under this curse's burden. However, Area seeks to offer him a different perspective, urging Carl to recognize that Akira has already drawn attention. She proposes that it might be safer for Akira to reveal his magical capabilities to the world, given the threats he is already facing. Area contends that hiding Akira's powers is futile. She suggests that obtaining official recognition through a court summons would serve as a protective shield for Akira in the future. Carl, frustrated, questions whether she truly believes this is the right course of action. He challenges whether granting Akira mage status at court will deter shadow interference. Carl demands her honest opinion on whether this is genuinely the best decision for Akira's current predicament, so this guy's back at square one. Area, in response, makes a solemn pledge to Carl, acknowledging the cherished covenant between her and the Rainford family. She promises that if Akira's safety is jeopardized, she, as Malaria, will step in to shield him. Area assures Carl that she will protect his son even if she has to stand against all the shadows as her adversaries. She reassures Carl that she is willing to engage in a war of shadows to safeguard Akira. Carl, though comforted, acknowledges the intensity of Area's words, finding them both reassuring and terrifying. Subsequently, he enters his son's room and shares the news of Akira's acceptance into the Magic Academy. Akira, suspecting that Carl is aware of his summoning skills, questions his father's knowledge. Carl confirms that he indeed knows everything that Keiichi has relayed to him, including Akira's ability to summon without a contract and his exceptional mana reservoir. He candidly admits that even now, comprehending these revelations remains a challenge. Akira ponders if his father is angry and reflects that the true nature of drawing and reincarnation, as Keiichi has described, remains enigmatic. He expresses regret for any unintentional deception and offers an apology to Carl, clarifying that he never intended to deceive him. Akira opens up about his past, explaining that when he first discovered this power as a child, he was gripped by fear that its unknown nature could potentially bring trouble upon his family. Carl reassures him that there's no need to apologize now, emphasizing that he is Akira's father and that even if it were to cause trouble, he would stand by his side. Carl expresses his delight that Akira's initial concern was for the well-being of the family, acknowledging that such a decision is not an easy one for a child to make in such circumstances. He assures his son that they'll handle explaining everything to his mother. Akira comes to realize that children with magical and summoning talents must be enrolled in the Court Magic Academy. However, his father informs him that a minor complication has arisen due to the royal court now being aware of Akira's powers. Akira realizes that Keiichi must have revealed his abilities, leaving him with little control over the situation. He anticipates that his mother might actually be pleased with this career development. Despite this, Akira confesses that he never enjoyed this power and had originally aspired to take over the family business. Frustration sets in as Akira comprehends that he's now compelled to leave his family and home for several years to pursue admission into the Magical Academy. He expresses a desire to return to the days when he was teased as a magical invalid. Carl counters with a positive perspective, reminding him that his abilities can serve to protect the people he cares for. He encourages Akira to embrace this valuable gift and its potential, believing that one day he will uncover its true purpose, yet to be used and exploited by a princess. However, Akira's thoughts shift to memories of his previous life, recalling his mother's encouragement to become a manga artist. Overwhelmed, he begins to cry, alarming Carl. Carl inquires if his son has changed his mind about attending the Magical Academy, but Akira clarifies that his tears stem from the sadness of leaving his family. He acknowledges his momentary lapse into childish behavior. Carl provides comforting assurance, urging Akira not to worry and to proceed with embracing new opportunities. He underscores that his family will always be there for him to return to. Akira acknowledges that he'll always have a place where he'll be warmly welcomed. Playfully, he teases his father about having learned from Keiichi about the genius magician who left his mark on Pennsylvania's history. Carl assures him that he will share all the details once Akira successfully graduates from the Magic Academy, though he admits that it's all a bit complicated. A week later, the time has come for Akira to set off for the Magical Academy. His mother imparts some last-minute instructions, her eyes glistening with tears. Diva manages to muster a reassuring smile, assuring Akira that she will do her best not to feel lonely during his absence. Before departing, Akira turns to Aria, entrusting her with the care of his parents as he embarks on this new journey. Upon arriving at the fortress city of Stormheim, Akira finds himself in a markedly different atmosphere from his home. The opportunity to use the campaign reward money to settle his debts brings him a sense of satisfaction. He is also struck by the memory of his friend Gus, who had surprisingly exhibited immense happiness and even shed tears upon learning of Akira's admission to the Magical Academy. At the city, Keiichi and Prol are there to receive him. As they guide Akira, they notice his apparent avoidance of the captain of the Royal Knights. Keiichi's frustration is tempered by Prol's reminder that she had initially gained Akira's trust by concealing her true intentions, and then coerced him into joining the Magic Academy. The sorcerer helps Keiichi understand that Akira's wariness toward her is only natural. Despite this, Keiichi reflects on their shared survival of the salamander incident and believes a strong bond should have formed between them. Akira, however, is taken aback by her audacity, considering that she was the one who effectively forced him to leave his home by threatening his family. Soon they reach their destination and Prol bids them farewell. Akira expresses heartfelt gratitude to the sorcerer, feeling a sense of reluctance to bid her goodbye so soon. Wait, when did this happen? Prol playfully teases that she's not around to act as a babysitter for Akira. Before departing, she imparts a piece of advice. The sorcerer insists that Keiichi can be trusted, reasoning that there must have been a valid motive behind her earlier omissions. Prohl offers Akira sage counsel, likening the importance of having a heart as expansive as his latent magical power, and then takes her leave. With Prohl gone, Keisha leads Akira into the palace and departs to fetch Medisfina. As Akira steps inside, a sudden wave of pressure envelops him. The reality he's facing is not as casual as watching a movie or playing a game. The palace's grandeur leaves him feeling insignificant compared to his initial expectations. Abruptly, the princess makes her presence known from behind, cautioning Akira not to turn around. She queries him, her tone enigmatic, about the degree of his anger toward Medisfina. In a light-hearted yet somewhat mysterious manner, she asks if he's just a little angry, very angry, or absolutely furious with her. With a jesting flourish, she imitates a gun with her fingers, humorously threatening to blow a hole in him if he refuses to respond. Baffled, Akira stammers, asserting that he isn't angry, and in fact, Akira doesn't even understand why he should be upset with Medisfina. As the princess appears before him, she embarks on a rambling discourse about breaking promises and the notion that he must see her as selfish. Despite her monologue, Akira remains perplexed, his confusion stemming from his ongoing assumption that Medisfina is male. Was this dude blind or what? Akira finds himself taken aback, grappling with the identity of this girl who exudes an air of importance yet offers an apology to him. Just as she bows before him, Keisha suddenly materializes out of nowhere and delivers a swift hit. Keisha perceives Akira's acceptance of the apology as manipulative, accusing him of pressuring Medisfina into performing some humiliating act. Keisha asserts that this behavior is unbecoming of a princess and offers to take the blame upon herself. Medisfina, however, remains bewildered by Keisha's words. In the midst of this confusion, Akira voices his own bewilderment, admitting that he hasn't even met the girl who is apologizing to him. Keisha erupts in frustration, revealing that the girl is none other than Princess Medisfina, the first heiress of Stormheim. Akira is stunned to learn that Medisfina is indeed a girl, and he shouts out, suspecting that she's trying to deceive him once again, vehemently claiming that he's not easily fooled by appearances. Eventually, they settle at the dining table. Medisfina once again extends her apology to Akira. She acknowledges that she broke a significant promise and recognizes that Akira harbors resentment towards her for it. She explains that for 8 years she maintained her true identity in secrecy, but her deep longing to meet Akira in person compelled her to reveal herself. Apologizing for her self-centered actions, Medisfina expresses her desperation to make amends. Amidst her apology, Akira remains in disbelief as he takes in Medisfina's extraordinary beauty and her undeniable status as a refined princess. He finds himself questioning how she could possibly be the same Medes he knew from childhood. Sensing his contemplation, Medisfina inquires whether he's surprised to discover her true gender. Akira reflects on the past when she pretended to be a boy, admitting that her sudden disappearance without a word had caused him considerable distress and concern. After a moment of silence, Medisfina conveys that she can't provide all the details, but she's genuinely sorry for concealing her identity and breaking their promise. Should have apologized for future exploitation too. Akira extends his forgiveness, recognizing that the promise they made as children is now a thing of the past. He acknowledges the impossibility of forever concealing his powers and comes to understand that Medisfina had her own intricate reasons for her actions. He advises her not to be overly harsh on herself, jokingly remarking that despite his proximity to the castle walls, he managed to remain invisible all this time. Medisfina is heartened by his forgiveness, yet her tone shifts as she raises the prospect of Akira becoming a court summoner after graduating from the Magical Academy. This proposition bewilders Akira, as Keisha had informed him that he could return home after completing his studies at the academy. Medisfina explains that all magical talent-bearing children from Stormheim are mandated to attend the academy, and upon graduation, they gain control over their own destinies. With solemnity, she queries if Akira is aware of the relentless appearance of creatures in the north that threaten humanity, the calamity known as odors. Worried, Akira inquires if she means the undead horde leaders who were vanquished 14 years ago. He presses further, asking if the odors have resurfaced. Medisfina discloses that the odor's resurgence hasn't occurred just yet. However, she reveals a new directive. All the royal heirs have been tasked with searching the world for exceptional magicians and summoners. As the first heiress, she feels a particular responsibility to produce positive outcomes. Medisfina earnestly requests Akira to lend his power as her vassal, citing him as the most accomplished summoner she knows. Oh, the buttering! With skepticism, Akira suspects that Medisfina's courteous apology was merely a ploy to manipulate him into becoming her vassal. He asserts that his aspiration post-graduation is to inherit his father's business, sarcastically questioning whether her words should be taken as a royal decree. This stings the princess, who assures him that no one will force him into anything, and once he graduates, she won't oppose his wishes. Wanting to leave, Akira is directed by Medisfina to a room she has prepared for him. The princess expresses a desire to continue their conversation later. As Medisfina grapples with the misunderstanding, Akira also wrestles with his emotions while he rests in his room. Unexpectedly, a voice startles him, attributing his confusion to the element of surprise. To his shock, he turns and finds Kachiya seated by the room's window. Akira's astonishment is evident as he loudly questions Kachiya's presence at such a moment, and to add to that, her attire, which he finds provocative. In response, Kachiya matter-of-factly explains that her outfit is just pajamas and queries whether it's truly that odd. Annoyed, Akira inquires about the urgency that prompted her to enter his room at night while dressed in pajamas. The captain of the Royal Knights elaborates that she's just come from a pajama party, noting that her attire was chosen for that occasion. She clarifies that she enjoyed the time with Medisfina, yet her visit is driven by a desire to confirm something personally. Akira expresses confusion as he wonders aloud why he declined the princess's request. He explains his perception that Medisfina's words came across as an order from someone intent on claiming the throne. Kachiya's demeanor shifts to one of disappointment as she playfully scolds Akira for his narrow-mindedness. She self-deprecatingly calls herself an idiot for attempting to forge a friendship with someone who seems to misunderstand the princess's circumstances. Kachiya emphasizes to him that Medisfina, as the first heir to the throne, approached him with a request instead of an order, even when she's facing a potentially perilous situation where her claim could be usurped. What a manipulative witch. Perplexed, Akira seeks clarification, asking if Medisfina's situation has truly become so dire. Kachiya proceeds to elucidate that the princess isn't actually Queen Kaizera's child, but rather the daughter of the second princess. Akira's response conveys his lack of interest in politics, but Kachiya's concern is palpable, fearing that he may be too indifferent to the country's affairs. She delves into the history, recounting the war against Oders that took place 14 years prior, during which a brave couple, Queen's sister Celeria and Sword Mayan, valiantly defended the country and emerged as heroes of Stromheim. Medisfina is their daughter, and thus the heir to the esteemed Mayan family. Akira's realization dawns as he connects the dots to Medisfina's true identity, her actual name being Medisfina Mayan. Kachiya provides further context, explaining that the kingdom has long been ruled by queens and has a rich legacy of heroism supporting the monarchy. This led Queen Kaizera to establish a magic academy after the war, mandating enrollment for individuals under 18 with magical abilities. Originally, the throne was to be inherited by the queen's biological daughter, the first Princess Ursula. However, Ursula relinquished her claim to the throne, opening the way for Medisfina to qualify. Due to a national law preventing men from ascending the throne, Lady Medisfina, although not a direct descendant, becomes the sole heir. Yet a more complex issue arises with the first prince, Oswell. Unlike Medisfina, Oswell possesses magical talents and has extensively studied magic in foreign lands under the queen's directives. He disapproves of the country's tradition of hero worship and swordsmanship, aspiring instead to transform the nation into a magical powerhouse by adopting practices from advanced magical societies. Oswell's ambitions pose a challenge, as he's been granted equal footing with Medisfina and is vying for the throne through competition. Akira proposes a seemingly straightforward solution: let Medisfina and Oswell compete, with the victor assuming the throne. However, Kachiya is quick to explain the far-reaching consequences. She reveals that if Oswell becomes king, their country could easily fall prey to foreign influences, as he has the backing of another nation. Kachiya tugs at Akira's conscience, highlighting that Medisfina's choice to request his assistance rather than command it demonstrates her respect for his feelings. Kachiya recounts an earlier pajama party, noticing Medisfina's eyes gleaming with pride while hearing about Akira's accomplishments. The captain of the Royal Knights believes that Medisfina is the one capable of safeguarding their country. Finding solace in the idea that Akira, blessed by the goddess, could stand by her side, she implores Akira to acknowledge the responsibility that comes with great power. Yet when she senses his resistance, Kachiya attempts to sway him through a more personal approach and decides to seduce the boy. Someone call the magical harassment helpline. However, their conversation is interrupted as Medisfina enters Akira's room, witnessing him and Keiichi in a close embrace. The princess takes offense, sulking at the sight. Both Keiichi and Akira earnestly attempt to dispel the misunderstanding, emphasizing that their interaction holds no guilt or ulterior motives. The following day, Medisfina joins Keiichi and Akira on a tour of the castle, playfully teasing them about their previous private moment. By the tour's end, they manage to assure her that there was no hidden agenda behind their interaction, effectively dispelling any misunderstanding. With spirits lightened, Medisfina enthusiastically guides Akira through the castle. He marvels at the grandeur of the main gate, finding himself at a loss for words. The princess proceeds to elaborate, revealing that the east gate houses the court knights, while the west gate leads to the magic academy. As they converse, Keiichi suggests that Akira undergo a preliminary checkup, considering his enrollment is scheduled for the next day. However, he courteously declines. Suddenly, a wagon arrives bearing wounded men from the Duchy of Calanthea. Keiichi informs Akira that these men have returned after battling the odors. Rushing to them, Medisfina greets them with tearful eyes, expressing her gratitude and pride in their service to the country. Holding onto a man's hand, she reassures them that they are the nation's pride. Are all the girls this manipulative? Amidst the emotional scene, Keiichi explains that while the soldiers have returned from combating the odors, the authorities still cannot publicly acknowledge the resurgence of the threat. Akira finds this treatment of the soldiers unjust, sensing they aren't being given due credit. Medisfina passionately echoes his sentiment, praising these brave individuals who selflessly sacrifice their lives for the country, seeking neither reward nor glory. In the midst of their conversation, a voice interjects, harshly criticizing the traditional swordsmanship and exposing the falsehoods that often shroud heroes' names. The source of the voice is revealed to be Oswell, the first prince. He dismissively refers to the returning soldiers as pitiable victims who were offered as a bargaining tool. Medisfina intervenes, cautioning him that he's gone too far in his remarks. Oswell bitterly lays out the harsh reality of the escalating odor threat, warning that the days of peace are dwindling rapidly. He asserts that blind faith in heroes and swords won't be sufficient to defend against the growing menace. According to him, it's only a matter of time before the general populace recognizes the escalating danger. Oswell argues that Stormheim's fixation on heroes has rendered the nation weak and stagnant, lagging behind the rest of the world due to clinging onto obsolete traditions. Ahem finally some bitter truth. In response, Medisfina challenges Oswell's perspective, questioning whether his proposed alliance with foreign nobles to bring mages into the country is truly the right approach. While she acknowledges the importance of expanding magical prowess through international cooperation, Medisfina emphasizes that the legacy of the sword remains a source of pride that has safeguarded their realm for generations. She envisions a harmonious coexistence between sword and magic. Medisfina firmly demands that Oswell retract his belittling comment about the knights being mere pawns. In a display of arrogance, the first prince dismisses the knights' efforts, citing the Archduke Callan's Gilsadin's plea for mage reinforcements at the front lines in Callan's territory. He questions whether even a single suitable mage or summoner was dispatched in response to the request. Oswell mocks Medisfina, probing her contributions to advancing magic within the country. He continues to deride her, pointing out that while he commands a substantial number of mages and summoners, she lacks even one capable spellcaster ready to defend her cause. Oswell challenges her, demanding tangible proof of her dedication to the nation and its people, asserting that without accomplishment, she's unworthy of leadership. Further lowering his tone, Oswell suggests that Medisfina should consider marrying the second prince of Schaffhausen Kingdom as a means to serve Stormheim through the second prince's support. This angers Akira, who recognizes his own past tendencies in Oswell's behavior, dismissing those who offer their assistance. Fueled by indignation, Akira proudly declares his allegiance as Lady Medisfina's chosen summoner, proclaiming himself the summoner of the commoners. Oh boy, you are going to regret this. Akira discerns that it's evident at a glance that Oswell is the type of person who wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice others for his own gain, much like Akira himself used to be. In stark contrast, Medisfina displays compassion for her people. As a citizen of Stormheim, Akira fervently wishes for Medisfina to become the ruler. He confidently asserts that he's chosen by the princess and proudly declares himself the summoner of the common people. However, in the heat of the moment, Akira realizes that he may have gone a bit overboard in his attempt to support Lady Medisfina. Better late than never. Oswell's surprise is palpable as he questions Akira's origin and identity. He identifies himself as the son of the magic shop owner located behind the fortress wall. Oswell asserts his knowledge of the country's prominent figures, implying that he would have known about Akira's talent even if he were a commoner. The first prince mocks Akira, insinuating that he probably performed poorly on the qualification test and questioning his ability to summon even a basic slime. In an effort to defuse the situation, Akira attempts to downplay his abilities. However, this doesn't sit well with Medespina, who won't tolerate any disparaging remarks about Akira. Defending him vehemently, she boldly claims that Akira is even more talented than the noble-born individuals. The princess's assertion doesn't go unnoticed by the surrounding guards and soldiers. Despite Medespina's strong defense, Oswell counters by stating that she's going overboard, suggesting that Akira couldn't possibly surpass nobles who possess generations of magical talent. Unwavering in her confidence, Medespina stands by her words, asserting that foreign spellcasters and nobles pale in comparison to Akira. She's ready to stand by her declaration, leading Oswell to propose a test, a duel between the aristocratic students and the commoner students of the academy. Oswell presents the terms. If he loses, he'll offer a formal apology to Akira and acknowledge Medespina's success in unearthing new talent. Conversely, if Medespina loses, she'll agree to involve foreign nations in Stormheim's magical development and concede to his previously mentioned proposal. Kachia and Akira worry that this challenge might be a trap designed to ensnare Medespina. Kachia voices her protest, labeling the decision to determine such critical matters based on an argument as absurd. Oswell attempts to belittle Medespina by implying that she's uncertain, prompting her to forget the conversation entirely. Akira recognizes Medespina's naivety and Oswell's cunning manipulation tactics. How the tables have turned. He's relieved that Kachia is there to help the princess see reason, pointing out that such a significant challenge should not be taken lightly. Despite the situation's complexity, Medespina boldly accepts the challenge, confident in her impending victory as long as Akira stands beside her. She reminds Oswell to uphold his promise, demanding a proper apology if he loses and emphasizing his responsibility to help his people. Akira can't help but feel astonished by Medespina's unwavering determination and her willingness to rush headlong into uncharted territories. At the Stormheim Royal Academy of Magic, two folks appear to be engaged in a conversation. One's the head of the academy, the other is a very sought-after teacher named Prohl Bryce, here for an interview. Getting straight to the point, the head asks Prohl Bryce why she chooses this academy to teach, given she's rejected countless offers from very high-end institutes. Calm as a cucumber, Prohl Bryce says there's no big reason. She just has a feeling that the upcoming year is going to be quite interesting. Scene shifts to the bustling academy student cafeteria. Here comes Anthony Green, a magic whiz at level 21, headed straight to his female friends Elisa Regan and Annie Breitling. There appears to be some news about an upcoming confrontation between the regular students and the Snooty nobles. Elisa's giving Anthony some side-eye, hinting he might want to dial down the shouting. Annie spills the tea. There's going to be a full-on showdown, starring the famous Lady Medespin and Mr. Oswell's crew. Anthony's all like, can we trust Lady Medespin's promise to get married based on this duel's outcome? One of the gals confirms, but Anthony remains skeptic. Elisa's retorts like, dude, you're turning into the princess's bodyguard. They dive into the challenge of facing the fancy elite class, fresh off their overseas adventures. Anthony's nerves get even twitchier when he hears the upper class has not one, not two, but 3 whiz summoners. Just when things are getting heated, in comes Demetrius Fawnwell, a tall glass of water at silver rank 28. And he's not here to play nice. He calls the princess hopeless and continues to sling insults. But him grabbing Annie by the neck hits the too close for comfort zone. Demetrius insults her lower class status, calling her a bitch from a dubious institution. Tears in her eyes, Annie sits still, powerless. That is when another character enters, Mr. Alistair, a bronze mage at level 15. He's Demetrius' older bro. If it isn't my older brother, says Demetrius in a condescending tone. This is followed by a straight-up mock, pointing at Alistair's commoner level magic, when he's also a noble born. Not paying heed to his brother's insults, Alistair defends Annie, saying she works hard to feed her family and there exists no nobler cause. Furthermore, this institute exists so magicians from all backgrounds can join and work together for the development of magic. This is what the Queen wishes. What the queen wishes will soon become clear, says Demetres. For it will matter not if Lady Metasphina loses this upcoming duel, as a result of which she will be forced into marriage with a foreign noble. And with her gone, her special scholarship that allows students like Annie to study at Stormheim will be revoked, destroy many futures as a result. Hearing this, despair engulfs anyone not warned nobility. While everyone loves Lady Metasphina, they think that she has taken up a battle she can't win. Panic's in the air, and the unspoken fears are suddenly spoken. In the midst of this nail-biting showdown, a collective oh moment dawns. Alistair drops a truth bomb that shakes everyone up. The princess may still have a hidden ace up her sleeve, a super-duper mage who's also a commoner. Elsewhere, Greta greets Akira and congratulates him on securing a position at this prestigious institute. After mentioning Akira's upcoming duel with Oswell, she can't help but call this future grim. With that, she goes over the main academy rule for leveling up. This academy has a 4-year curriculum, and at the time of graduation there is a separate exam for each rank, and to pass one has to reach gold status in his or her 4 years at the academy. The graduate will be awarded an honorary title and be allowed to marry a noblewoman. What? Take me to this academy, I want to marry, I mean study. But all this comes also with a warning. The ones who can't reach gold status in those 4 years will be expelled, with no chance for re-entry. Damn. Heading out, Akira's in the corridor headed to his next lecture. On his way, he can't help but think of getting expelled so he can just go home and not fight the upcoming duel. He keeps overloading his brain by thinking of what's going to happen to him. He has to fight, but what if he loses? No, he can't retreat now. He's come too far, and he just sits down in a hunched position, his brain fried. That is when Ketchia comes calling. Lady Metasphina wants to chat with Akira. As soon as Akira appears before her, she immediately goes into apology mode. With a tone that's half apologetic and half let's sort this out, she dives into a confession session. She states that she should have asked Akira before pulling him into her mess. And as Akira is contemplating his next moves, my lady sprinkles in a bit of pressure by saying that if he pulls out now, she'll be married off. What kind of blackmail is this? Thinks Akira. She puts on a bit more pressure on Akira, but seeing his helpless eyes, my lady eventually halts her advances. With tears in her eyes, she smiles and says that Akira's right. Her being married off into a house of nobility is the best course of action. Witnessing this fake smile of hers, Akira can't but think of all the challenges Metasphina's had to give since her parents passed away when she was only 15. Feeling like her being in this situation is, in some way, his fault too, Akira can't back down now. With determined eyes, Akira says that he supports Lady Metasphina's desire to create a society in which people are given opportunities, regardless of status. To the best of my abilities, I shall help you, declares Akira like a man. These words hit her like a glitter bomb of sincerity, and the lady herself starts getting a bit teary-eyed. It's like watching a character leveling up in the game of feelings. In this moment, it's like Lady Metasphina's internal light bulb flickers on. She's totally made the right choice in picking him. She's always known he's got the empathy levels of 1,000 fuzzy kittens. As he's promising his all, he adds a, but don't blame me if things go south. There's this unspoken understanding in the air, like they're the co-stars of a magical bond. Fast forward to the next days, and Akira's role as the princess's ultimate summoner becomes the main attraction. It's like the Academy's got its very own superstar. In his cozy study, the first prince is deep in a date with dusty old books, looking a tad silly with a pair of binoculars that scream, "I'm serious about reading." Suddenly, he mutters Akira as he goes all Sherlock Holmes on the identity of the princess's chosen summoner. Who would have thought it would be our guy Akira, right? It's like the universe played a surprise party on him. Then it hits him. Akira's name rings a bell. A lightbulb moment happens when he realizes Akira is the spawn of the dude he playfully nicknames the Pan-Sylvan Devil. He's playing the name game like a pro and starts wondering if Akira's dad went all Houdini. Explaining his merchant facade in Stormheim, he nudges his assistant Ermera for intel, and she's got that "I got files on files" look. Doubts about Akira's skills start peeking into the prince's brain. In another corner of this magical world, Akira is taking up valuable space in a classroom, marveling at Metasphina's audaciousness. Even during the most riveting lecture, he feels the laser stare of every eyeball in the room. Expectations are sky high, and there's a sprinkle of doubt in the air about Akira's magical prowess. But our boy knows he's got to push forward for the princess's sake, even if he's in a mental loop of, can I really do this? Enter Greta, putting on an extra layer of swagger, asking if everyone's caught wind of the royal showdown. The lecture hits the pause button, all because a certain gentleman from the noble side decided to pull a vanishing act. Greta spills the beans on the dual lineup, starting with Alistair Fonwell, then Ani Breitling, Elisa Regan taking the middle spot, and assistant captain Anthony Green joining the fray. In the middle of it all, Akira, a silver-ranked hero in a sea of golden greatness. And then, drum roll please, Greta unveils the grand final. Akira, the captain handpicked by the princess herself. The classroom goes full-on cheer mode, giving Akira a taste of that short-lived fame. Let the boy have his moment in the spotlight. Meanwhile, back in the land of sword-swinging princesses, Medisfina and her trusty sidekick engage in a practice sword fight. Her assistant sniffs some hesitance in the air and goes all therapist, asking if academy troubles are messing with her mojo. Medisfina spills the tea. Nobody at school knows the full scoop, and she's second-guessing her decision to keep him in the dark. Then it gets juicier. There are rumors flying around, whispering about an epic romance brewing between Medisfina and Akira. The news hits her like a sudden downpour, mixing shock with a dash of fluster. She does some speed damage control, defending her honor in the most innocent way possible. Later, Greta introduces the game to the Corona Electro, this fancy gizmo that measures magic power. Spoiler alert, only Anthony makes the cut, and everyone else gets a better luck next time. Speech. Greta's all about highlighting the haves and have-nots, making it clear that the enemy squad is rocking more gold ranks than a hip-hop music video. The spotlight turns to Akira, who's grappling with the should I or shouldn't I dilemma. But curiosity wins the day, and he takes a shot. What happens next is like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Akira's mana levels go beyond everyone's wildest dreams, skyrocketing from "hey, that's pretty good" to "whoa, is this guy made of pure magic?" It's like the room turned into a jaw-dropping contest. Everyone's left wide-eyed and speechless. Akira's magical power isn't as strong as they thought. It's just a 70 because he's at level 7. The list gets all loud, pointing out that Akira's power is way lower than 700. She's making it seem like he's super weak compared to everyone else. Alistair gets annoyed by Elisa's outburst and tells her to chill. But even Alistair secretly hopes for a twist, like maybe Akira's got some hidden power. Plot twist. They're all in Manga, but Elise shuts down that idea real quick, saying they're not the main characters of a novella. Who's gonna tell them? Mr. Alistair thinks the princess's decision is a little too impulsive, and that she might not be making the best choices. Elise suggests that maybe the princess getting married could be a good thing. However, not much helps Alistair calm his worries about their future if the princess leaves. She's their main supporter, and without her, they might lose their spot in the academy. Later in their dorm room, Anthony offers Akira the bottom bunk and suggests they switch. Anthony even throws in the whole closet for the top bunk. Akira's like, "Nah, I don't have a ton of clothes, thanks." Anthony brings up the fact that people had high hopes for Akira, but it didn't turn out that way. Things get awkward, and Akira starts asking Anthony about magic and the academy. They decide to pretend they're meeting for the first time, and Anthony apologizes for being a bit harsh earlier. Akira wonders if his magic is too strong for the measuring gadget, but he keeps quiet about it. Anthony thinks they should get to know each other better. He talks about needing a roommate for a while. Akira sees that Anthony's a good guy and is nervous about the upcoming duel. Right before the big competition, Annie comes to Anthony with a worried face and asks about their plan even though they're at a disadvantage. They talk about the princess's choice of Akira and worry about losing their spots at the academy. Anthony, after talking to Akira, admits they don't have much info on magic, summoning, strategy, or power. Annie's mad the princess's risky decision, but she's not giving up. Then Demetrius shows up, all smug, and teases them about how a silver rank like Akira could beat them. He's not taking Akira seriously. Anthony stays cool and says they can't be sure who will win. He points out that they're both silver rank, so it's fair. During dinner, Alistair throws out the genius idea of throwing a party to mark Akira's induction into the squad. He's like, "Hey Akira, don't let yourself down, man. It's gonna be all good." Elise, who's basically a human dark cloud, chimes in with her classic pessimism, saying the princess is on her way to becoming Mrs. Somebody because victory ain't in the cards. Just then, Akira drops a simple question about summoning with a gold rank, and bam. Everybody's gobsmacked, but hold up before they can even unravel that riddle. Ani struts in like a waterfall of tears, stealing the spotlight. Greta is all in, buried in her hunt for answers. digging into old books like a treasure-hunting maniac. She's on a mission to figure out why Princess Medisfina would pick a leader and summoner like Akira with a measly mana score of 70. After a serious marathon of reading, she finally uncovers something intriguing. Throughout history, there have been cases of magic folks having puny mana levels but still doing magic stuff. She catches on that there's a hiccup in Akira's situation. It's like the Corona Electro. The mana measuring gizmo isn't playing fair. Its cap is at 4 digits, and even the super-duper platinum rank can't hit 3,000. Greta's light bulb moment is that maybe Akira's packing 5 digits, some mega power the gizmo can't handle. No wonder he's keeping things on the down low. While she's deep in this revelation mode, Mr. Alistair's goes, urgent summon please. They rush to Anthony's place, and guess what? Anthony's not in his prime shape. Surprisingly, Annie's a mess of tears at the sight. Maybe because Anthony's their Hail Mary for the competition. Anthony's all battered and bruised, arms broken, and everything. Ouch, that's gotta sting. He's a walking evidence of a beating, and while magic healing's a thing, a full recovery needs about 3 weeks. The gang, Akira, Alistair, Annie, Elise, are staring at Anthony like he's a busted treasure. The crowd notices this and calls foul play on the other team for beating Anthony to pulp. They're shouting for the contest to stop, but Greta's like, sorry, orders are orders. And she's chilling like a pro. In the midst of all this mess, Annie's retelling Anthony's big speech. He reminded them that this competition's payback for the princess's goodwill and all that, and it's their job to stick to the mission. Annie tried to talk sense to Demetrius and pals to lay off Anthony, so the contest's fair, but it's like talking to a brick wall. Annie's wiping away tears like there's no tomorrow as she recalls the whole drama. Acker is boiling with anger as he listens. He's trying not to blow a gasket, but this is some heavy stuff. Slowly, Anthony gets back on his feet and confesses the magical healing worked. Despite everyone begging him to chill, he's set on fighting in the contest. Anthony's playing down the beating he took, saying they should have busted his legs if they really wanted him out. Dude's stubborn, standing his ground against his friend's pleas to back off. Greta's like, yeah, he's in. She checks if they're cool with the plan they talked about. So Akira's just watching as Anthony gets ready to summon a creature. He's wondering how Anthony's gonna pull this off in his condition. Greta gives the nod, and Anthony's super focused, starting the summoning show. Alyssa's all, hold up, this is risky business. They remind Anthony that even if he nails the summoning, he might get a beast way above his pay grade. But Anthony's got a trick up his sleeve, well, his finger. He shows off a fancy ring that cuts mana usage by 30%. And then it's showtime, lights, circle, action. Greta gave a heads up that this ain't a piece of cake, but Anthony's in it to win it. He's summoning like a champ, putting all he's got into it, getting ready to rumble in the upcoming showdown. Akira, Annie, Elise, Mr. Alistair, and Professor Greta form a little team huddle, watching the show unfold. Greta's the first to break the quiet, pointing out that Anthony's not exactly in peak emotional shape, especially considering his condition. She adds that dealing with a genie isn't a piece of cake right now. Annie's on the brink of tears, super surprised that Anthony could summon a creature despite his state. She's all arms open, almost diving in for a half hug of happiness. And then there's Akira, standing there like he's seen a unicorn. He's thinking that he hadn't realized making a pact with a genie could be this tough. He's just watching as Anthony stays put on the ground, surrounded by his buddies who are beaming with pride. Greta's words of praise reach Anthony's ears, and he answers with a shy smile, showing he's got resolve even if it hurts. Professor Greta clears things up, saying that the genie, a middle-class one, needs mana at its level. She gives Anthony a pat on the back for officially becoming a middle-class summoner. Even though his new genie pal looks all friendly and cuddly, Greta's reminding them that even with that fancy ring, Anthony's not far from running on empty in the mana department. With a bold face, Anthony's goes, hey, tomorrow's game day, let's catch him off guard. He's all about snatching opportunities, and he's not afraid to say it out loud. Sunrise, new day, and the arena's crackling with competition vibes. The academy's set for a showdown, with the prince and princess on their high chairs. The first prince's words are a bit puzzling. He's wishing the other team well. Doesn't add up, right? In a different scene, Pearl Bryce is doing the cloak thing, making her look all mysterious. An older dude comes up to her, all respectful and stuff. He's trying to give her fancy titles, but she's like, nah, don't call me that. But does he get it? Nope. He's calling her the genius of all geniuses. And he's even adding in Pennsylvania. Like, really, dude? He's happy to team up, and she's just getting annoyed. He's sure he knows the winner already, thinking the other team won't last. He's got a big soft spot for the rich folks, mentioning how they're back from abroad and buffed up. But Prol's not sweating it. She's got that confidence thing going on, thinking the commoner crew's got this. Right before the big match, Greta's hanging out with the Gang of Five, giving them a pep talk. She's breaking down the team. Alistair's staying put, then Annie and Elise. And guess what? Akira's the in-name-only captain, with Anthony being the true leader as assistant captain. Grit is poking fun at Akira, asking if he's all in his feelings. Akira's keeping cool, taking it in stride. He explains he wants to watch a bunch of fights before he's up, for recon purposes. But he's worried about Anthony's well-being, so he checks in with Greta about it. Anthony's got a request for the gang, telling them to face the challenge head-on and with honor. He's sure they might not win, but giving up's not an option. He's pumped up, saying they'll find a way to win. And off they go, ready to give the crowd a shocker with their performance. The epic battle kicks off at the Royal Magical Academy, nestled in a gorgeous landscape of hills and forests. The Academy is a magical marvel, towering spires reaching for the sky with twinkling enchantments that cast a dreamy glow. Students decked out in deep indigo and emerald green robes move along cobblestone paths while casting spells and incantations. The excitement is electric within the Academy's hallowed halls. A big showdown's coming up, pitting the fancy aristocrats against the tough commoners. Aristocrats have fancy magic lineage, while commoners have grit and resourcefulness. The Academy's grand arena transforms into a magic show, filled with students ready to see the duel. Banners with team symbols flap above, and a huge crystal on pedestal shines, a prize called the Beacon of Equilibrium. As the sun sets, tension soars. Aristocrats look regal, while commoners shoot determined looks in simpler outfits. It's like magical titans are about to face off, mixing tradition and innovation. Under the blue banner, commoners Akira and Anthony stand side by side. On the other side are Patricia Toll, rocking a quirky sorting hat, Aloy Newman, and Demetrius from the Avant-Garde. Princess Medisfina is happy to see Akira as captain, and she's hopeful. She guesses Akira didn't join the Avant-Garde because he's still shy like a little kid. The first prince is all curious, asking if her secret summoner will surprise her. Medisfina's like, yep, big changes ahead. Demetrius mocks again, but they're determined. He's still trying to get on Annie's nerves, suggesting she go back to the pub, and now it's time to know what the aristocrats are about. Pranny looks at her opponents like she's the queen of the world, underestimating them with an attitude. She wishes she'd gone first. Suddenly, she spots Prol Bryce and is shocked. She goes up to her, asking if she's here to watch. Cranny's super honored to meet her. Demetrius steps up, ready to show the commoners their place. Little does he know, Prol's got her own common roots. Flutes play, signaling the start. Akira thinks it's all a bit too fancy. The first fight's announced, Demetrius versus Alistair. Everyone teases Alistair for hanging out with the regular folks. The fight begins, with Demetrius and Alistair facing off. Demetrius mocks Alistair, but Alistair hits back. Demetrius thinks Alistair is a disgrace to his family and vows to end it tonight. They go at it, and Demetrius isn't playing fair. The match rolls on, leading up to a big tackle. The duel's final leaves the audience in awe as Alistair emerges as the victor. The dramatic tackle that ends the match leaves everyone stunned, and even Demetrius' teammates are left wide-mouthed in disbelief. Pranny's expression is hilariously over the top, and even the princess stands up, letting out a joyful squeal to catch a better view. The scene takes a sharp turn as Demetrius rises and catches Alistair off guard, changing the situation abruptly. Demetrius uses an earth technique that severely injures Alistair, who is swiftly attended to by medics. Frustration and self-doubt engulf Alistair, leaving him feeling defeated and disheartened. He's then taken away for medical attention. As the spectacle unfolds, Annie's sympathy morphs into a furious emoji, and she boldly struts onto the battlefield to give Mr. Despicable Demetrius a piece of her mind. At this point, the Demetrius Disapproval Club is fully booked. Anyone still holding a membership card might need a reality GPS. Pranny decides to serve a side of taunts, but Annie's response is as unshaken as a boulder in an earthquake. Wands start doing the Macarena, and fists fly faster than gossip in a magic school. It's like a wizard duel combined with a chaotic dance-off. Amidst the whirlwind of chaos, Annie's wardrobe faces an identity crisis and decides to take on the role of confetti. At this point, Annie has had enough and delivers a punchline that lands as solidly as a cartoon anvil. Hey, if you're so eager to see my fashion secrets, just ask instead of playing magical peekaboo. It's a showdown that combines spells, punches, and sass, leaving the audience wondering if they stumbled into a magical comedy club instead of a duel. According to Annie, the most important thing the Academy has given her is not her skills as a magician or the opportunity to have success in life. Rather, it is the comrades she found on her way to success. Her comrades are greatly moved by her remarks. Annie sure is a girl filled with the flames of resolution and determination. If it was for her alone, she would have given up, but to mock her friends, she'll fight. If Mr. Demetrius' goal is not competition, then even for 1,000 coins, Annie wouldn't serve her. Rather, she would trample him in the mud too for mocking her friends. In her desperation to teach Demetrius a lesson, Annie unleashes a powerful move upon her foe. Demetrius, now starting to get worried, enchants an equally powerful spell and counters Annie's spell. But clearly enough, Demetrius has the above hand. Annie's friends are starting to get worried now. They also care greatly for Annie, and so they're trying to persuade her outside of the arena to call her quits. Both Annie and Demetrius are fighting the same spell, the Firestorm Supreme Bruise. A whirlwind of fierce flames appears on the battlefield. Looks like the audience is also starting to become aware of the actual situation. For a silver rank, this guy has too much mana. That doesn't really add up when you come to think of it. The nobleman's fire spell seems like an additional enchant, so Annie might have some chance of winning. However, this much is clear. The full play man, who apparently is the nobleman, has used the mana booster buff prior to the fight. Demetrius' family members had given him a 50-year-old mandragora root, and to swallow 3 sprouts of it, mana obviously must still be bursting out of him. Annie's friends are cheering for her. In an interesting turn of events, the nobleman filled with foul morals overpowers Annie's spell. She has lost her resorts of mana, and then Annie is helpless from the flames. She's lying down with rashes, burns, and wounds all over her body. Her friends are greatly worried to see her in such a condition. Demetrius exclaims if she had been obedient from the start, she wouldn't have had to see such faith, but Annie is still happy with what she achieved. To hold up against a silver rank for such long, nobody thought Annie had the potential. Even lying miserable on the ground, she taunts Demetrius and exclaims that she'll definitely win in her next match. Demetrius is obviously pissed off too. I think his ego got hurt by that remark. His family asks him if he's exhausted and wants to back up, but no, he's currently like a Dracula on a rampage, thinking of destroying everything that comes along his path. Okay, that got a bit too far. I think this guy needs to wake up to reality now. He's thinking about swatting every last gnat, but I doubt he'll be able to do it till Akira. Just wait till Antony's turn, and then you'll be the one who swats. Now it's Elsie's turn to fight. Obviously, she's enraged at Demetrius too. After all, what he did to her comrade Annie is just unforgivable. Akira also tries to warn Elsie. He exclaims that Demetrius isn't acting like himself today, and maybe he'll also do certain unimaginable things to her too. But Elsie is resolute. Filled with fierce determination, she steps forward. Elsie recalls her past dreams. She never wanted to be a magician. She wanted to be beautiful, a shining diva on the stage. But her grades were good, and only we Asians know what that means. Just like the average Asian kid, she was also dragged into the magic school and had to bid goodbye to her dreams. In her own thoughts, she wants to give up already, but she's in a pointless match now, as if she could win. But either way, she continues to strive hard, and she's been resisting for a long time now. Demetrius also exclaims to just give up. He considers everyone to be mediocre, mere commoners, and he alone is at the top. Even my school's principal doesn't think that highly of himself. He's getting pissed off now, but Elsie stays on the battlefield, and she intends on fighting to the end. Elsie's friend exclaims that she's the one who's always grumbling, preferring to stay out of the way. But Elsie remarks that she's not stupid enough to do the impossible. She doesn't need anyone to tell her that this fight isn't worth it. Everyone is asking Elsie not to be too hard on herself. She did well in the competition, and she should better call it quits now. Perhaps her previous encounters have really drained all of her mana. Demetrius, maintaining his mockery, also makes fun of Annie. If her friends are asking her to back off, then according to Demetrius, she isn't an opponent. He offers Elsie that he'll let her go if she backs off now, but Elsie remarks to break his jaw with her next move. Perhaps both of the contestants are a bit tired now. Nobody expected Elsie to be so stubborn, and Demetrius also can't spend any more mana before the next fight. Otherwise, it might end his winning streak along with his ego. Elsie uses her hovering crystal fangs over the egoist, exclaiming maybe he's the one who's getting out of mana and not her. Demetrius blocks and counters using his Wrath of the Earth. A huge explosion takes place, almost knocking both the contestants away. The gusts are so powerful that they even affect the onlookers. Well, the gusts must be fierce, but Elsie's ponytails are holding up pretty well. Elsie is also starting to catch wind of the situation. She also suspects Demetrius of cheating. He must have done something before the fight. No matter how aristocratic he is, he has too much mana to be real. Even if Elsie and the others file a report, the referee will say it's all within his limits. A purposeless protest. Talk about being so noble that the whole system is under you. But what is Elsie trying so hard to accomplish here? Even she is unaware of that. After the display of some flashing moves and some explosions, Elsie is lying on the grounds, her friends screaming her name. Everyone is starting to get worried about Elsie now. Perhaps it was too much for her from the very beginning. And now comes the mockery part. That's a bad habit Demetrius can't drop. First, stripping Annie's clothes, and now he lifts her from her hair. No nobleman does that. Where's noble in this act? Demetrius mocks her, saying she should admit now that she has used all her tricks, and now is empty-handed. Her friends are now crying and screaming. This is certainly too much for friends to bear. Elsie recalls when her father proposed that she should get into the Magic Academy. She has a passion for music, but according to her father, she has a talent for magic, and she should get that royal degree. Out of respect for her very father who didn't take care of her passion, she should work hard to uplift his name. I can't get any more of this crap now. She also had to listen to all of those negative comments our toxic relatives have to say. I think it's like food for them to pass out those toxic comments. Elsie joined the academy, but however, she wanted to be expelled at once. But then something interesting happened. She met friends there, people who actually care for her feelings and make her feel like home even outside of home. Her friends were all wonderful people who never lost their compassion. They were all in a much more difficult position than she was. She never knew how nice it can be to make someone smile. And so she doesn't allow herself to give up now. Holding the egoist's hand, she exclaims that in spite of the opportunity she was given, she will lighten the burden for Anthony now. She'll make him spend so much of his dishonest power, and that's why she can't allow herself to give up now. To repay the comrades who took care of her once, she unleashes another magical move. Is it going to take down this egoist now, or will it still result in Elsie's defeat? Elsie grabs on to Demetrius's wrist with both hands tightly and lets loose her absorption magic gift, Mana Drain. From the spectators' stands, everyone reveals shocked expressions of their own. They can't believe she was hiding such an incredible trump card this whole time. There are even comments of how she's latched on to him like a leech, sucking away at his power. In a fit of rage, Demetrius smacks Elsie across the cheek with his free hand, hurting her greatly as he insultingly calls her a bloodsucker. Everyone in the stands is shocked by how brutal and vulgar Demetrius is being, showing horrified expressions at what they're being forced to watch. Meanwhile, Demetrius smacks Elsie over and over, calling her a girl from the bottom of society and demanding to know who allowed her to absorb the mana of a nobleman like him. Each time he smacks her, he demands that she let him go, but Elsie holds on and refuses to give in. Unable to keep watching their friends suffer such a painful humiliation, her friends call out to Elsie, begging her to stop and just give up. However, it's clear she won't. Elsie has already accepted her own defeat, but now she's clinging on desperately in order to help her comrades. The only way she can, by extracting Demetrius's mana. Akira can barely stay in place, his hair shadows his eyes as a silent fury overtakes him. Back on the battlefield, Demetrius has devolved from smacking Elsie to hurling swears at her and threatening her life, swearing to kill her. Though he's trying to put on a smug face, he's starting to panic at how low his mana is getting. As Elsie's friends scream out in horror, Demetrius unleashes a point-blank explosion right in Elsie's face. Tears stream down their faces as they stare out at the aftermath of Demetrius's attack. Elsie has fallen unconscious with terrible injuries from the explosion, and yet, even in defeat, her hands stay strong on Demetrius's wrist. The man in question breaks down into mocking laughter at that fact before telling her to be grateful he didn't just kill her. Elsie's friends rush over to her position, desperate to get her medical attention at once. Meanwhile, Akira quietly makes a request of Anthony. He wants to switch places with him so he can face Demetrius himself. However, Anthony denies his request, telling him he's no opponent for them anyways with his 70 mana, and even disregarding that he's just had enough. He can't bear to stand by and watch anymore while others are made to suffer. At the very least, he will beat Demetrius. He has to do that much. Up in the teacher's seating area, Anthony's teacher admits he's the strongest in her class other than Akira. Down in the stands, Akira is greeted by Alistair when he comes up to him from behind, covered in bandages, from a head wrap to a neck cuff and more. When Akira asks how he is, he tells him he's better now thanks to the recovery magic. Elsie, on the other hand, well, her condition was a bit worse. Her whole cervical vertebrae were fractured from the impact of Demetrius' attack and all the previous damage she took. At Akira's horrified reaction, Alistair quickly follows that up with reassurance that he doesn't need to worry. According to the medics, she'll be back up on her feet in no time. Alistair actually wanted to stay by her side, but she sent him over to watch Anthony's fight, mainly because she plans to watch it too. Turning to the side at this statement, Akira is shocked to see LZ walking into the stands despite her terrible condition. One eye covered in bandages, a head wrap, a neck cuff, her arm in a splint and a crutch. When Akira asks if she's even allowed to be up, she sarcastically tells him that she obviously isn't. Alistair pipes up as well, telling her that this isn't right. After taking an injury to her vertebrae, she has to take this more seriously. Elsie just smiles though and says one thing: how can she miss the moment when Anthony finally gets revenge for all their pain? Out on the field, the next match is starting. The fourth match's announcements begin. Under the blue banner, the assistant captain, Anthony Green. Under the red banner, the avant-garde, Demetrius Fonwell. Though the latter is clearly drained from Elsie's actions, he doesn't waste a moment before talking some trash. He refers to Anthony as Baker and asks him if he's happy that his friends use all their underhanded tactics to try and weaken him for this match. After all, he believes Isekaied is just a decorative member, so his last true opponent here is Anthony. However, Demetrius then reveals his secret weapon that he's been saving specifically for Anthony. Facing his palm upwards, some flames start swirling as Demetrius announces the name of this move: Ixodus Fabian da Madler Catus, a powerful middle-class fire magic. Elsie yells out in concern for Anthony, but it's too late. With the smuggest of smiles on his face, Demetrius shoots his attack forward and declares Anthony was stupid to think he could stand up to him with his elementary class summons. A moment later, Demetrius' attack bursts into a boundless firestorm, the Ixodus Catus Flame. Anthony's allies are all shocked and worried, while the other spectators are just impressed by the flames. Down on the field though, Demetrius' smug expression is suddenly wiped off his face as he realizes something. Anthony isn't burning. All of a sudden and at once, the firestorm is blown away and dissipated by a powerful twist of wind. As the spectators' eyes go wide, Anthony calls out to Demetrius. It's just his bad luck that his trump card was a firestorm of all things. With something like that, there's no way for him to get through the windy obstacle known as middle-class Jin. The red team are absolutely aghast at what they've just heard. A middle-class Jin summoning from a simple common man. How is that possible? Demetrius' own face betrays the exact same feelings in question. Seeing this, Anthony speaks up as the dust from the earlier attack clears. Why are they all so surprised? He's a silver-ranked summoner after all. It shouldn't be anything out of the ordinary at all for him to have a contract of such caliber. There's nothing unusual about it at all, in fact. Then his expression switches from calm and collected to fiery anger at the drop of a hat, and he fires Jin's attack. The spectators' jaws hang wide open, and even the teachers and prince are left speechless at what they're seeing. Anthony has just launched the Forbidden Blades of Wind, Ixid Wind Blast. The red team members are shocked at the middle-class wind magic being put on display before them. Meanwhile, Alistair and Elsie are full of concern, not for Anthony, but his opponent. With Demetrius' mana already low from Elsie's move and his own usage, how does he plan to get out of this? For his part, Demetrius is enraged at the position he's been put in and what this looks like. Screaming out, he orders them not to make fun of him and prepares his own spell. Fabian da Muddler Earthquake and Rubian da Muddler Hold. He uses earth magic to bring up a powerful earth shield before him. The teachers are impressed with his ability to put up earth magic barriers as well, but there's more to it than that. Wind Djinns are known to be more powerful than any normal gifts after all. The protection afforded by a few rocks is nowhere near enough to stop Anthony's attack. Sure enough, the earth barrier is blown apart with barely any effort, leaving Demetrius wide open. Standing there, he screams out that he won't accept it. With Anthony's status and background, it's impossible to have a middle-class summoning. And on top of that, for someone of Demetrius' pedigree to lose to a mere commoner? He absolutely refuses to accept it with a manic expression of rage on his face that unsettles even his own teammates a bit. Unfortunately for him, Demetrius' rant is little more than a load of hot air. Anthony's Jin slashes right through all his defenses in a single moment. Closing in on his opponent, Anthony states that if Demetrius really feels that way, then he'll stamp proof of his abilities right on his body. As Anthony gets nearer and nearer with Jin swirling around him, Demetrius gives in and yells out that he surrenders with a terrified flinch. In the stands, everyone who's watching wonders if Demetrius really thinks he'll be let off so easily after everything he's done. The area around both fighters is engulfed in a massive explosion of wind as debris flies all over the place. Medisfina almost rises out of her seat in concern, but suddenly spots something that shocks her. In the middle of the settling chaos, Anthony stands over the fallen Demetrius, completely unarmed. He's canceled his summoning and is standing without any indication of further attacks. Looking up, Demetrius can only wonder what the hell he's doing. By withdrawing his spell, what exactly is he trying to do? Why feel sorry for his enemy? Is this all just to mock him? Instantly, Demetrius latches on to that assumption and starts raging over the fact that Anthony is trying to humiliate him. However, Anthony just asks him what he's talking about. He states that Demetrius himself said that he surrenders. The moment he did that, the fight was already over. Why in the world would he try to hurt his opponent after that? Extending his hand to Demetrius, Anthony just smiles and reminds him that they're at an honorary official competition at the Stormheim Magic Academy. Up in the stands, all of Anthony's friends have varying reactions, from smiles at his compassion to eye rolls at the show-off-like behavior. Akira has a fond smile on his own face, though throughout it all, Demetrius maintains a disgusted and humiliated expression. Without a second thought, he smacks away Anthony's outstretched hand. Demetrius stands and walks away on his own, his teeth gritted in rage as he goes. Up in the royal spectator box, Princess Medisfina has a happy smile on her face as she calls Anthony's end to the fight a real victory. From her side, though, her brother states that these are just the games of a child. Instantly, Medisfina turns to him and asks if he really intends to belittle such an impressive battle just because the winner is someone of common birth. However, the prince only has a smug smile in place as he answers that that wasn't his intention. No, it's not that he meant to belittle the fight. Rather, he feels pity for the commoners. Not for their status, but their naive ignorance. Maybe they don't understand, but he asks Medisfina if he needs to remind her what exactly makes the nobles what they are. Rather, what it means to face a true nobleman in battle. As he says this, the next opponent for the blue team to face steps out onto the field. Thumb clutched to his chest, the red team's Eloy Newman enters the mix. From the time of their birth, nobles and aristocrats are granted key skills for waging wars and fighting battles. They lead their people and protect the royal family. In a field like that, where every second is a matter of life and death, having a fool in a position of command will only spell doom for his allies and subordinates. To bear that burden and be the best person for the job, that is the burden of being an aristocrat. These are the thoughts going through the red team's Eloy Newman. He despises people who don't have natural talent but work hard to get powerful anyways. In his eyes, they'll always be incompetent and cost the lives of others eventually. As he makes this declaration, Akira, Elsie, and all the other students watch on in stunned silence at the sheer steel in his voice. Up from his platform, the prince simply applauds Eloy's words and says that really is what an aristocrat should be. Next to him, Medisfina has a frown on her face that contrasts his grin. While Eloy's words about high positions having great responsibility are true, there's one thing he doesn't seem to get. That only stays true as long as the nobility see it as their duty and not as a privilege that's only for them to hoard. Down on the field, the 5th duel's announcements begin. Under the blue banner, once more, Assistant Captain Anthony Green is up. Under the red banner is Eloy Newman, who's standing in place after his little speech. As the two fighters face off, Eloy speaks once more. He says that he's at a complete loss to understand the point of their struggles. Why fight a battle where the outcome is already decided? The princess is in a losing position no matter what. By marrying abroad, she intends to distance herself from the political struggle here completely. So why in the world are they still fighting? Not only is it overwhelmingly pointless, it's also nauseatingly hypocritical as far as he's concerned. What has to happen isn't just for the princess, but for the sake of all their futures. Akira's eyes widen as he hears these words, and a strange feeling fills him. As for Anthony, he's gritting his teeth in anger at this point as he finally replies to Eloy. If Eloy finds the efforts of fools like them annoying, then he'll show him just what kind of miracles can happen if you try hard enough. Despite his mana being practically zero, he refuses to give up. He'll prove his and all his friends' resolve here and now, all the way to the end. Thrusting his arm up, Anthony performs his Jin summoning in BAM. Before anyone even knows what's happened, Anthony is crushed into the ground by a massive golem summoned by Eloy. In just a fraction of a moment, the battle is already over as all the blue team members and Medisfina watch what's happened with horrified expressions. Annie starts wailing out as tears stream down her face when the golem lifts its fist and Anthony's condition is revealed. His body crushed, blood seeping down from his head and his eyes wide in unconsciousness. Annie desperately tries to rush to his aid, wanting to help him more than anything in that moment. Alistair holds her back since the fight hasn't been declared over, but she won't be stopped. As far as Annie's concerned, this fight was absolutely absurd from the start. Even though Anthony started his spell beforehand, Eloy was just too fast to get hit first. The gulf between him and a gold-ranked summoner like Eloy feels wider than ever. Up in her seat, Medisfina and her guard watch what's happened with varying degrees of shock. From the dimensions and form of the summoned creature, they're certain it's a middle-class golem at least. Even the red team members have to admit that was brutal and all but too painful to watch. From the opposing stands, Akira calls out to Anthony and tells him this is enough. He did everything he could, but they've already lost now. He can come back. Lying on his back, Anthony feels his resolve shattering in real time. He never expected the gap between him and their enemy to be this big. He can only apologize to his friends and say that he failed to prove anything at all. When it comes down to it, perhaps you see and achieve anything off of enthusiasm and perseverance alone. And finally, as the dam breaks and tears start running, Anthony apologizes to Medisfina for losing. While he's bawling his eyes out though, something nobody expected happens. Eloy's golem lifts its foot and raises it above Anthony's beaten body. From the stands, the teachers express outrage and ask what he's doing. Anthony already gave up. In response, Eloy claims that that's absolutely right. The fight is over. This, however, is a personal lesson he plans to teach Anthony. The conner has been blinded with optimism over the little talent he has and arrogantly believed that he could surpass even the nobles. Well, he plans to ensure that Anthony remembers this, his agony-filled punishment for having such beliefs. Everyone screams, Princess Medisfina herself being the loudest of them all, for him to stop. Right at that moment, two fingers rise up and a bolt of energy shoots out from them. Right as the golem is about to crush Anthony, another one of the same size appears behind it and sucker punches the rock man into the ground. From the prince to Medisfina, to the students and even Anthony. The sudden development is nothing short of mind-boggling. The teachers, however, recognize what's just happened. As Eloy reels from the impact of his golem being battered, a new voice steps onto the battlefield. Walking to the duel position, he tells Eloy that Anthony already conceded defeat, so he's the next opponent. As he stops, he asks Eloy if he really thinks the efforts of unremarkable people are nothing more than annoying. Shocked expressions overtake the faces of both Eloy and his classmates as Akira stands by the middle-class golem he's just summoned. Staring Eloy down, he tells him that an old acquaintance of his once imposed similar judgment on people below him. Unknown to them, he's speaking of himself from his original life. Now, though, he knows better. With a fierce and steely gaze, he frowns at Eloy as he tells him what he thinks. That kind of belief is nothing more than shitty arrogance. After stepping onto the battlefield, Akira speaks directly to Eloy and asks him a question. Does he really think that his birthright, status, and talent allow him to look down with disdain on the efforts of those who are supposedly inferior to him? Anthony and the others knew there wasn't anything they could truly do. Despite that, they fought fair and gave it their all. If Eloy truly believes the nonsense he's spouting, Akira wants to see it for himself too. The talent that should be worthy of being called high class. To have such hatred for others simply because they lack a talent that he's been gifted with, that's something that Akira will not forgive. Up above, Medisfina lights up with a bright blush, an even brighter smile as she finally sees Akira out on the field. Standing there, Akira hears the cheers being yelled out for him to go ahead and prove with his power that talent has nothing to do with status. Meanwhile, her brother is still in shock at the strange-looking golem that Akira summoned. Just what kind of summon is that? There wasn't even a circle when it appeared. Turning to his other side, he yells at Urmera about the summon. However, much to his chagrin, The woman simply ignores him and sits in place with a completely serene appearance. Medisfina's brother can only gawk at how she can appear so calm in a situation like this. When he hears Medisfina call his name from behind, his eyes widen and he finds himself speechless. Medisfina proudly proclaims that Akira is the most talented summoner to ever live, far superior to even the aristocrats themselves. And now he's going to defeat the Golden Ranks single-handedly. Their academy is expecting a wind of changes that aren't far off now. Back on the field, Anthony rises from his position and stares at Akira in surprise. He can only hesitantly ask what the hell he's doing right now. In response, Akira just asks him to forgive him, for not being completely honest with him, for only thinking of his own comfort, for acting like a liar. But now, even if he's in the public eye, he's not going to hold anything back. After watching Anthony fight with everything he has, he can finally see what a fool he's been, hiding his power away from everyone to avoid any responsibility. That kind of foolishness, it's over now. Akira tells Anthony to just go get his injuries treated. Everything else he can leave to him now. They're going to beat those bastards. From the stands, Elise stares wide-eyed, both shocked but also not, since this is just like Akira. Annie, on the other hand, is confused. There are still 4 whole gold ranked mages to fight after all. As for Alistair, he's more focused on the golem Akira summoned. One thing they all share in common, though, is doubt. As a mere level 7 mage with only 70 mana, just how is he planning to do this? For that matter, did he just summon a middle-class golem? The three's doubts quickly shift to utter incredulity as they process that part of the preceding events. As for the red team, they're all outraged at Akira interrupting the match between Aloy and Anthony. They're insistent that this Iron Rank is trying to play dirty somehow. However, one of them has a slightly better understanding of what's about to happen. The moment Akira got ready to fight, her whole body experienced intense goosebumps, and she has to admit, it's more than a little weird that a level 7 Iron-ranked man of all things can wield a middle-class summon. Over in the stands, the teachers are discussing Akira's sudden show of power. It's clear now that the low mana and level were just a sham. But that's not all. The truth is, the aristocrats never stoop a chance in this competition right from the start. Because Akira isn't just a secretly powerful summoner, he has more mana in him than even a PLA 10 UM rank. Back with the contestants, Aloy's teammates are now advising him to step away from the match so they can register a complaint with the organizing committee. Akira's interruption is clearly a violation of the 1v1 rule, so they can more than comfortably go that route. Aloy, however, tells them such a thing isn't necessary. He admits that he attacked Anthony after the boy had already admitted defeat, so the battle technically way is over. Besides, now he feels responsible to educate Akira properly on something. That being how foolish people are to think they can surpass the nobility through something as novel as determination or pride. As the battle begins, Aloy starts strategizing. Previously, it was believed that Akira was just a filler, but in light of recent events, it seems that was false info. His unusually high summoning speed is something impressive in itself, but Aloy is sure it won't be a real problem. To make a golem properly follow one's will and move in the intended manner, one must expend a huge amount of mana. On top of that, one must understand how to effectively use their mana and control the summoned creature through it. That is a summoner's true power. So can Akira really keep up with his golem? Yep, and a lot more too. In just seconds, Akira's golem has dashed at Aloy's and slide tackled it with enough force to send the pile of rocks flying. The prince, Medisfinia, the team members on both sides, even Aloy himself. There's not a single person who isn't completely dumbfounded at the ability of Akira's golem to move so nimbly. In response to everyone's shocked looks, Akira simply points to his golem and says something rather provoking. He got so bored just now that he nearly let out a yawn. Akira's unique brand of cheat summoning has generated a lot of buzz in the spectator stands. As the two mighty golems face off against each other, everyone is glued to their seats and their eyes are locked onto the action about to unfold. Suddenly, with no warning, Akira's golem dashes forward at a ridiculous speed and body slams Aloy's golem viciously. Using its human-like mobility and insane strength, Akira's golem then proceeds to quite literally knock the other golem's block off with a superpowered punch. Decapitated, the enemy golem falls to the ground. From his side of the arena, Aloy can only watch with a constipated look on his face. Akira, on the other hand, is staring at him with a burning resolve and ice-cold fury. Both teams are yet again left at a loss for words by what they've just seen. Elsie is the first to find her tongue and speaks the words that are on everyone's mind. What the hell is going on? Is it even possible for a golem to be making moves like this? Up in the royal box, Medisfina is as happy as she is stunned, a massive blush going across her face now. The golem's movements being so similar to a human's is something that she's seeing for the first time in her life. The red team are just as shocked as everyone else, but their minds are running a mile a minute to try and explain the phenomenon. One of the women scrambles for anything that makes sense and says that the golem's acceleration looked like it was given a speed bump. The teachers overhear this, and one of them comments that a speed buff to increase the golem's mobility is quite the ingenious application of such a skill. More importantly though, it's a tactic that's very rarely seen in actual battle because it has a highly inefficient rate of mana consumption. She however is instantly corrected by her fellow teacher. Those moves the golem made aren't a result of some speed buff. The reason they look human is because that's just what they are. They are human. That's how high a level of control Akira has over his summons. Though this causes suspicion over how he could possibly have been measured to have just 70 mana, she's already smirking savagely at the thought of what's next. For now, Akira's enemies are stumped and completely confused in regards to him and his golem. On the field, Eloy has lost all his arrogance and bravado from earlier and now sports a terrified look. He can't believe his own eyes. It should be impossible to make a golem move like this. He yells out to ask what kind of tricks Akira is using but is ignored. Instead, Akira's golem displays yet another stunning ability. Blue team are the first to spot it. The golem's legs are hovering in the air. In the blink of an eye, said golem dashes forward towards Eloy's golem while levitating. Anthony voices everyone's unspoken question and asks if Akira is really an iron rank. How can that possibly be right after what they're seeing? As for Eloy, even in his current state, he continues to talk smack and refers to Akira as some simpleton. He takes command of his golem and attempts to hit Akira's golem with a punch or two, but fails badly when the stronger golem just dodges the hits with ease. Watching all this closely, Akira comes to a conclusion. He'd only made an assumption about this in an earlier fight, but now he's absolutely certain. Eloy's middle-class golem is far too slow. Taking full advantage of this, he has his own golem swipe a hand upwards in a fierce carrot chop. As that hand reaches the height of its movement, Eloy's golem finds itself down an arm as its right side goes flying into the distance. As the trend has been established by this point, every single person watching from both sides is left flabbergasted by the ridiculousness of Akira's golem. Meanwhile, up in the royal box, there are a couple of different reactions. In the case of Medisfina, a shocked but elated one. She thought she'd known the full extent of Akira's true abilities since they were children, but this is just insane. Insanely impressive for that matter too. Meanwhile, her brother gives her a bombastic side-eye. Seeing Medisfina's joy, her night guard speaks up and tells her it's too early to be so surprised just now. After all, the Akira of today isn't anywhere near what he used to be. Medisfina comments in wonder that there's something greater in store than his advanced class golem moving faster than even a fire dragon. Next to her, unseen by Medisfina, her brother freezes up as a cold shiver goes down his spine. That golem Akira summoned is an advanced class. Back on the field, Eloy has finally started to catch on, not only in terms of speed, but even in strength. Akira's golem is completely superior to his in every way that matters. His team has come to the same conclusion, along with a couple more. They're certain that they've been set up and completely screwed over. The desperate actions of Blue Team's commander before were nothing more than a ruse to hide the real strongest weapon in their arsenal, all just to make them let their guard down. Akira is no iron rank with 70 mana. Between his golem's class, precise movements, and high strength, it's certain that Akira is at least a professional summoner. Probably even one who specializes particularly in golems. As Eloy comes to the same conclusion, he's overtaken with fury at the thought of being mocked. In his eyes, not only did Akira lie about his rank, but even made a run for it. More furious than ever, Eloy uses his magic to restore his golem, and then buffs the crap out of the thing with Gust and Fortress spells to apply highly increased speed and strength. Elsie and Alistair are reeling in shock at Eloy's ability to restore his golem after what Akira's did earlier. Unfortunately for Eloy, as one of the teachers notes, all of his mana was used up for the display he just put on. Eloy screams out that Akira just caught him off guard, but will now pay for it as he's going to put an end to it all. He's certain that now, after pouring all his energy into his golem's speed and toughness, he'll be able to avoid being beaten. What happens next, however, is completely unprecedented, and nobody present would have guessed it in a million years. Akira's golem has just jumped high up into the air and is now in a cannonball position. Aloy can no longer even deny it. That level of skill and control over a golem, it's really something to be truly proud of. Finally speaking out loud, Akira addresses Aloy. He tells him that the talented are blinded by their own ability and forget the most important thing on their way to the top. When you stomp on the hearts and souls of others with your talent, you're little more than a cruel bully. And in the end, that cruelty always turns against them, one way or another. Akira yells out that he's going to make Aloy understand the truth that he had to learn on his own. Shouting at him to get ready, Akira starts chanting the name of his next attack. Up in the booth, Medisfina yells at the top of her lungs while cheering Akira on. Finally, he speaks out the full name of his golem's next move, Deadly Golem Punch on Target. In a jump, it's actually a kick that pierces clean through the other golem's midsection. Everyone is left in absolute shock at the capabilities of Akira's golem. Medisfina's mouth is as wide open as her eyes as she looks at him in a mix of happiness and pride. The students in the stands are utterly speechless. The team members for both red and blue teams are much the same. Elsie pretty much sums everyone's thoughts up quite nicely in just one sentence. This is a whole other level, just who the hell is Akira? Up in the royal box, Medisfina's brother looks down at Akira with nothing but contempt filling his gaze. People can't shut up about Akira, an average student completely destroying a nobleman like Aloy. He's more focused on the implications of Akira's golem though. Summoned beings have a will of their own. As such, the more a summoner tries to control them and smother that will, the more magical power they have to use up. Because of that, he's never once in his life seen a golem that moves the way Akira's did. If what he's thinking is true, then the kid has a far higher level of summoning than anyone would normally guess. Medisfina's own knight speaks to her to assure her that Akira will lead the commoners to victory, but is surprised to see tears streaming down the princess's face. Luckily, these are tears of joy. Akira, the hero of her memories, the one she always had feelings for, is now fighting for her sake here. It's like a dream come true for her. Her knight just smiles fondly at the princess, happy to see her so full of joy. Down below, Aloy has gotten onto his hands and knees on the ground in the face of his overwhelming defeat. He just berates himself mentally as he sits there, criticizing his decision to put all his magic into his golem, and only for Akira to smash the damn thing with such ridiculous ease. The events of their match, if it can even be called that, leaves Aloy feeling like Akira is an insurmountable wall that he might never be able to overcome. On the other side of the field, Blue Team are busy celebrating their victory and praising Akira. Anthony in particular is completely gobsmacked as he stares at Akira's golem and wonders if it's of the holy silver class. Hell, it might even be gold class. Is this Akira's true power? Next to him, Annie wipes away some tears as she shares in everyone else's joy. She admits that at first, she doubted that they would be able to win here. But Anthony was right all alone. Because they refused to give up and stayed strong, they were able to see something incredible, a miracle even. On the battlefield, Akira's next opponent walks out to face him from the red team's side. Back with the rest of said team, Aloy is being berated by Demetrius for coming back to them when he could have kept on fighting. The only response he gets is that a rookie gold class is no match for Akira. They have underestimated the princess greatly from the looks of things. Luckily, Demetrius claims that he calculated for everything and has a trump card left. They have real experts trained on their team, far exceeding the level of an academy student. Back on the field, the next match commences. The duel between Patricia Tolryan of the red team versus Captain Akira Rainford of the blue team. From the red team stands, her teammate encourages Patricia to stay calm and not panic. She can do it. On the other end, in the blue team stands, Annie and Anthony are busy analyzing the matchup. Wizards of the gold class are sure to be equipped with powerful magic after all. As for Patricia herself, she feels like she's under a weirdly high amount of pressure while facing the strange iron rank mage that is Akira. Even so, she's a golden rank and she refuses to retreat without at least putting up a good fight. As soon as the duel begins, she breaks the ties of Mercury and unleashes her top-level water cannon straight at Akira's golem. Elsie and Alistair express their shock at an advanced level water magic like that being activated just through the use of spells. Even Medisfina and her brother can't hold back their surprise. Patricia is certain she's off to a good start here since golems are weak against water elemental attacks by nature. However, even more shocking than Patricia's capabilities is what happens next. Akira's golem simply puts up a single hand and completely deflects the whole attack with its palm. Eyes wide as dinner plates, Patricia has no idea what the hell just happened. The rest of the students are much the same. A golem shouldn't be able to defend itself against advanced water magic at all, let alone that effectively. Up in the teacher's seats, it's revealed that while the earth golem is definitely weak against water, that weakness can be nullified by Akira due to the sheer overwhelming level of magic power he can pump into his summon. With enough magic power, a summon can brute force their way through any elemental disadvantage and come out on top regardless. Patricia herself comes to a similar conclusion on the field as her water cannon sputters out without doing anything useful at all. Akira raises his fingers and prepares to hit her with a golden snap, his summon mimicking his movements. However, he doesn't even get the chance to follow through with his attack as Patricia surrenders beforehand. While the announcer declares Akira the victor of this match, he actually feels a little disappointed. Sure, he'll take an easy win, but that was really anticlimactic. Back in the blue team's area, Patricia is questioned as to why she gave up once she returns. She answers quite frankly that if her magic could be nullified by Akira's golem the way he showed, it was impossible for her to win either way. If anything, she could sense from the very beginning that the match wasn't in her favor. They'll understand when it's their turn. In the blue team area, Anthony happily states that that's 2 gold classes now that Akira's taken out with ease. The others that had some minor doubts are now completely confident in Akira's power too. Namely Elsie, who can no longer claim this is a fluke. She has to wonder though if this means Akira himself is even higher than a gold-ranked mage in reality. The way she sees it, Akira will win this championship and see it through all the way to the end at this rate. He'll lead them straight to victory. Her happiness and faith even gets to the others and lights the fires of their hope as well. With Akira on their side, maybe they really can win. Back in the red team stands, their captain, Pranny, sees how their opponent's spirits have been lifted and how they've begun to believe they can win. Turning to her own team, she scolds them, saying they can dream of victory because of the red team's hopeless losses so far. However, with an absolutely vicious smile, she tells them all they have to do is take those inflated dreams and crush them into pieces before they can go any further. Greta Maverick eloquently explains that summoning a creature requires a substantial reservoir of mana energy. Notably, the commitment extends beyond just mana. It encompasses the ongoing maintenance of the contract and indeed the act of summoning itself. Moreover, the most challenge comes with establishing contracts with creatures possessing different attributes. Greta explains that conflict of contrasting characteristics not only intricately complicates the contract itself, but also jeopardizes balance by demanding an unwarrantedly high consumption of mana. Nevertheless, anomalies exist. Individuals naturally gifted enough to surmount these 2 formidable obstacles. In this regard, Greta introduces the enigmatic Pranny of the Earl of Kreis lineage as a prime exemplar of such an exceptional case. Originating from the first dynasty of Stormheim summoners, Pranny is on a whole other level. As the story unfolds, Anthony muses on Akira's commendable performance thus far. However, he harbors reservations about Akira's ability to match up against an opponent of such profound stature. Meanwhile, Oswell, sporting a wry smile, candidly confesses to Metasfina that her chosen summoner has succeeded in surprising him. However, his curiosity remains unquenched, prompting the prince to inquire about the impending developments. He points out that even if Akira were to summon an advanced class creature to contend with Pranny of the House of Kreis, it might pale in comparison. Undaunted, Metasfina counters Oswell's skepticism with an unshakable conviction. She asserts that while Pranny's undeniable talents are acknowledged, her prominence is overshadowed by a crucial truth. She isn't the linchpin of Oswell's formidable lineup. With a serene confidence, the princess further imparts the insight that it was Akira's indomitable spirit, the essence of his fighting will, that spurred her to accept Oswell's audacious wager. Guided by her steadfast belief, she maintains that Akira's true strength, yet to be fully unveiled, will indisputably propel the commoners' team to victory. This confidence, she affirms, is firmly grounded and far from unfounded. Why is this girl so dependent on my guy? Is she his wife or what? Metasfina's revelation about taking the prince's trump card into account manages to catch Oswell off guard, leaving him genuinely surprised. Initially underestimating the princess's decision-making, he hadn't anticipated that she was well aware of his prepared card's significance. Meanwhile, Metasfina's unwavering confidence in Akira's capabilities to surpass Pranny's challenge adds another layer of astonishment for Oswell. The idea that Metasfina willingly embraced the competition while fully comprehending his trump card's nature adds to the intrigue of the situation, as Oswell had initially thought that the princess just made an impulsive decision to accept the challenge. Despite the Medisfina's calculated approach, Oswell's arrogance remains unyielding as he boldly asserts that, despite her efforts, the journey ends here. His confident demeanor holds as the prince warns Akira that it's now time for Oswell's supposedly triumphant moment. He suggests that his team member will be the one to impart the lesson. Pranny, the determined Red Flag vice captain, confidently announces her intentions, claiming her opponent will be confronted by the mightiest forces. Pranny's strategic move of summoning two creatures, each with distinct qualities, is aimed at dismantling the golem while simultaneously challenging Akira's prowess. Pranny's summoning of two advanced-level creatures simultaneously proves to be a shocking twist that sends ripples of surprise through the competitors and the audience alike. The Blue Flag team's demeanor shifts towards concern, and Alistair is left astounded, grappling with the question of how Pranny could have orchestrated contracts with such advanced-level creatures in such a short span of time. Moreover, Pranny amazes the onlookers with her summoning prowess, conjuring a creature aligned with the water element while simultaneously bringing forth a fire attribute entity, two elements that inherently oppose each other. This unexpected dual summoning ignites Demetrius's enthusiasm, pushing him to cheer on his teammate and urging her to dominate Akira, even if he presents an apology and comes crawling. Meanwhile, Akira displays unwavering self-assurance in facing adversaries of this elevated caliber. Among them stands an advanced water elemental entity, aptly named Undine, attaining an impressive level of 35. Alongside Undine, there exists an advanced fire elemental known as Ifrit, whose power is elevated to level 38. As Akira's strategic thoughts swirl, he weighs the options before him. The prospect of sketching higher-level creatures from his recollections, or possibly mimicking Pranny's chosen summoned creatures, fueled by his abundant mana reservoir. This guy would definitely be every art teacher's dream. Contemplating his own artistic abilities, Akira acknowledges that creatures he has personally observed pose no challenge for him. However, his earlier attempts at rendering imaginary beings ended in their abrupt dissolution in his childhood. Interestingly, he discovered his knack for reproducing creatures based on existing illustrations and subsequently refining their forms. Puzzled by this phenomenon, Akira deduces that his creative perception must harmonize with the fundamental laws of this world during his artistic process. Embracing this understanding, he draws solace in his capacity to sketch within the boundaries of his magical capabilities. Realizing that both Keisha and Prol are privy to his unique abilities, Akira decides that the time for secrecy has long been gone. Fueled by his unwavering resolve, he sets out to illuminate the difference in strength between himself and his adversaries, effectively shattering their overconfidence. Consequently, Akira takes pen to his imagination and crafts the likenesses of two awe-inspiring beings, the divine water entity known as Leviathan and the equally divine fire creature named Salamander. This audacious maneuver reverberates through the crowd, invoking astonishment in Medisfina and others as they recognize the remarkable divine beasts brought forth through Akira's artistic manifestation. Overwhelmed by disbelief, Pranny finds herself on her knees, grappling with the astounding reality that a commoner has forged a contract with a divine beast. The sheer incredulity of the situation leaves her wondering if this spectacle might be a mere illusion. Likewise, frustration engulfs Oswell, prompting him to beseech Medisfina to unveil the truth behind Akira's enigmatic identity. Amusement dances in the princess's eyes as she addresses Oswell's apprehension. A hint of satisfaction laces her words as Medisfina playfully reminds him of her earlier warning not to underestimate Akira. With eloquence, the princess divulges that Akira is the very hero of her cherished memories, a paragon of might and courage. Medisfina, now resolute, proclaims Akira's supremacy over aristocracy, declaring him as the foremost summoner amidst the ranks of commoners. In the midst of this revelation, Pranny Crace's mind races as she comes to terms with the tangible presence of the divine beasts, Leviathan and Salamander, standing before her. The illusory facade crumbles, unveiling the genuine presence of these awe-inspiring creatures. Amid Akira's team, bewilderment spreads, sparking queries about the feasibility of divine beasts forming contracts with humans. Contrary to this astonishment, members of the opposing team are plunged into perplexity. Akira's image as a golem specialist has been shattered, leaving them pondering the extent of his contracts, characteristics, and mana manipulations. Behold, it's just a starter. Abruptly, Prol, the esteemed sorcerer, interrupts the murmurs and gazes of the nobleman with a commanding announcement. Her words carry an air of pride as she proclaims that Akira defies the conventions of attributes and compatibility. Prohl asserts that Akira Rainford possesses a unique distinction. He might be the sole individual in existence worthy of being termed a summoner without a contract. This proclamation leaves all present in an odd state of shock, grappling with the unprecedented revelation. Oswell's demeanor takes on a worried tone upon learning about a summoner who possesses the ability to conjure without the need for a contract. Greta Maverick herself is visibly shocked, and this sentiment resonates among team members from both the red and blue flags. Annie chimes in, expressing her incredulity at encountering such a concept for the first time. With a perplexed expression, she poses a question. If Akira can summon without entering into contracts, does this imply he has the potential to summon any creature in existence at will? However, another individual interjects, suggesting that there might be a hidden complication, deeming such a prospect nearly impossible. Despite these reservations, Annie maintains her belief that this revelation could provide an explanation for various phenomena, and could very well be true. The other person offers his perspective, suggesting that if the newfound ability is indeed genuine, then the princess has exhibited exceptional sharpness in discovering such a unique talent. Medisfina herself is brimming with delight as her reputation continues to soar. Among the commoners, an air of enthusiasm fills the atmosphere, as they hold strong confidence that Akira's unwavering perseverance could indeed lead them to victory. So now everybody is depending on this kid? However, as the scenario unfolds, Oswell's apprehension grows. He finds himself uneasy with the trajectory the situation is taking, fearing that a loss on the aristocrat's part could lead to ramifications that extend beyond mere failure. The prince, in particular, is concerned that Medisfina's reputation within the academy could reach unprecedented heights, bringing forth an array of unforeseen consequences. Amidst the ongoing match, the advanced-level creatures Ifrit and Undain exhibit signs of trepidation, their demeanor seemingly frozen in fear. Recognizing the situation, Akira opts to steer clear of needless confrontations and instead employs a decisive single attack. Channeling the combined might of Leviathan's equus breath and Salamander's scorching blaze, he positions himself to illuminate the stark contrast in their powers. Even with a modest infusion of power into the divine beast's water and fire breaths, Prani's advanced-level beasts meet their swift demise, vanquished in a single sweeping motion. This outcome prompts Prani to contemplate surrendering, recognizing the futility of continuing. The spectacle leaves no doubt in Oswell's mind that the display of power before them is not an illusion, but a genuine display of might. A collective gasp of astonishment emanates from the audience, who stand witness to the authentic prowess of the actual divine beasts. Anthony finds solace in the realization that the princess has indeed brought forth an exceptional talent. With this, the journey of the unparalleled, undefeated summoner of the people is marked by a promising commencement. Furthermore, the act of summoning divine beasts without being bound by contracts marks a groundbreaking achievement, an advancement that holds the potential to etch its significance into the annals of Stormheim's magical history. At that very moment, Akira extends his appreciation towards Prani, acknowledging her skill in taming creatures with opposing attributes. However, he expresses his reluctance to inflict harm upon her any further. Employing a charismatic demeanor, Akira makes a gracious request for her surrender, addressing her as Mistress Prani Kreese with the utmost respect. This gesture elicits a gentle flush upon her cheeks, and she gracefully capitulates, bringing the confrontation to a peaceful end. The crowd erupts into a fervor of cheers for Akira Rainford, while among the nobility, astonishment gives way to concern over the prospect of defeat at the hands of commoners. Kachia, taking the initiative, assures Medisfina that all the odds are in their favor and that there's no one in the entire country capable of rivaling Akira, let alone an apprentice like Carius. However, the princess tempers the optimism, recognizing that it's too early to let their guard down. She discerns that despite the vast disparity, Oswell's determination to win remains resolute, an indicator that he possesses some hidden means to turn the tide. With the dawn of the final match, the spotlight falls on the red team's captain, Carius R. Grandchester, poised against Akira Rainford, the captain of the blue team. Adopting a sarcastic tone, Medisfina remarks to Oswell about Carius being undoubtedly his trump card, pondering over the unfolding showdown and the strategies both captains will employ. Greta Maverick, on the other hand, expresses her admiration for Carius, impressed that the red team's captain still stands capable of confronting Akira despite witnessing his prowess. However, Prohl harbors doubts about Carius's facade, believing he might just be feigning confidence. Interestingly, Oswell's demeanor undergoes a sudden shift as he experiences an unexpected surge of confidence. Addressing Medisfina, the prince reveals his newfound curiosity and anticipates that this duel will prove far from boring. Simultaneously, Prol exudes unwavering confidence in Akira's triumph, even ready to stake all her money on the outcome. Sorcerer ready to gamble, our hero's effect. Hailing from the realm of Schaphausen on the illustrious continent of Royd, Carius R. Grandchester boasts the esteemed status of a gold-class summoner. Entrusted by the prince to augment the Academy's strength, Carius brings with him a wealth of expertise. Medisfina's contemplative demeanor reflects her thoughts on the unfolding scenario, where she stands against her brother's aristocratic interests, aligning herself with the principles of the common folk. With a keen awareness of her impending fame, Medisfina observes Oswell's heightened readiness, a stark testament to his commitment. While aware of the prince's preparations for a trump card, an uncanny sensation takes hold of the princess. Despite witnessing Akira's formidable might, Medisfina remains uncertain about Oswell's unchanging disposition, pondering whether it's a mere facade or a concealed strategy. In the ranks of the blue team, Anthony finds himself astounded by the presence of the esteemed Golden Summoner, a prince-sanctioned addition. Similarly, Alistair discerns Carius's well-prepared stance, evoking a sense of readiness for the impending confrontation. Greta, in her characteristic manner, taunts Carius's unwavering determination, jesting about his resolve to persevere till the end. Prol's observation, however, highlights that Carius's tenacity is driven by the desire to safeguard his reputation, recognizing the implications of an abrupt surrender without putting up a fight. Even among the Red Team's members, Pranny stands in solidarity with Akira, exuding confidence that his defeat is an insurmountable feat. Her resolute stance catches Demetrius off guard, unsettling him with the unexpected alliance. Stepping onto the battlefield, Akira senses an unfamiliar aura emanating from Carius, a realization that he's not dealing with an ordinary individual, but someone of remarkable strength. It's a novel sensation for Akira as he grapples with the notion that Carius might not be your run-of-the-mill competitor. Akira struggles to envision anyone who could summon beings that surpass even the might of the divine beasts. Despite this, he comprehends that Carius's unyielding determination indicates the presence of a dependable strategy. Finally, the MC's got some smartness. Amidst the fervent cheers of the commoners, Akira becomes the embodiment of confidence, spurred on by their unwavering support and the sheer power of the divine beasts by his side. As the contest commences, Carius conjures a golem of moderate strength, and in response, Akira unleashes Leviathan's might. However, Prol, with her sorcerer's insight, discerns that there's more to the unfolding spectacle. Medisfina's cautionary counsel to Akira proves prophetic, as Carius reveals his true intent by summoning not one, but two supreme-level golems, a move that takes everyone by surprise. Within the ranks of the Red Team, Eloy analyzes Carius's maneuver as a tactical choice to hinder the Divine Beast's advanced-level attacks. Demetrius speculates further, suggesting that the strategy also aims to wear down the opponent's summoner with intermediate-level assaults. However, Keisha's astute perception pierces through the illusion, identifying the golems as mere decoys crafted to mislead. This shrewd tactic intends to paint a false picture of Carius's abilities. Prol deduces, surmising that this elaborate move ultimately conceals a decisive strike intended to secure victory. Amidst this strategic dance, Akira remains unwavering, his earlier assessment validated by the unfolding complexity of the battle. He swiftly counters the trio of golems with Leviathan's watery breath, filling his supporters with certainty that his aim won't falter and that the attack will find its mark. While the breath's power is minimal, Akira's conviction in its effectiveness remains unwavering. It's a calculated and strategic choice. However, the shockwaves reverberate as Carius Grandchester astoundingly defends against the assault of the Divine Beast, leaving onlookers in stunned disbelief. Ooh, we have been underestimating this guy for sure. Katja shares the astonishment, pondering the feat of repelling a strike from a Divine Beast, a feat she deems to be of platinum class. In a sudden recollection, Katja identifies the defensive technique as the Seven Heroes Family Comprehensive Defense skill known as Ryan, a legacy unique to the Ryan family of 7 heroes. Teasing Medisfina, Oswell points out that given she has brought a monster, a formidable opponent, he should be equipped to counter it suitably. Curiosity piqued, the princess inquires about Carius's identity. Oswell, with a knowing smirk, suggests that there's no need to veil the truth anymore, hinting that Medisphina could likely deduce it herself. The prince then unravels the enigma, revealing that Carius is part of the illustrious 7 heroic families of Althirad, akin to the valiant Mayan. These individuals transcend the ordinary human realm. Carius Grandchester, in fact, hails from the bloodline of Ryan, the glorious sword of the Holy Church on the continent of Royd. His true title is Lord Carius Ryan Grandchester, a descendant of the legendary House of 7 Heroes. The revelation jolts both competing teams, as such ancestry is exceedingly rare. The audience, gripped by excitement, witnesses the convergence of powerful magical swordsmanship and the formidable might of a divine beast, an extraordinary and scarcely seen combination. Demetrius acknowledges the prince's astute move, expressing admiration for the well-executed strategy. Oswell eloquently details Carius' arrival at the academy as not only an exceptional summoner, but also a proficient magical swordsman. Greta, her suspicions aroused, speculates about being strategically manipulated, while even Prole finds herself caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Positioned for the unfolding spectacle, the blue team's instructor readies to observe how a practitioner from the magician category might counter this challenge. In the midst of the skirmish, the roles of the rearguards and vanguards are explained by Katya. The rearguards assume the strategic rear position, lending their prowess to long-range assaults. In contrast, the vanguards position themselves at the forefront, specializing in close combat and direct attacks. Among them stands Ryan, frontline swordsman, placed side by side with mages who must ally with companions to offset their limitations in actual combat. Medisphina also offers insight into the vanguard swordsman, skilled in melee combat with remarkable overskills. Katia interjects, highlighting their vulnerability to longer time delays compared to their summoner mage counterparts. However, the princess's apprehension is evident, stemming from Carius' lineage as a member of the illustrious 7 Heroes family, entities even surpassing the Platinum class. She views him as an ominous adversary for Akira, an unfavorable match indeed. Well, not everything can be given on a silver tray. As the conflict unfolds, golems and divine beasts clash with resolute courage. Amidst the chaos, Akira's voice rings out, expressing his initial misconception regarding Carius as a summoner, only to learn that he belongs to the esteemed 7 Heroes family. Undeterred, Akira resolves to maintain a safe distance from his formidable opponent, initiating a barrage of rapid-fire aquapress attacks. Nevertheless, Carius adeptly sidesteps the attack through a swift overskill, a maneuver that even garners Prall's admission of its exceeding expectations for a swordsman. Annie interjects, highlighting that this contest revolves around showcasing magical prowess and swordsman skills are typically excluded, hence declaring it cheating. However, Oswell counters this argument by clarifying that Carius is merely showcasing his magic sword skill, emphasizing that he won't wield an actual sword, thereby keeping within the rules. Amidst the duel, Akira grapples with the challenge posed by Carius' speed and agility, the latter's movements becoming increasingly difficult to anticipate. Undeterred, Akira remains steadfast in his determination to intercept his agile opponent, despite the growing difficulty of keeping pace. As he contemplates the intricacies of the magic sword skill, Medisphina's concern for him deepens. Oswell's wry remark about Carius' well-suited physique for a magician triggers the princess's apprehensive thoughts about the duration of his advantage. In a pivotal moment, Akira's recollections transport him back to his training sessions with Aria, particularly her repeated assertion that wielding a sword would lead to Akira's triumph. The memory of a situation where the elf maid's teachings saved him resurfaces, reminding him of the valuable skills imparted by his guardian Aria. However, the challenge of confronting an accomplished swordsman like Carius looms, leading Akira to worry that a direct confrontation might result in his defeat. Once again, Akira's mind echoes with Aria's words, a gentle reminder that continuous training will eventually prove invaluable. The realization dawns upon him that confronting a skilled opponent like Carius requires a different approach, one that involves a weapon he's not wielded before. With unwavering determination, Akira resolves to summon a creature tailored for close combat, a being that would manifest in the form of a sword. The challenge arises, however, as he grapples with the limitation that certain items, like swords, are incapable of harnessing magical power through conventional means. Nevertheless, Akira's resolve is unshaken, and he recognizes that alternative methods might offer a solution. Engaging in a flurry of summoning, Akira conjures a multitude of elemental golems, a sight that prompts Medisfina's curiosity about his strategy for quantity. While Prall's concern borders on Akira's recklessness and Oswell's comprehension of his motive remains elusive, a sudden transformation transpires. The myriad of summoned golems seamlessly shifts into upgraded sword forms, a swift metamorphosis that leaves Carius flabbergasted. The revelation that Akira has harnessed a multitude of golems, only to repurpose them into a collection of various swords, stands as a surprising and unanticipated twist. Medisfina's memory drifts back to her childhood, a time when she beheld Akira's ability to transform summoned beasts. Even in her tender years, the princess found herself incredulous, her young heart racing with excitement. It was as if Akira held the power to mold the very fabric of reality, a phenomenon that rendered the princess momentarily speechless. And now, as history replays itself before her eyes, Medisfina's conviction solidifies. She recognizes that Akira's might surpasses the boundaries of an ordinary summoner, transcending even the magic of heroic lineage. Bolstered by this realization, Medisfina confronts Oswell, posing a question laden with assertion. Does he see before them mere representatives of nobility and commoners, or rather two mages engaged in a profound duel, one that mirrors the stakes of the prince and princess, all here for the end of discrimination? In this dramatic showdown, Akira emerges as an emblem of unity, transcending societal divides and fractious affiliations. His radiance serves as a beacon of hope, dispelling shadows and illuminating the path ahead. Medisfina's confidence burns bright. Akira, her chief summoner, embodies the luminous force destined to fend off the impending threat posed by the Odor. Carius, on his part, perceives Akira as an undeniable prodigy, a sentiment shared by Annie, who grapples with incredulity at the spectacle of golems morphing into swords. The question lingers, can humankind truly wield such power? Addressing his opponent, Akira discerns Carius' strategy, an attempt to divert his attention with the golems and seize advantage in close combat. Undeterred, Akira braces himself, his confidence now aligned with his conviction. The swords, born of his summons, embody his intent, a calculated move aimed at wearing down Carius' resilience until the adversary succumbs, his strength depleted. The transformation of golems into swords showers a torrent of airborne blades, hurtling relentlessly towards Carius and his assemblage of golems. The battleground swiftly becomes veiled in a shroud of dust and smoke, a testament to the sheer number and potency of these conjured weapons. The atmosphere is charged with exhilaration within the ranks of the blue team, a symphony of elation spurred by the exceptional swiftness of the swords. In stark contrast, the red team harbors skepticism, their minds questioning the authenticity of this remarkable display. With deft precision, Akira channels his onslaught, unleashing swords upon swords, each propelled by the might of his right hand, while his left hand conjures anew. This orchestrated symphony of attacks thwarts any advance, effectively repelling Carius' every attempt to encroach upon Akira's space. Yet amidst the spectacle, Carius' contemplation persists, doubt swirling as he ponders whether Akira presumes his mana to be limitless. Carius does not know the truth behind his opponent's magical power of drawing. The blue team rallies behind their captain, an upsurge of cheers resonating, while Medisfina remains captivated by the torrential cascade of swords, an awe-inspiring spectacle that defies precedent. Amidst the battle, Keisha lauds Akira's strategy, labeling it a stroke of mastery, a sentiment shared by onlookers captivated by the tactical brilliance on display. Meanwhile, a sense of urgency manifests within Oswell, and beads of sweat, born of realization, appear. A profound awareness dawns upon him that Akira may well possess a wellspring of magical prowess surpassing even the illustrious house of 7 heroes. 7 heroes who? Within the realm of Althirad, a group of 7 clans exists, each graced with the blessings of the mythical goddesses. This endowment is the one that propels them beyond the confines of mere humanity. These divine benefactors comprise the supreme goddess, the goddess of mercy, and the goddess of the elements. The insignia of the Mayan clan is marked by the red eye, a token of military honor passed through generations by the bloodline's mark of legacy. Alongside, a tableau of other clans takes their place: Ryan, protector of the goddess; Baldart clan, ruler of the demonic dragons; Naga, sage of 100 rings; Freed, emperor of the yellow Dizan sword; Yelusidan, the cosmic fang; and last but not the least, Lord Lubaden, lord of the sacred sword. It is said that every heroic family has an entire state, and that the top of each one is unique as much as possible. Oswell stands stunned, utterly surprised by the fact that Medisfina has discovered a summoner from the commoner ranks, who possesses a might surpassing even that of the illustrious seven heroes. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Stormheim, Queen Kaizura's attention is fixed on the ongoing competition. She is keenly observing the matches through a mystical crystal ball. Contemplating the presence of Akira Rainford, the summoner personally invited by Metasfina, the queen ponders whether his abilities might pose a potential threat to the state, much like his father once did. A hushed amazement fills the arena as Akira showcases his astounding ability to summon golem after golem, even after unleashing two formidable divine beasts. The fact that his mana reserves seem inexhaustible leaves the spectators wide-eyed and astonished. Akira himself feels a mixture of terror and audacity for expending his magical resources so liberally. The absence of any hint of dwindling power bolsters his self-assurance, convincing him that victory is within reach. The arena witnesses a mesmerizing clash of magical forces, each blow canceling out the other in a dazzling display. Despite the opposition, Akira's determination remains unwavering, urging him to press on and close the distance with Carius. However, the safety net of Althea Line's defense holds Carius in good stead, allowing him to bide his time until his opponent's energy wanes. Yet Akira's resolve remains unyielding. He is intent on shattering the defensive wall of Althea Line before it becomes his downfall. Akira's relentless assault with the golem-formed swords keeps Carius on his toes, slowly building up the pressure and creating a palpable sense of tension. Greta Maverick stands in awe as she witnesses her students' remarkable feats, each one more astonishing than the last. The sequence of incredible summons has left her utterly amazed. Engaging in a conversation with Prol, Greta delves into the intricacies of Akira's actions. She worries about how he's expending a substantial amount of his magical power, considering that the art of summoning demands twice as much energy as regular magic usage. Prol chimes in, highlighting that even defending oneself against an opponent requires a significant amount of magical power. As they discuss the situation, Greta notices a contemplative expression on Prol's face, suggesting that the sorcerer has something more insightful to add. Suddenly, a hairline crack forms in the seemingly impenetrable Althea Line, sending shockwaves through the observers. In that moment, the instructor comprehends Prol's earlier thoughts, the realization that Akira's actions were not entirely defensive. The pieces fall into place as it becomes clear that Akira's strategy was to deplete Carius's magical reserves. The unexpected crack in the Althea Line unveils the truth, leaving everyone stunned. It dawns on them that Akira has cleverly maneuvered the battle, forcing Carius to exhaust his mana first, thereby gaining the upper hand. He's pulling the whole magical rug out from under Carius. Oswell's astonishment deepens as he witnesses the Althea Line of the seven heroes' family shatter before his eyes. The realization dawns on him that the act of erecting a barrier also exacts a toll on one's magical power. Furthermore, the intensity of the opponent's attack correlates directly with the extent of magical depletion. Yet this expenditure pales in comparison to the demanding nature of the summoning technique. Despite being a commoner, Akira has remarkably managed to drain the magical reserves of one descended from the lineage of Ryan. The shocking turn of events leaves Carius Grandchester in disbelief. He's left pondering the true identity of Akira Rainford, who not only stands unfazed against formidable foes, but also emerges victorious against someone of his stature. Lo and behold, Akira is giving the noble blood a run for his mana money. In a surprising move, Akira summons a unique weapon that sparks curiosity among his fellow teammates. They speculate whether it's a divine beast or perhaps a specialized spear. Prol's excitement is palpable as she enthusiastically cheers for him. With the special weapon soaring high in the sky, Akira launches a fierce assault against Carius. The moment he has desperately been waiting for has arrived, the juncture at which Carius's magical power dwindles to its final embers. Meanwhile, in a different location, Queen Kaizura makes a proud decision, casting her support for none other than Akira. In the realm of battles, it's widely understood that vanguards are led by swordsmen and warriors, while mages offer rearguard support through their arsenal of offensive and recovery magic. A well-known fact is that summoners tend to be less adept in close combat. However, in a surprising twist, Akira not only surpasses the limits of his class in summoning, but also wields offensive abilities that grant him complete control over divine beasts. Furthermore, he possesses a defensive prowess that even deters the likes of the seven heroes from drawing close. Essentially, Akira stands as a summoner capable of single-handedly engaging in combat, boasting both offensive and defensive capacities. Indeed, a jack of all trades. the contest has concluded at last, revealing the emergence of the most formidable summoner of all, rendering the very strategies of the game futile. Akira's teammates rush to him, embracing him one by one. While Akira harbors a sense of guilt for concealing his true abilities from them, the vice captain Anthony assures his team captain that he has ignited a newfound sense of inspiration within them. Modestly, Akira insists that their victory was a collective effort. Even the spectators join in on congratulating the commoners for their triumph over the nobles, including an individual hailing from the esteemed family of 7 magical heroes. In the midst of all this, Medistina nudges Oswald's memory, reminding him that their agreement needs to be fulfilled. It had been determined that in the event of her victory, the princess would undertake a revision of the school regulations. Thus, Medistina sets her sights on altering the school rules to ensure that every student is provided with equal education, regardless of their social status. The princess is putting the fair back in magical warfare. She turns to him and urges for the committee's swift convening to address this matter. The prince, upholding his promise, assures her that a committee meeting will be convened on the very next day. Grateful for his prompt decision, Medistina expresses her appreciation and decides to depart from the scene first. As she leaves, Oswald's mind sets to work on a crafty scheme. He's acutely aware that Akira's seemingly boundless magical prowess and unrestrained summoning abilities transcend mere simplicity. Recognizing the value of having such an individual, Oswald hatches a plan to bring him onto his side. On the flip side, Medistina embraces gratitude for Akira's alliance and the faith he places in her, seeing him as the cream of the crop. Meanwhile, in another corner of the state, a different princess ponders Akira Rankford's identity, sensing an oddly familiar aura around him. Amidst the chaos, people are slowly turning transparent, their agonized cries for assistance resonating as their very bones and organs become see-through. Lord Cordeomi is their beacon of hope as they ask for his help. However, utilizing the hyperspace transfer, the Gilsedan transport technique, he escapes the harrowing situation. In a twist of events, Sword Mayan makes his entrance, a mocking smirk playing on his lips as he points out Cordo's recourse to the secretive technique for escape, while he is on the verge of crying. Just then, a voice pierces through the tension, urging Mayan to halt, for Sword Cord stands as a formidable figure. The voice belongs to none other than Queen's sister, Celeria, who materializes beside Mayan, beseeching Cord's protection for Medistina. Yet this perplexing scenario is but a fragment of Archduke of Corinne's Cord Gilsedan's nightmare. Well, that's quite a hell of a nightmare. In a torrent of emotions, he awakens, tears staining his cheeks, the recurring thought echoing in his mind that there exists only one exit from this distressing dream. A sudden interruption manifests in the form of an elderly man, seeking confirmation if Lord Grand Duke is indeed awake. Cord, befuddled, inquires of the old man, Centauros, the nature of the commotion he's been creating since dawn. In response, Centauros reveals an urgent tidbit of information, a matter that requires the immediate attention of the Lord. The revelation unveils that the Malik Cougar expedition had been dispatched to the glacial forest, deemed to be the epicenter of the calamity. Cord Gilsedan has received a plea for aid, a desperate call informing him of an outbreak involving a swarm of odor urgently necessitating assistance. On the other hand, within the formidable walls of the fortress city of Stormheim, Akira is brought before Queen Kaisera and an assembled audience with a sense of urgency. As he kneels down before the monarch, Akira can't help but notice that the fervor surrounding the competition has escalated beyond measure. Unease creeps over him as he observes enigmatic figures cloaked in masks, adding an air of mystery to the scene. The group comprises 4 Sword Emperors, each with their distinct titles: Demonic Sword Emperor, Oriana Viglisol, Dark Sword Emperor, Galahal Forgotten, Magic Sword Emperor, Sigrith Palahaios, and lastly, the enigmatic insane Sword Emperor, Calviner Mayan. Talk about a royal blade brigade. Amidst this assembly, Akira can't help but entertain the idea that the queen herself might be a demon lord. Even Medistina, a witness to this surprising turnout, is taken aback. While the princess had anticipated both Oswell and the queen's interest in Akira, she hadn't anticipated such a swift response. Queen Kaisera's voice cuts through the atmosphere, addressing Akira by name and commanding him to raise his head. Meeting his gaze, she notes that he bears resemblance to his dear mother and remarks on his strength surpassing even his father's. Touched by Kaisera's knowledge of his lineage, Akira's honor swells. Yet the queen's tone takes on a teasing edge as she playfully questions whether Akira aspires to claim the throne of the nation. implying a desire to fight for Medisfina's affections. In essence, she suggests that he has his eyes on becoming the princess's future husband. With a wry grin, Queen Kaizura further jests that she fails to discern any other reason for his sudden presence now. The monarch queries Akira's intentions, questioning if his formidable and enigmatic skills are poised to disrupt the tranquility of Stormheim and stir a chaos in the country. Time to hide behind an invisibility cloak. With a resolute demeanor, Akira counters Queen Kaizura's implication confidently, asserting that he could never be the catalyst for chaos to unravel within the nation's borders. Amidst the unfolding situation, Akira has come to a realization that his unique capabilities are being perceived as a potential threat to the country's stability. A surge of guilt courses through him as he recognizes that his impulsive actions may inadvertently render him a peril to Stormheim. This rapidly growing concern intensifies, casting a shadow over his thoughts. Yet, in a heartening turn of events, Medisfina steps forward, fervently defending Akira's character. With unwavering respect, she addresses Queen Kaizura, passionately emphasizing that Akira Rainford is not a foreign entity to the state. She underscores the point that he has been born and raised in Stormheim. In fact, Akira has deep-rooted connections here, as his friends, family, and loved ones call this land their home. Medisfina's assertive stance underscores her belief that Akira is no harbinger of danger. Rather, he is a hero with the potential to rescue Stormheim. Princess Power Mode activated. The princess's fervent advocacy takes on a determined tone as she raises a pivotal question. Medisfina inquires whether Queen Kaizura is prepared to disregard her, the heiress to thrones, opinion on what is perceived as an impending disaster. Queen Kaizura, however, counters with a proposition, suggesting that if Medisfina, as the heiress to the throne, is genuinely convinced of Akira's loyalty to the country and its well-being, then she should be willing to prove her conviction. This, the Queen states, could be achieved by demonstrating it within the territory of Karins, specifically in its northern expanse, a challenge that Medisfina listens with a perplexed expression. Queen Kaizura offers an extensive explanation, shedding light on the developments that have transpired. She divulges that Grand Duke Cord, in his communication, has conveyed the discovery of a significant lead. This discovery is believed to be the crux of the Odor outbreak and lies beyond the expansive Bananbir Mountains that are blanketed in perpetual snow. With an air of determination, Kaizura announces the impending need to unite the global alliance, mobilizing for a comprehensive offensive strategy. This overarching operation is directed towards the fortified city of Pennsylvania in the Sanita region under the leadership of Oswell. Additionally, Ursula has received a directive to send an emissary to the revered holy church of the goddess Lloyd, signifying a coordinated endeavor on multiple fronts. Addressing Akira directly, Queen Kaizura imparts her orders, detailing a pivotal role that he must assume. She entrusts him with the responsibility of leading their force of skilled mages to the region of Karins, preceding the main thrust of Archduke Kord's forces. There, Akira is to integrate into the ranks as an auxiliary force, strengthening their capabilities. In a candid acknowledgement, she admits that their efforts to conceal the imminent threat of the Odor have reached their threshold. As her gaze shifts towards Medisfina, the Queen accentuates the significance of her role as the legitimate heiress to the throne. In doing so, she assures Medisfina of her unreserved trust, making the princess privy to the developments unfolding in Karins. This, the Queen emphasizes, positions Medisfina as the linchpin of the expanding World Federation, a role that bears the weight of the ongoing war against the encroaching Odor. In return for her pivotal role, Queen Kaizura pledges the absolution of any lingering suspicions that might surround Medisfina's chosen vassal. Akira's thoughts swirl in a maelstrom of perplexity, grappling with the abruptness of this call to fight against the Odor. This development feels exceedingly sudden in the grand tapestry of his own intentions and ambitions. Oswell's patience wanes and he interjects, asserting that Medisfina still stands as a newbie in the realm of magical arts. He questions the decision of entrusting her with such a monumental task, alluding to his own role as the custodian of various magical aspects. The prince emphasizes that the foremost responsibility of the advanced troop is to consolidate the forces of the united world, thereby fostering unity, which he can efficiently do. Nonetheless, the Queen intervenes sternly, admonishing Oswell to temper his words and conduct. She admonishes him for having already missed the opportune moment for influencing the course of events. Without faltering, Kaizura unequivocally declares her decree. Medisfina shall remain stationed in Karins, while Oswell shall channel his rhetorical prowess in Pennsylvania. She then shifts her attention towards Medisfina, her gaze penetrating, and queries whether the princess stands prepared to journey to Corinne's alongside Akira, substantiating their shared commitment. Amidst the bewilderment swirling in the air, Medisfina grapples with conflicting emotions. While her desire for Akira's closeness and their collective resistance against the odor is undeniable, the rapidity of these developments leaves her in a state of confusion. Aware of the life-altering impact of her response, Medisfina reflects on Akira's aspirations of tending to his father's magic shop post-graduation. However, she acknowledges that the revelation of Akira's abilities to the queen has altered the course of his prospects. With the awareness that Akira's choices are now beholden to the queen's order, Medisfina grapples with the gravity of the decision before her. While the princess contemplates, Oswell harbors apprehensions. He is well aware of the implications of Medisfina's presence in Corinne's, a move that could inevitably place the throne within her grasp. Recognizing the window of opportunity, Oswell capitalizes on Medisfina's hesitance, prepared to maneuver events in his favor. Simultaneously, Akira steps forward with resolute determination, expressing his unwavering commitment to uphold the queen's mandate and safeguard Medisfina throughout their journey. The air is charged with positivity as Akira's declaration resonates, eliciting a sense of collective contentment. For Akira, this moment feels better than the queen's earlier veiled threats, as he has now perceived her underlying intentions for Medisfina's ascension to the throne. He's reading her like a magical bedtime story. Kezra has also realized that Akira can gauge her intentions correctly. Meanwhile, Akira finds himself grappling with a mixture of fear and resolve, recognizing the inevitability of following the formidable queen's order. He knows that she will make him go with the princess no matter what. Kezra muses that Akira is more clever than his father and can see right through her. The queen then bestows a proposal, offering Akira a titled nobility, baron, and accompanying land, which his father once declined. This proposition hinges on Akira's ability to safeguard Medisfina and lead her to triumph in Corinne's. This proposition thus sets the stage for Akira Rainford's elevation to a noble status within the state. Consumed by rage, Oswell's fury knows no bounds, causing him to lash out destructively, shattering objects in his path. The knowledge that the queen's preference for Medisfina as the victor of the contest could result in his removal fills him with profound anger. Amid his turmoil, a figure stands there, masked in mystery, Calviner Mayan. Fueled by his anger, Oswell directs his ire towards her, deeming her actions contemptible and describing the girl's appearance and way of seeing through her mask disgusting. As Calviner unveils her face, Oswell's fury escalates to the point where he hurls a glass at her face with unbridled force. His anger spews forth in both his words and actions, berating Calviner with harsh curses, resorting to even call her Mayan lineage a curse. In his tirade, Oswell dismisses her as a mere warrior, belittling her standing as a hero. He underscores the urgency of embracing magic during this critical situation, imploring her to recognize that time is of the essence. Driven by his emotions, Oswell seizes her by the neck, his grip a manifestation of his frustration and determination. He's like a magic-infused bull in a china shop. He asserts his control over the situation, demanding that she keep him informed of every move made by the queen. The prince is resolute in his refusal to let Kaisera's intentions take precedence, and he leaves no room for compromise. Despite his harsh treatment, Calviner Mayan submits to his wishes, acknowledging her subjugation to his authority. In her room, Medisfina finds herself overwhelmed by emotion, her tears flowing freely as she lies on her bed. Perplexed, Keiichia enters and queries the cause of the princess's profound sadness. Wondering why Medisfina is feeling so downcast, Keiichia points out the positive aspect of their impending journey to Corinne's alongside Akira. The Royal Knight's captain reminds her that this is exactly what the princess wished for, and that Akira willingly agreed. Despite this, Medisfina's thoughts are clouded by a sense of guilt, believing that her desires have coerced Akira into his actions. Amidst her tears, Medisfina's mind is filled with the notion that she's responsible for Akira's choices, an overwhelming feeling of selfishness taking hold. The princess is troubled by the belief that she's imposed her will on him. Her tears, fueled by regret, stem from her wish to ask a favor from Akira as a friend. Keiichia, sensing the need for clarity, encourages Medisfina to have an honest conversation with Akira, urging her to directly uncover his feelings. As the room's atmosphere shifts, Medisfina is taken aback to discover Akira standing alongside Keiichia, a surprise that momentarily renders her speechless. Breaking the silence, she questions how long he's been there, and in her shock, the princess inadvertently loses her balance, stumbling and bumping her head. Keiichia, considerate of their need for privacy, exits the room, granting them space for a candid conversation. In the ensuing silence, Akira begins to speak, but his words are preemptively halted by Medisfina's anxious interruptions. She repeatedly voices her belief that everything is her fault, blaming herself for placing Akira in peril due to her perceived selfishness. Childhood memories resurface, serving as evidence of her influence leading to danger for Akira. This cycle of guilt repeats itself, as she laments that history is repeating, putting Akira in jeopardy once more. With determination in her heart, Medisfina makes a solemn vow that this time around, circumstances will take a different turn. She resolves to ascend the throne and spread joy across the land, ensuring even Akira's happiness. The princess takes an oath to safeguard Akira, even if it means putting her own life on the line. Thus, Medisfina makes her plea to Akira, urging him to accompany her to Corinne's. In a moment of playful sarcasm, Akira jests that should he miraculously survive, as Medisfina's bodyguard, a death sentence would ultimately await him for taking her life. Saddened by his quip, Medisfina's anxiety gives way to uncertainty, not knowing how to react. She swiftly asserts that his situation isn't his fault, but Akira's grin signals that he was merely teasing. With a warm smile, Akira encourages her to cast aside her feelings of guilt, as the nation's survival hinges on their combined efforts. In a candid admission, Akira conveys his understanding that he should have been part of the academy from his early days. Akira gently reminds Medisfina that she had kept his secret, showcasing her own selflessness. Acknowledging that after the competition, his perspective has shifted, Akira reveals that he has realized many of his peers have temporarily set aside their own aspirations to aid others in need. With a sense of honesty, Akira opens up to the princess, admitting his ongoing feelings of shame. He expresses his desire to contribute and stand alongside others, ready to fight for her cause. Reassuring Medisfina, Akira affirms his commitment to supporting her in the upcoming battle. He emphasizes the depth of their friendship and respect that stems from their shared childhood memories. With heartfelt sincerity, Akira urges her to maintain her composure, especially in the presence of her followers. In response, Medisfina rises to her feet, acknowledging her oversight and realization that Akira has grown into a more mature individual. Grasping his hand, she wishes for his growth to exceed even her own, encapsulating her well wishes for his future accomplishments. Friendship levels maxed out. Akira's popularity has soared, and his presence prompts conversations wherever he goes. People praise him as a brilliant summoner, and the buzz revolves around how he has earned the Queen's favor due to his impressive performance in the tournament. One day before the eve of his journey to Corinne's, Akira seeks out his friends at the academy to share his impending departure news. The revelation takes them by surprise, given the dangers associated with that northern region. Alistair recounts the historical significance of Corinne's as a battleground during the Oder War, still harboring numerous menacing creatures. Annie expresses her bewilderment, noting the harsh conditions and frigid climate of the barren land. She rightly inquires if there's a reward enticing Akira to venture there. Do they think he's been handed a magical Secret Service gig? Amid their discussion, Akira realizes that the students are largely unaware of the current situation surrounding the Oder threat. He divulges that he had kept his exceptional abilities hidden from the authorities, leading to the Queen's order for him to support the princess in Corinne's as part of his special pardon. Akira describes this duty as a form of redemption for his past mistakes. In the midst of the conversation, Anthony joins in, voicing his agreement that the suddenness of it all is quite overwhelming. He acknowledges the need for the state's involvement with people like Akira, yet he can't help but express disappointment as Anthony and his friends had wished to learn so much from Akira. Even Pranny is present among them, wearing a somber expression that reflects the gravity of the situation. Akira is taken aback by this, almost thinking it might be a jest. He shares his perspective, asserting that each of them possesses exceptional talent and enthusiasm. Akira also believes that several professors at the academy surpass him in skill. In his opinion, he doesn't possess much to offer in terms of teaching. However, Elysia interprets his words differently, suggesting that their differing levels of expertise might be the reason. She seems to imply that Akira stands at a higher level. This assertion leaves him puzzled, and he urgently clarifies that it's actually the opposite. Akira humbly admits to not having an extensive understanding of magic and expresses his eagerness to learn from his friends. Pranny and Elysia exchange confused glances as they consider Akira's remarks. They recall his summoning without a contract, which highlights his unique abilities. A sudden realization dawns on Elysia, leading her to question Pranny about her choice to associate with a group of commoners. Pranny confidently responds that their societal statuses shouldn't matter within the academy. They're all students striving to enhance their magical prowess. Emphasizing Akira's valor in the recent competition, Pranny proclaims that he has demonstrated that one's social standing shouldn't limit their aspirations. At that very moment, Prol and Katya arrive, commending Pranny for her insightful perspective. They acknowledge that if all nobles shared her mindset, the education system would greatly improve. They highlight the importance of detaching from status during Akira's absence and focusing on collective growth. Apologizing for the interruption, Kadia explains that she needs a moment with Akira. The Royal Knight's captain informs him that someone wishes to speak with him. Expressing apologies to his friends, Akira informs them that preparations for the journey with the Oder commence today. He must momentarily step away to speak with Katia. However, Akira assures his friends that he will return after completing his mission in Corinth. As he departs with Prol and Katia, Anthony once again conveys his gratitude to him for standing by his side in battle. He encourages Akira to return in one piece, stating his intention to become stronger while awaiting his comeback. Alistair counters, declaring that not only Anthony but all of them will grow stronger and eagerly await Akira's return. They further encourage Akira to proceed without worries. Moved by the emotional speech, Prol lightens the mood with a jest, suggesting that the sorcerer might abandon her principle of only working as much as she's paid for. Prol playfully threatens to intensify their training and beating them hard to the point where they yearn to die, with no exceptions even for the nobility. Get ready for some hardcore magical boot camp. Akira bids farewell to his friends and goes with Katia and Prol. Suddenly, a heartwarming sight unfolds as Akira's mother, Diva, rushes towards him, enveloping her son in a warm embrace. Aria, the elven maid, is also present to greet Akira. He inquires how they managed to enter the royal castle. Diva explains that a castle messenger facilitated their meeting with Akira before his departure. Aria playfully remarks on whether Akira has lost weight since they last saw each other. He reassures them that there's no need for concern, as it has only been a month. Curious about his father, Akira asks after him. Diva informs her son that Carl couldn't join due to a trade guild meeting, but conveyed his regards through a message. Curious and concerned, Diva inquires about Akira's sudden departure for Corinth. Anxious about the cold and the lurking monsters, she wonders why a new student like him would be required to journey to such a hazardous place. Responding to her worries, Akira fabricates a story, assuring his mother that it's a routine off-campus training that every student must undertake. Dava's worry subsides, convinced that it resembles a science class and that Akira is simply starting a bit later. Diva then entrusts Katia with her son's care, having heard that the princess and the captain of the Royal Knights will oversee the training. Katia offers her reassurance, promising to take good care of Akira on his journey. Aria then unveils a spread of Akira's cherished dishes, painstakingly prepared overnight, encouraging him to partake in the feast. Later, as Katia departs, she ponders Akira's achievements in defeating divine beasts and even Carius Ryan, a member of the illustrious 7 heroic families. Yet despite these feats, he acted with childlike innocence in front of his mother. Realizing that beneath his accomplishments, Akira is simply a 15-year-old yearning for his mother's comforting presence, Keisha's heart softens. Meanwhile, Akira grapples with guilt over deceiving his mother, but makes a silent promise to return safely. In an unexpected encounter, Aria stands before him, gently urging him not to proceed if he has reservations about the journey. Aria earnestly conveys to Akira that his own will holds more significance than even the Queen's command, reassuring him that if even a trace of apprehension about his journey to Corinth exists within him, Akira need not abide by the Queen's directive. Instead, he can return home. This reveals to Akira that Aria's feelings for him surpass even her love for her country. He counters that it's a direct order from the Queen, leaving Akira with no room to defy it. The Queen's will stand as the embodiment of the state's decisions, making it an authority he cannot disregard. However, Aria assures him that Akira has the power to refuse any command, as she, an elf maid, would obliterate any nation that forces him to act against his own volition. Her words hold a serious tone that perplexes Akira, prompting him to request her not to joke about such a drastic action. Little does he know. Akira then explains that Stormheim is his beloved hometown, a place cherished due to the memories he shares with his family and Aria. He acknowledges that his time at the Magic Academy has helped him realize certain truths. With determination, Akira reveals that despite attempting to escape, he found himself in the very situation he sought to avoid. Akira has come to realize that the world he once yearned for might not even exist. He reflects on his apprehension towards his own formidable powers, understanding that tremendous abilities often come at a substantial cost. Recollecting his past life, Akira remembers that despite achieving significant success, he felt a void within himself. Then Akira recalls instances where the princess displayed unwavering dedication to him, even being prepared to sacrifice her life. Similarly, Anthony demonstrated encouragement to his team despite their perceived weaknesses. Sharing these insights with Arya, Akira explains that his interactions with the people here have enabled him to view himself from an external perspective. This newfound perspective has fostered a sense of responsibility within him, igniting his determination to safeguard what he holds dear. With confidence, Akira affirms that he's embarking on the journey to Corinth not solely due to coercion, but out of his own volition to protect his loved ones. Yet, amidst his resolute spirit, Akira admits to Arya that he harbors some concerns about the forthcoming training. Deciding not to divulge further details about the odor for the time being, Akira reassures Arya that things will be alright, citing his personal growth and maturity. He asks her to consider the journey akin to a simple trip. In an emotional moment, Arya embraces him tightly, proclaiming that regardless of his words, Akira remains like a child to her. She pledges her unwavering protection for him, regardless of his whereabouts. In response, Akira reciprocates the hug, both deriving comfort from the shared embrace and the warmth it symbolizes. In a different location nestled within the mountains, Oswell keenly observes the storage stone of higher magic, a black crystal linked to the goddess. Accompanying him is Calviner Mayan, and he proceeds to inform her that this stone is the remarkable creation of the goddess of black water, believed to have been fashioned in times of myth. The stone, like a luminous pearl, radiates with the lives it has absorbed. Deep in thought, Oswell reflects that while the queen may believe she's manipulating him, the reality is quite the opposite. He is using her as a tool to further his own aims. So the royal betrayal is here. Meanwhile, the odor's effects have transformed numerous warriors into ethereal, transparent beings. Undeterred, Oswald is resolute in his stance that they cannot permit the prince to be taken away. The Summoner is committed to fulfilling his role, and he instructs Mean to assist them in executing their plan to reach Stormheim. The spatial magician Mean becomes resolute in his determination to plunge the cold landscapes of Corinth into madness to welcome the princess. The following morning, at the ancient Freya ruins of Moriah, positioned before the statues of the three revered high goddesses of Madeline, Tental, Queen Kaisera imparts her blessings upon Princess Medisfina, urging her to return triumphant. The queen assigns her a momentous task. Departing via an airship, Akira finds himself amazed by the opportunity to experience such a mode of transportation. Kadia explains that the airship holds an elite force totaling 1,400 individuals, with 350 among them being mages. This method of travel is essential to swiftly transport such a substantial number of people. Curious about the duration of the journey to Corinth, Akira inquires. Keiichi informs him that while it takes a month by land, the airship can accomplish the same voyage in a mere 3 days. Lesson 101 on money's importance. Unexpectedly, Keiichi begins to apologize to Akira for involving him in such a situation. Feeling guilty for prioritizing national concerns over Akira's well-being, Keiichi now recognizes him as a 15-year-old who yearns for the warmth of his family. The captain confesses that she may have allowed him to be exploited. Regretfully, Keiichi acknowledges that she had leaned on Akira like a younger sister, even when she should have been safeguarding him. The Royal Knight's captain expresses regret for leading him into a match that turned into a dangerous situation. Recognizing Akira's enduring anxiety, she sincerely apologizes once again. In response, Akira reassures her that he understands adults too sometimes need someone to rely on. Akira further emphasizes that Medisfina, too, bears a heavy burden at their age. He queries Katia about how one could possibly not do everything for a princess like Medisfina. Akira also shows his appreciation for Katia's straightforward and reliable nature. He further displays his eagerness to collaborate with her, evoking a heartfelt response from Keiichi. Despite never having contemplated marriage before, the Royal Knight's captain admits that when the time comes, she hopes to have a child like Akira. Finally, a girl not thirsty for our MC. Meanwhile, in the mountainous region of Corinne Zulfargo, the Grand Duke is fervently scouring the terrain in search of survivors. Centauros persistently attempts to persuade him to retreat, as 3 days have already elapsed. Despite Centauro's counsel, the Lord remains resolute and refuses to abandon the search for comrades who might be awaiting assistance. Unexpectedly, Cooker, the esteemed commander-in-chief, arrives on the scene and imparts to Cord that reinforcements from Stormheim are en route via airship, set to arrive in 3 days. Consequently, the troops must return to Corinne's to make ready for an imminent comprehensive offensive. The Archduke's concerns deepen, and he reminds Cooker that her own granddaughter leads the search party. Nevertheless, the commander-in-chief is unyielding, revealing that Marie Colligar willingly volunteered for the perilous mission, fully aware of its potential consequences. She implores the Lord to decide based on the collective welfare, as it aligns with her granddaughter's wishes. Meanwhile, in another location, Marie endures torment at the hands of the Oder, her cries for aid echoing in desperation as she clings to the hope of survival. A strategic meeting of the Lords takes place within the confines of the airship. Katia meticulously navigates the battle map while engaging with her fellow commanders. Amidst the gathering, Medisfina, the heiress to the Stormheim throne, takes the floor. With resolute authority, she declares that the Oder's suspected source lies deep within the Ice Valley's abyss on the north wall. There, colossal magical crystals are said to reside, potentially containing the secret behind the Oder's emergence. Her proclamation outlines their objective: to defend Corinne's tenaciously against the looming third wave of the Oder, stalling their advance until the global alliance is assembled. Present in this meeting are pivotal figures: Benedict Admiral, the Commander-in-Chief of Stormheim; Countess Helen Kleiss, the General of the Magical Corps; Marcus Almont Baratian, the Commander-in-Chief of the Knights Corps; and the eminent magical advisor, Gildane Marion, also known as the Grand Mage of the Kingdom. Expounding further, Medisfina outlines their subsequent actions. Following their endeavors in Corinne's, the United Forces will join the main Allied armies stationed in Pennsylvania and Kiesenbrück. There they will launch a relentless assault on the Oder's supposed source, dismantling the magical crystals responsible for its surges. However, Benedict Admiral raises a pertinent query. Given that the Oder's emergence had been confined to smaller animals for over a decade, he wonders whether convening the World Alliance solely based on speculation about the crystals causing the recent escalation is truly necessary. He directs the question to Countess Kleiss for her insights. Deliberating, the General of the Magical Corps clarifies that she intends to assess the situation on-site. Notably, she points out that the second wave has affected medium-sized animals, while the third has extended its impact to humans, with the Oder rapidly spreading at an alarming pace. Amidst these deliberations, Marcus Almont Baratian voices his confidence in their ability to thwart the Oder's advance like always. Nonetheless, Helen Kleiss says that substantiated data confirms the grim reality of the situation. She notes that the enigmatic Grand Duke of Corinne's, though complex in character, harbors an intense aversion to the Oder. In a collective decision, the Assembly resolves to confront the Oder together. Better late than never. The conversation then turns to Akira's conspicuous absence, prompting queries about his whereabouts and his formidable strength. Speculation even arises about his potential approval as Medisfina's suitor by the Queen herself. Swiftly silencing such speculations, the princess emphasizes that Akira is no more than her childhood friend, sternly cautioning against making unfounded assumptions. Amidst this exchange, Countess Helen Kleiss proposes to take charge of the summoner, who can summon without a contract. An opposing voice emerges as Katia interjects, reminding everyone that Akira has been specifically assigned as the princess's bodyguard. In response, Miss Kleiss highlights her supervision over all summoners, leading to a heated discussion. Ultimately, Medisfina entrusts Helen with Akira's supervision. As the meeting concludes, Katia continues to challenge the decision, contesting Kleiss's suitability as Akira's overseer. Medisfina justifies her choice by emphasizing that the military environment might not be ideal for Akira, and her actions are geared towards safeguarding him from the grueling realities of the battlefield. Subsequently, Helen approaches Akira to inquire about his magical abilities. Confusion lingers, as Akira's role was originally designated as Medisfina's protector. Helen informs him that summoners fall under her supervision, and upon their arrival in Corinne's, she intends to assign him as Medisfina's bodyguard. The discussion shifts to Akira's mana situation, with Countess Kleiss requesting him to take off his clothes so she can assess his mana capacity firsthand. What kind of naked assessment is this? Helen proceeds to explain the 3 conditions for mastering the art of summoning. She explains the need for a mental affinity that allows communication with the summoned being, contracts with both the summoner and the summoned entity, along with a consistent provision of mana to the summoned creature. With that, she turns her attention to assessing Akira's physique. Taking note of his muscles, Helen expresses her intrigue at the distinct possibility of some individuals embedding forbidden spells within their bodies. These spells could either amplify their magical capabilities or facilitate the summoning of creatures. To her surprise, Akira's body remains devoid of such enhancements, even no tattoos or hidden marks. Her astonishment deepens as she observes Akira's muscular build, similar to a seasoned swordsman. This old hag's definitely thirsty for this kid. His lower body seems like having undergone extensive training. Helen is confident in Akira's remarkable combination of strength and flexibility, a valuable asset for sustained efficiency. Akira then divulges that he had been training in fencing within the confines of his home due to certain problems. The revelation leaves Helen stunned, contemplating how he managed to master summoning without the conventional contract while simultaneously developing the physique of a seasoned swordsman at his home. In her eyes, Akira's capabilities surpass her initial expectations. Just wait and watch, lady. Amidst these revelations, Helen brings up the peculiarity of Akira's 70 magic points. She conveys her intention to personally gauge his mana reserves, citing limitations in measuring it using Crown Electro. Helen unveils a magical gem, an instrument used to quantify magical energy. She explains that magical stones, endowed with mystical properties, serve as the basis for crafting magical artifacts. Their magical capacity varies based on their color. Akira draws upon his knowledge, recounting his father's involvement in processing and selling such stones. Helen is surprised by his upbringing when Akira informs her that his father has a magic shop. He then inquires about a particular red gem as Akira has never seen it before. Helen informs him that it is a special gem often procured by the government. Following her explanation, she instructs Akira to infuse the gem with his magical energy. The subsequent glow emitted by the gem will show the quantity of Akira's magical power. Armed with her extensive experience, Helen asserts that Akira's claimed 70 mana seems implausible, considering that gold gems hold around 500 mana, platinum gems surpass 1,000, and accomplished sorcerers like Prohl boast thousands of magical power points. Sharing her own tally of 1,800 magical points, Helen speculates that Akira may surpass her. As Akira channels his magical energy into the gemstones, a startling transformation unfolds. Helen's composed demeanor gives way to a startled cry, her disbelief mounting as the gemstones she had prepared are not enough. Akira's magical reserves remain inexhaustible, his mana surpassing 50,000 points, a revelation that leaves Helen utterly flabbergasted. Princess Medisfina decides to immerse herself in the culinary experiences of the common folk, attempting to savor the everyday meals that the civilians enjoy. Keiichia, her forever companion, tries to persuade her otherwise, suggesting that the princess need not subject herself to the same food as the commoners, as it may not align with her palate. Despite Keiichia's reasoning, Medisfina remains resolute in her desire to indulge in cheese on rye bread, dried meat, and olives, delicacies that are distinctly crafted in her homeland. While the initial bites leave her grappling with hardness of the bread, she remains committed to her course of action. Keiichia enlightens Medisfina about the nutritional value of these foods, explaining that even a modest portion can satisfy one's hunger. The princess, though not thoroughly impressed with the taste, perseveres in her quest to get used to these simple culinary offerings. She draws inspiration from the fact that her comrades, including Akira and other soldiers, partake in similar meals. Keiichia finds Medisfina's modesty quite endearing and genuine. Amidst this act, the captain of the Royal Knights engages the princess, inquiring if she might be interested in refining the flavor of these dishes. Medisfina's eyes light up with enthusiasm, intrigued by the notion that there might be a way to enhance the taste. Responding to her curiosity, Keiichia muses that just the desire of food should never be underestimated. Demonstrating her ingenious approach, the captain of Royal Knights quickly employs her weapon to divide the bread into manageable portions, leaving Medisfina astonished by the effort involved. Guiding her further, Keiichia suggests layering the cheese and meat between the slices of bread. It is followed by an enchanting application of magic to elevate the flavors, a revelation that leaves Medisfina astounded by the hidden potential of these simple ingredients and the strange use of magic. Utilizing the artful incantation of the Brazing and Fire spell, Keiichia seamlessly displays a symphony of transformation. The cheese changes into a velvety, creamy delight, while the meat takes on a delicious smokiness, resulting in a delectable cheese sandwiches with the flair of an adventurer-style jerky. With excitement in her eyes, Keiichia unveils her culinary masterpiece, jokingly commenting that the fusion of magic and swordsmanship can result in such amazing marvels. Medisfina, her voice dripping with irony, humorously remarks about the pressing need to reform the army and potentially petition the Ministry of Defense for culinary enchantments. In an abrupt twist, the air becomes electric with a fervent chaos as a soldier urgently proclaims the immediate need of magic stones at General Kleisa's office. Piqued by curiosity, Keiichia inquires further, uncovering that Helen has issued an order for the collection of magic stones of every color. Without delay, Medisfina and Keiichia venture to the chamber of General Kleis, wanting to understand the situation further. Upon their entrance, the sight that greets them is nothing short of astonishing. The room is filled with a crowd of people, their attention directed on none other than Akira. The princess is struck by disbelief at his presence within the general's room. Surprisingly, Medisfina also finds not only the enigmatic commander-in-chief of the Knights Corps Elmont Baration, but also the respectable magical advisor Gildane Marion amidst the spellbound audience. Their queries turn to the princess, seeking to understand how she came upon this extraordinary young man. With visible respect, Gildane reveals the reason behind Akira's presence. It transpires that he is infusing raw magical power into the very spirit stones that embody enchantment. A revelation that leaves the princess and the captain of royal knights utterly shocked in their own right. Medisfina thinks back to when Akira's magical power could not be measured by conventional method of the crown electro. She inquires about the recent occurrences from Gildane. He reveals that Akira's magical power has skyrocketed to an impressive 5-digit range, potentially even surpassing the remarkable 10,000 mark. The sheer magnitude of this revelation leaves Medisfina dumbfounded. However, her skepticism dissipates as Elmont approves the authenticity of Akira's wonderful abilities, elaborating that he is currently channeling his magic into a red stone, a feat that requires a staggering 1,000 units of magical energy to complete. Amidst the tension, a timely announcement from Helen Kleis shatters the silence, announcing the culmination of Akira's magical endeavor. The final total, a staggering 100,000 units of magical power, leaves the general herself taken aback by the 6-figure spectacle. The once-in-a-lifetime accomplishment of filling magic stones with unwavering precision results in a thrilling display of cheers from the assembled soldiers, who reverberate the sentiment that this is an unbreakable record. Akira, acutely aware of the sacrifices one must make in the pursuit of war, is nonetheless driven by a burning desire to test the limits of his own potential. However, the monumental scale of his achievements now brings out contemplation, raising the question of whether his newfound power is more than he can manage. Helen's gaze remains fixed on Akira, and the soldier's resounding confidence resonates, asserting that with the mightiest of summoners at their side, victory for Stormheim is all but assured. In a surprising twist, Miss Kleis declares Akira's capability to confront an overwhelming horde of odors, leaving him, Princess Medisfina, and Keiichia equally taken aback. Helen then tries to forge a closer bond with Akira, expressing her intention to speak frankly with him. The general then motions for everyone to leave her room, indicating her desire for a private conversation with Akira. With a reassuring smile, Helen turns to the princess and downplays her actions, labeling it all as a mere prank. Exiting the room, Keiichia and Medisfina reflect upon Akira's greatness. The princess is heartened by the expressions of the soldiers, as the once uncertain atmosphere has been swiftly replaced by the joy of impending triumph. Medisfina finds peace in Akira's presence, an emotional pillar of support that strengthens her spirits. In a candid conversation, the princess acknowledges the apprehensions that plagued her upon her sudden induction into the army. Yet witnessing even the esteemed General Helen Kleis commending Akira erases her fears, leaving the princess emboldened by newfound confidence. As the airship draws closer to the impending war zone, curiosity surrounds Akira like a palpable aura, with everyone eager to gain insight into the source of his remarkable magical power. He obliges, recounting a pivotal incident from his childhood that left his magical nerves irreparably damaged. The solution came in the form of an elixir, administered by none other than his own father. Akira acknowledges the incredulity of his story, underscoring the gravity of the situation by explaining that his father's actions were driven by the paramount goal of saving his son's life. As the revelations flow, Helen Kleis raises a query, seeking further confirmation regarding Akira's beliefs about the origins of his great magical prowess. Simultaneously, Princess Medistina finds herself reflecting on whether the childhood incident they shared might be tied to the damage inflicted on Akira's magical nerves. In a fervor of enthusiasm, Gildane seizes the moment, inquiring whether the uncanny ability to summon without a formal contract is an inheritance from Akira's father, the illustrious great magician Karl. Akira, steadfast in his determination to safeguard his drawing abilities and reincarnation, admits that his father never disclosed the intricate details of his past to him. Trying to escape further probing, Akira navigates the topic with finesse, offering a cryptic explanation that his innate capabilities were simply part of his nature, even if accepting this reality proves challenging. Gildane's musings lead him to contemplate the possibility that Akira's extraordinary abilities might be congenital, an inherent trait rather than an acquired skill. Elmont interjects, recounting snippets of rumors he had heard that suggested elixirs can indeed amplify one's maximum magical potential. However, Elmont never anticipated such magical potential to the extent of Akira's exceptional prowess. Akira, in an attempt to downplay his uniqueness, ventures a less than convincing explanation that perhaps he consumed the elixir in excessive measure, leading to his unparalleled gifts. As people learn more, Akira's magical rise becomes even more puzzling, making him a mysterious figure that captivates everyone's curiosity on the airship. Medisfina's recollections transport her to a moment in time when Akira's creativity defied convention. She recalls the time he employed his injection skill to infuse a scroll with potent magic power, a sight that left her bemused, unsure of his intentions. Akira's subsequent actions, including drawing something upon the scroll using his own blood, unraveled the mystery, as the scroll seemingly metamorphosed into an elixir of sorts. Medisfina's disbelief lingered, struggling to reconcile the miraculous nature of Akira's feat with the logical constructs of her understanding. In the present, the princess's curiosity extends beyond the mere act of summoning without a contract. Her insights illuminate the notion that Akira is harboring something of greater significance. While her role as heiress to the throne might dictate otherwise, Medisfina elects patience and restraint, opting not to pry until Akira himself deems it appropriate to disclose his secrets. Her unwavering faith in him transcends all, underscoring the depth of their bond. As Akira departs in the company of Medisfina and Katya, the remaining quartet continues their discourse. In a candid moment, Helen Kleiss acknowledges her prior actions, apologizing for the public display that caused embarrassment. She candidly reveals her rationale, recounting her subsequent reflections upon the implications of Akira's unique abilities. The combination of his formidable power and enigmatic skills has fueled her consideration of the potential dangers he might pose if he were to become an adversary. In hindsight, the general reflects on the remarkable capabilities of Akira, someone who can summon without a binding contract and boasts an impressive 100,000 magic power points. This realization leads her to entertain the idea further that they might find it difficult to thwart Akira Rainford should he ever become their enemy. Helen goes on to acknowledge that, naturally, the princess has attested to his trustworthiness, and even Queen Kaisera herself has mandated his presence alongside the princess. While she supposes that excessive caution may not be warranted, even the queen exercises a degree of precaution in case unforeseen circumstances arise. Gildane playfully observes the evident admiration radiating from Miss Kleiss's demeanor, suggesting that her concern for Akira might be fueled by more than just strategic considerations. He inquires whether her feelings play a part in her apprehension about him. With a slight touch of finesse, Helen deflects Gildane's assertion, artfully suggesting that the display was merely a cunning act to lift up the troops' morale, hinting at an elaborate charade. This successfully leads Elmont to believe the Kleiss family's eccentricities were at play. Intruding upon their conversation, Benedict Admiral, the commander-in-chief of Stormheim, interjects with a sober assessment of Akira's significance. He acknowledges that current circumstances make it impossible to disregard Akira's monumental impact. Benedict further acknowledges the potential risks involved, yet also recognizes the official recognition bestowed upon Akira by the Queen. He recognizes Akira as a pivotal asset in the battle against the Oder and calls for a united effort, urging them to collaborate closely with Akira and his army. Benedict's practical stance also includes the idea of investigating Akira's true identity, proposing that working together with him might help reveal more about this mysterious summoner. As the airship approaches its destination, Benedict senses their proximity to Corinne's and concludes the meeting. Upon arrival at the cold city of Corinne's, the pristine snow-clad landscape stirs excitement within Akira. eliciting a sense of nostalgia after a prolonged lack of snow. Helen, keenly observing his reaction, inquires if this marks his first encounter with snow, a simple yet heartfelt inquiry that forms a tender connection between them amidst the backdrop of an impending war. Akira reflects on the perpetual warmth that blankets Stormheim throughout the year, internally drawing a nostalgic contrast to his familiarity with snow in Japan. The prospect of witnessing snowfall once again ignites excitement within him, a feeling tinged with unfamiliarity. He openly shares this sentiment with Helen, who then inquires about his attire suitable for the frigid weather. With honesty, Akira reveals that the garments adorning him were a gift from the princess herself. Miss Kleiss inquires if they are magical clothes, to which Akira agrees and guesses that they might be from Pennsylvania. He clarifies that the enchanted attire serves to regulate his body temperature, earning Helen's admiration as she dubs them a masterpiece. Playful banter ensues as Miss Kleiss humorously muses about an alternate scenario where Akira might not be the queen's prospective son-in-law, hinting at the chemistry between them. Amidst the lighter exchanges, a sense of restlessness permeates the atmosphere as Benedict grows increasingly impatient, his concerns tethered to a perceived lack of respect towards Medisfina's visit. He deems it unseemly to keep the princess, next in line for the Stormheim throne, waiting when she has personally graced them with her presence to strengthen their war efforts. Medisfina, maintaining a measured perspective, requests patience as they've been waiting for only half an hour. However, Benedict, resolute in his stance, declines further delay, deeming it unacceptable. Just as tensions simmer, the long-awaited Archduke of Karenz makes a grand entrance, accompanied by his men. A collective gasp of astonishment ripples through the talented people form Stormheim as their eyes settle on the distinguished figure before them. Amongst the shocked observers, Princess Medisfina comes to a realization. The Lord of Karenz is none other than Cord Gilusaden, renowned as the Lord of the House of Seven Heroes, the Grand Duke of the Coldland Karenz, and is also known as the Phantom Fang. The realization casts a spell of awe and intrigue over the gathering, redefining the lines of their expectations for the battles that lie ahead. Seating himself gracefully, the Lord of Karenz warmly receives everyone, inviting them to remove their travel attire and take some rest. Despite his welcoming demeanor, an air of intimidation blankets the room. Benedict, while recognizing Lord Gilusaden's youthful appearance, can't help but be struck by his imposing presence. With a command directed at his trusted commander-in-chief Cooker, the Lord requests that their visitors be led to their designated quarters. However, just as he prepares to exit, the Princess Medisfina halts his departure. Grateful for his consideration, she conveys her desire to swiftly convene a war council to organize the strategic command of their forces. What follows is an unexpected eruption of laughter from the Lord of Karenz, a hearty burst that resonates through the room. This reaction catches everyone off guard. Benedict, clearly taken aback and growing increasingly irate, is quick to object to this show of amusement at the princess's words. He bristles at the Lord's laughter and challenges his attitude by defending Medisfina's perspective. In response, the Lord Cord Gilusaden acknowledges the significance of a war council's leadership, appreciating the princess's ambition to take charge of a formidable army and overcome the Oder threat. Nevertheless, his words carry an undercurrent of assertion. He reminds the assembly that they are in Karenz, a domain where Cord Gilusaden holds ultimate authority over the entire military, including the princess's contingent. This declaration elicits a surge of anger from Benedict, who is less than pleased with the Lord's curt response. His anger simmers as he demands Cord's attention, fervently voicing his disagreement against what he perceives as brazen disrespect. The room, once charged with anticipation, now crackles with tension as these opposing viewpoints collide. With unwavering conviction, Benedict takes a stand, firmly reminding everyone present that Lady Medisfina holds the title of Commander-in-Chief within her own nation and is poised to inherit the throne. He directs his reprimand towards the Lord of Karenz, pointing out the audacity of attempting to issue commands to the princess of a prestigious state. Benedict further asserts that it's unbecoming for someone of Lord Gilusaden's position to involve himself to such an extent. As the commander-in-chief of Stormheim, Benedict continues to voice his objections, suggesting that a mere border chief should not exert such control. The Lord of Karenz counters, attempting to defuse the escalating situation. He attributes the misunderstanding to a protective measure aimed at safeguarding the princess. Cord Gilusaden emphasizes his understanding of the rationale behind entrusting command to a young heir to the throne, acknowledging the logic behind such a decision. He articulates that this course of action has been influenced by the princess's determination and her desire to showcase her accomplishments. However, the Lord of Corinth counters that the battlefield is no place for a child to grapple with grave decisions. His words convey both his comprehension of her motives and his concern for her well-being. In a passionate outburst, he underscores the insignificance of the throne if Medisphina's safety is compromised, urging her to relinquish her authority and entrust herself to their care. With unwavering resolve, Cord Galusidan assigns Cooker the task of overseeing all the details. However, Kachia, renowned as the invincible captain of the Royal Knights and famously dubbed the Mad Dog for her ferocity, intervenes. In a dramatic pause, Kachia's reputation as a strong and unyielding figure resonates with others. She acknowledges the Lord's intentions to look after her people under normal circumstances, but prepares to make a candid statement that may be perceived as impolite. The seasoned captain acknowledges the substantial sacrifices that the Grand Duke has made in safeguarding their frigid homeland. With a balanced perspective, Kachia endeavors to convey that the Lord's judgment of Lady Medisphina seems to be solely based on her age, rather than truly attempting to understand her. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Kachia refrains from further debate. Instead, she respectfully requests the Lord to reconsider his decision, opening the door for a discussion about their respective powers. Kachia seizes the moment to formally apply for participation in the Corinne's War Council, a well-founded demand to the Lord considering his position as Commander-in-Chief, overseeing the kingdom's affairs. Amidst the deliberations, both Cooker and Centauros, aware of the delicate power dynamics at play, express reservations. They are cautious of Kachia's approach, sensing an undercurrent of dominance. The Lord of Corinth, known for his quick wit, teases the Royal Knights captain, sarcastically suggesting that he has always held a particular perception about Mayans. He taunts about Kachia's role as the princess's babysitter, introducing a hint of bad humor into the intense exchange. Centauros endeavors to diffuse the tension, attempting to reason with the Lord. However, Cord Galusidan remains steadfast, asserting that he's merely sharing factual observations, unfiltered by sentiment. The Lord of Corinth continues his teasing, offering his perspective on the historical behavior of their knights from Mayans. Cord Galusidan starts taunting Kachia that all these knights from their homeland were always weak. The Lord elaborates that it all seemed strange to him at first, but now he has understood something. The heroes who should have been on the front lines for the good of the people retreated to the safety of King's Landing and became the dogs of the authority. Therefore, the deaths of the swordsmen are logical. In a sly tone, the Lord of Corinth needles Kachia about how she was once the fearless rebel in the royal court, the famed mad dog who now seems to have lost her bite and turned into a mere lapdog. He sarcastically jabs at her, even targeting her family's legendary sword that's now gathering rust in a dusty corner. Kachia, however, stands firm, unfazed by the jabs and retorts, implying that the Lord can mock the Mayans and her all he wants. Yet it's his responsibility to undo the indignities suffered by his people, scattered among the Corinths, and ensure their safety. Cord Galusidan's temper ignites, and he goes all out, delivering a verbal lashing as if daring Kachia's assertiveness. He questions how a Mayan like her, with her proverbial fangs already ripped out, could utter such a challenge. With a confident smirk, the captain of the Royal Knights throws down the challenge, urging the Lord to put his money where his mouth is. Kachia issues a proposition. If he can lay a finger on even a single hair atop her head, she'll issue an apology. Amidst all this back and forth, Princess Medisphina watches in awe as Kachia expertly deploys her weapon, creating a barrier between herself and the Grand Duke. But lo and behold, the Lord maneuvers through it faster than you can say swordplay. It's like he defies the very laws of space and time, executing a swift maneuver known only to the elite few from the House of Seven Heroes, the enigmatic hyperspace transfer Galusidan transfer technique. Kachia's frustration with the Lord boils over, prompting her to question the extent to which he's willing to go just to throw jabs her way. While they engage in this heated word battle, Medisphina intervenes, playing the role of the mediator. Stepping forward with a composed demeanor, the princess acknowledges the Lord of Corinth's unyielding defense against the Oder threat. Medisphina assures him that she's prepared to fight under his command, provided there's a just cause. However, the princess emphasizes their role as a cornerstone within the broader coalition of allied forces. It's paramount that they have a precise understanding of the military landscape. She diplomatically reveals her intention to unpack and rest for the day, but also to convene a military summit in Corinth the following day, inviting relevant officials. Cooker anticipates a strategic stance that takes their interests into account, while Centauros finds himself surprised by the princess's resolute nature, recognizing the qualities befitting the future queen she may become. With an icy tone, the Lord of Corinth agrees to the princess's request, instructing her to articulate her intentions for the following day. Medisfina responds with gratitude to Grand Duke Cord's agreement. However, his demeanor takes another plunge into rudeness as he reaffirms his intense disdain for the Mayans, asserting that his aversion towards them surpasses anything else in the world. With that, he exits the scene, Cooker and Centauros in tow. The two companions remark on how the spirit of Celeria seems to have been reborn, noting the undeniable similarity between the late queen and Medisfina, particularly in their shared steadfastness. Sometime later, the princess and Akira engage in a covert exploration of the city. Medisfina cautions Akira against addressing her by her name, reminding him that doing so might draw attention due to her royal status. As Akira tries to keep pace with the brisk strides of Medisfina, he reflects on the peculiar circumstances that led her to appear in his room and extend the invitation to accompany her. Akira inquires if anything significant occurred during the military summit that day. In response, Medisfina explains that the summit has been postponed until the next day. However, for the time being, she is eager to gain first-hand insight into the true state of the cold city of Corinth, unfiltered by hearsay and perceptions of others. The realization dawns on Akira that the princess's innate curiosity remains unaltered, as she insists on experiencing things firsthand. Recognizing the need to be well-informed for the impending meeting, he decides to gather some insights about the city. Medisfina then reveals to Akira that he is expected to participate in the summit as well and invites him to join her. However, this proposition catches Akira off guard, leading him to question about the role of a mere soldier like him in a meeting typically attended by high-ranking military officials. In response, the princess humorously dismisses his doubts, pointing out that Akira's capabilities alone make him equivalent to an entire command squad, surpassing even the power of the entire Magic Corps. This revelation leaves Akira stunned, contemplating when and how he gains such promotion. Medisfina further informs him that not only will he be present at council meetings, but he will also hold a special seat and appropriate rank. Amid their conversation, the princess reflects on the nostalgia of their current undercover situation, likening it to their childhood when they would explore together. The pair eventually arrives at a pub, and Akira notes that one of the best ways to gain insights about a city is to visit its pubs. Stepping inside, they unexpectedly encounter the Lord of Corinth in the midst of a jovial scene, surrounded by cheering patrons and a bevy of girls. This sight astonishes Medisfina, who observes the Lord's merry demeanor as he revels in the atmosphere, proclaiming the evening to be a celebration sponsored by the country. The Lord of Corinth has graciously requested a generous supply of drinks, ensuring there's no need to fret about expenses, as the country's treasury will cover the costs. In addition, he extends an invitation to the ladies, encouraging them to partake in the merriment without any shyness. The Lord is resolute in his determination to bring prosperity to this establishment. Akira finds himself pondering the identity of this individual who indulges in alcohol funded by the state. He casually remarks on the lively atmosphere and inquires of Medisfina whether the man is a local official. Furthering the conversation, Akira mentions the prevailing tension on the front lines, contrasting it with the seemingly carefree environment here. The princess takes a moment to introduce the distinguished figure as the Lord of Corinth, and heir to a prestigious lineage and the youthful ruler of the domain. She elaborates on the man's identity as Cord Gelucidin, also renowned as the Space Fang. Akira is left astounded, struggling to reconcile such a persona with the role of ruler in Corinth, finding it somewhat outrageous. Just at that moment, a courteous waitress arrives, bearing an assortment of beverages and delectable fare for the duo. Medisfina suggests that Akira satiates his appetite first. The princess outlines her intentions to observe the ongoing proceedings and gain insights into the state of affairs in the cold land of Corinth, including an assessment of the Duke. Akira discerns the gravity in Medisfina's demeanor. When she adopts such a serious stance, her determination is unyielding, rendering her unstoppable. Abruptly, their attention is drawn to a man's voice resonating through the airwaves, making inquiries about whether anyone is privy to the recent arrival of a young princess in Corinth, seemingly accompanied by fresh reinforcements. Simultaneously, another individual interjects with a sardonic remark, insinuating that Queen Kaisera must have lost her senses, for this venture appears to be far from a leisurely escapade. Within the confines of the tavern, murmurs ripple through the crowd, voicing discontent over the perceived posturing of Stormheim's residents as valiant saviors while simultaneously treating the citizens of Corinth as subordinate vassals. Moreover, a prevailing sentiment takes root that the princess will hastily flee at the mere sight of danger. Akira, taken aback by the atmosphere's palpable tension, turns to Medisfina, suggesting they lend an ear, as it appears their arrival to aid Corinth hasn't brought the anticipated jubilation. Despite the weighty atmosphere, the princess adeptly conceals her emotions, countering that this collective discontent might stem from years of pent-up sentiments. She delves into Corinth's history, disclosing its origins as a distinct dynasty. Yet during the oppressive reign of Corinth's VII, known as the Blood King, the formidable warrior Feria el Jalustaden could no longer endure the tyranny, leading her troops in the establishment of a new order. Medisfina elaborates, revealing that the natives met political decisions made for the nation's welfare with deep-seated resentment. Embedded within them were notions of resistance against Stormheim's de facto dominance. As Akira's comprehension deepens, the princess continues, portraying Corinth as a strong nation housing resolute warriors ready to confront the direst of circumstances with unwavering courage. She holds their indomitable spirits in high regard, commending their tenacity in the face of relentless battles. Amusement twinkles in Akira's eyes, for despite the barrage of insults that assail her, the princess remains remarkably composed. Familiar with Medisfina's usual spirited and tomboyish demeanor, Akira now recognizes the mantle of maturity that adorns her. Out of the blue, an individual strides into the scene, pinpointing Akira and Medisfina and playfully dubbing them kids. With refinement honed by their attire, he identifies them as hailing from Stormheim. Casually, the man commends their audacity to partake in the pub's environment with such silence. A friendly invitation soon follows, requesting Akira to pour him a drink as a symbol of their shared alliance. Medisfina, however, interjects, clarifying their intent to dine without indulging in drinks. Noticing the knightly blade in their possession, the man insists that drinking is an obligation since they are knights. Unbeknownst to them, their discourse is being covertly observed by the watchful lord of Corinth, casting a shadow of suspicion upon them. Meanwhile, the man's patience begins to wane. He dangles jibes before Akira and Medisfina, labeling them as sissies and questioning whether they entered the establishment merely to sip on juices. The man proceeds to announce his intention of treating them to a potent concoction, summoning the waiter for 2 stout mugs of the pub's most strongest brew. Recognizing the escalating situation, Medisfina rises, whispering her suggestion to Akira that a hasty retreat might be wise before the situation spirals out of control. Acting in agreement, Akira stands and gently conveys their departure to the man. Yet their decision doesn't sit well with the local citizen, who vents his frustration, casting a final taunt their way. He accuses them of making the citizens of Corinth sacrifice their lives for Stormheim's amusement and expresses his resentment for their apparent inability to communicate with their vassals. The man's grip tightens on Medisfina's collar, his voice erupting in a tumultuous roar, questioning whether sharing the same air with them repulses her. Disparagingly, he dubs the duo cheeky Stormheim snotty brats, issuing a menacing warning to the princess, threatening to spoil her lovely face. In an electrifying twist, a sword materializes, cleaving through the fabric of the man's attire in its path. Like a harbinger of intervention, Keisha strides into the tavern, her presence commanding immediate attention. Sternly, she admonishes the man, urging him to cease his impolite behavior towards Medisfina, cautioning that her blade's impact could be far more profound next time. A surge of gratification courses through Akira, realizing that Keisha has discreetly shadowed them without detection. Observers keenly note Keisha's practiced maneuver, identifying it as Suingen's magic flash, a revered clandestine technique attributed to Mayan's celebrated heroes. Stirred by the altercation, the Lord of Corinth rises, affronted by the audacity of a Mayan raising their hand against his people. Cord Gulisiden interjects, implying that unfinished matters from earlier in the day have spilled over, piquing his curiosity to fathom the essence of a true Mayan. Keisha, her demeanor laced with incredulity, inquires if the Lord's actions are influenced by drunkenness, a query promptly dismissed by his solemn denial. Cord Gulisiden, his resolve unshaken, proclaims a forthcoming duel, beckoning the captain to strip themselves of any extra obstacles and to engage with utmost earnestness. The Lord of Corinth further weaves a proposition into the unfolding scenario. Should Keisha emerge vanquished, she must serve drinks in a state of nakedness, a spectacle witnessed by the entire assembly. Keisha in turn warns him to have some decency even if he is drunk. Unyielding in his stance, Kord's demeanor remains unchanged. He asserts that not only the captain of the Royal Knights, but the princess as well, who has secretly infiltrated the pub, would partake in this potential display of nudity. In the midst of the cold mountains, a sinister scene unfolds as the odors gather and prepare for their impending attack. Amid this eerie setting, Min, the spatial magician, steps forward to deliver a chilling proclamation. He sees the upcoming confrontation as an exercise in futility, viewing the odors almost as a force of nature, an inevitable catastrophe. With conviction in his voice, Min asserts that it's now time for humanity to confront the harsh reality and recognize the depths of their fear. He ominously points out that in the face of the odors, a starkly irrational humanity clinging desperately to life will find itself utterly incapable of resistance, a grim prognosis that leaves little room for hope. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd as they come to the stunning realization that the young girl before them is none other than Princess Medisfina, the first heiress of Stormheim. However, the Grand Duke swiftly dismisses the significance, asserting that the penalty for affronting his people would merely involve a resounding slap on the rear. Keiichi finds herself taken aback by the Lord's intoxicated state, noting that his words lack coherence. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, she devises a plan to shift his focus onto her, affording Princess Medisfina a chance to slip away unnoticed. Keiichi's attempt to neutralize the Lord's threat by employing a controlled swing-in attack on minimum power is met with a collective gasp of horror from the spectators, who plead for the altercation to be taken outside. In a sudden twist, Kord Juluciden materializes behind Keiichi, his actions becoming alarmingly inappropriate as he grabs her breasts. The Lord, demonstrating his unsettling inclinations, lewdly remarks on the unexpected softness he encounters. Kord Juluciden further muses on the mystery of Keiichi's newfound suppleness, wondering if it is a divine blessing. He sarcastically comments that otherwise, the captain's muscles seem to be stiff. Fueled by anger, Keiichi launches an aggressive offensive against the Lord, utilizing the potent swing-in tenfold acceleration technique and expressing her outrage at his inappropriate actions in the presence of Akira. Amidst the commotion, the patrons of the pub find cause for celebration in witnessing the Lord's apparent retribution on behalf of the humiliated Corinne's populace. They marvel at his audacity, acknowledging that none but he would have dared to take such action. In an unexpected twist, Kord Juluciden shifts his attention towards the princess, ominously declaring that it is now her turn to endure humiliation, vowing to assess her growth firsthand. Abruptly and unexpectedly, a golem materializes out of thin air, effectively halting the prince's advance in its tracks. Akira's commanding voice resonates throughout the pub, urging the Grand Duke to cease his actions immediately. He admonishes the Grand Duke for allowing such a display of discourtesy towards their kingdom's princess, emphasizing that no matter how elevated his rank, such behavior crosses a line. Amid the prince's bewilderment, he ponders the identity of Akira and contemplates whether he is a summoner of some sort. Capitalizing on the element of surprise, Keiichi launches an attack from the rear, employing the formidable technique known as Hero's Strike. In a scathing retort, she denounces the Grand Duke, labeling him as both impolite and immoral. Keiichi chastises his Balaton actions, deeming it unethical to lay hands on a young princess, especially in light of his excessive intoxication. She further expresses her profound disappointment with the Lord's behavior, asserting that an individual of his caliber is hardly deserving of the title of ruler, casting him as a disgraceful bastard. In a striking turn of events, Keiichi extends more curses to Kord, branding him an animal and an adversary to women. However, the atmosphere takes a sharp twist as the women in the pub converge around the Stormheim representatives, cautioning Keiichi against daring to defame the esteemed Grand Duke Kord. Their collective voices rise, with each woman offering her own tribute to the Lord's virtues. A voice named Anna underscores their indebtedness to him, crediting their very survival to his intervention. The male patrons, too, join the discourse, interjecting with impassioned statements of their own. They assert that they function as mere laborers for the princess, relentlessly embroiled in battles against the odor forces. One male voice points out the stark contrast between the relative comfort enjoyed in Stormheim and the arduous struggles faced by the people of Corinnes, whose families are systematically torn apart. Voices of anguish and sorrow resound through the air as women raise their cries, recounting the heart-wrenching tales of husbands and children lost to the ravages of conflict. A courageous young woman steps forward, her words carrying an air of authority and truth. She reveals that housing estates, thoughtfully established by none other than Mr. Kord himself, provide refuge for those who have endured the shattering loss of their families. Despite the shelter offered by the Lord, their existence is one of constant struggle, where they persist in their efforts, be it baking bread or vending spirits, all in a bid to rekindle the weary smiles on the faces of the men they care for. The bold young woman's words shift into a taunting challenge directed at Medisfina. With a biting edge, she contends that while Stormheim may have offered little support, Mr. Cord stands as their beacon of care and concern, his unwavering presence felt even in the midst of wartime turmoil. She argues that his dedication goes so far as to jeopardize his own life in the pursuit of safeguarding his people. Turning to Katya, she raises the pivotal question: how could Katia dare assert that Cord Delucidan is unworthy of leadership? Transitioning from her defense of Cord, the woman shifts her focus to a somber reality. She contends that individuals like them, those without insight into the true hardships faced by the people of Corinz, inadvertently become the target of resentment. It is an existence mired in the perpetual challenges of year-round blizzards and unrelenting battles against the Oder forces. She candidly asserts that it is convenient for outsiders to assume authority, and from a distance, lay blame upon those who suffer the most. Her words carry a warning, tinged with a sense of urgency. Any affront to the Lord of Corinz will render their stay unwelcome, urging them to return to their own home. In this way, the woman's impassioned discourse weaves a narrative of struggle, sacrifice, and the profound complexities that underlie the dynamic between Stormheim and Corinz. A profound realization dawns upon Medisfina as she observes the unwavering faith the people of Corinz place in their revered leader, Cord Delucidan. Just as this realization settles, the Lord intercedes, halting the young woman's discourse with a plea for courtesy. He acknowledges his unique position as the sole individual permitted to express such taunts toward a suzerain's royal family. Assuring those present of his sobriety, Cord asserts that he is now in complete control of his faculties. Suddenly, a disheveled man bursts into the pub, his face etched with horror. His abrupt intrusion prompts a concerned inquiry from the Lord, who anxiously inquires about the nature of the trouble. Shock registers across Cord's face as he absorbs the gravity of the man's words. With a sense of urgency, the man relates the dire news to Cord Delucidan. A relentless onslaught orchestrated by the Oder forces is underway, with countless hordes converging from 3 distinct directions simultaneously. In chilling detail, the man describes the perilous state of affairs, outlining the breach of the last line of defense. He adds that the village of Tolna, positioned perilously close to the 3rd defensive line, has fallen victim to destruction. Amid the mounting crisis, the man implores the Lord to make a swift return to his castle, his tone laden with desperation and urgency. An urgent assembly is convened, rallying all available soldiers and mages into formation. The mages receive a directive to raise their protective shields, their mystical defenses primed for action. Meanwhile, Cord Delucidan's elite squadron of swordsmen is ready for deployment to the 1st garrison. This distinguished unit, led by Benedict Admiral and Gildane Marion, comprises an intricate blend of both spellcasting and sword-wielding mages. Simultaneously, Almont Baration and Helen Kleiss lead another group within the squadron, which boasts a contingent of sword mages and skilled summoners. These Stormheim reinforcements stand poised for regrouping and rapid response. Within the walls of the castle, a discourse regarding leadership authority unfolds. Centauros, his voice unyielding, underscores the critical reality that each defensive line represents a potential avenue leading to the capital. The stakes are too high to allow any of these lines to fall. He puts forth a pragmatic solution, urging an end to the quarrel over command. Instead, he advocates bestowing the mantle of leadership upon the Lord of Corinz, Cord Delucidan. Centauros solicits consensus from the assembled individuals, inviting their agreement. Elmont voices his accord with Centauros' proposal, acknowledging their unfamiliarity with the terrain and the enemy at hand. Helen aligns herself with this sentiment, endorsing the transfer of command to Corinz. Centauros expresses gratitude for their concurrence, swiftly segueing into the matter of regrouping. However, Princess Medisfina interjects at this juncture, expressing her desire to contribute a suggestion before delving into further discussions. In a strategic analysis, the princess expounds on the anticipated ferocity of the forthcoming battle, anticipating that the most formidable conflict will unfold at the 1st garrison. With wisdom, she proposes a tactical maneuver aimed at breaking the Oder forces at this pivotal point, thus tilting the tide of the battle in their favor. To this end, Medisfina reveals her intention to establish a mobile unit and lead the charge towards the 1st garrison. The princess underlines that while she entrusts the operational command to Grand Duke Cord, she remains steadfast in her resolve. Amidst the gathered assembly, Cooker's bewilderment is palpable as he grapples with the notion of Medisfina's intent to venture onto the front lines. Benedict voices his reservations, characterizing the idea as recklessness, insisting that a thorough understanding of the battlefield is paramount. The princess, however, asserts that her intent isn't driven by a desire for glory. With a quiet strength, Medisfina avows that she carries within her the heroic legacy of her forebears, granting her the confidence to uplift the soldiers' spirits. Moreover, the princess unveils her strategic assets, the head of the Court Knight Order, Kachin Mayan, and a specialized summoner named Akira Rainford, both under her direct command. She contends that being in proximity to them offers a greater safeguard than any fortress could provide. After a thoughtful pause, both Cooker and Centauros consider the proposition. Eventually, Centauros broaches the question to the Lord, inquiring if he would be comfortable with Princess Medisfina accompanying him to the first garrison. However, Cord Delusedan's reaction is explosive, his voice resonating with anger as he categorically dismisses the notion. He sternly directs Medisfina to remain within the confines of the castle, assigning her the responsibility of logistics management. With unwavering conviction, he implores her to recognize that the battle against the Oder forces diverges greatly from conventional warfare. He cautions that the all-consuming taint of infestation has the potential to indiscriminately erode even the blood of heroes. With an air of disdain, the Grand Duke dismisses the notion of needing any symbolic figure in the upcoming battle, mockingly suggesting that defense symbols only serve to hinder progress. In response, Medisfina's demeanor becomes tinged with frustration, and she firmly opposes the Lord, vehemently asserting her refusal to remain unscathed within the castle, safe and removed, while sending soldiers to meet their fates on the battlefield. The prince intervenes forcefully, emphasizing that in the times of war, no place is truly safe. The conflict rages on 3 separate defensive fronts, and the potential for breach and encroachment upon the capital is an ever-present threat. He implores those gathered to grasp the inherent urgency, questioning whether it truly necessitates explanation that their efforts must span across all fronts, not merely the immediate battleground. Cord Delusedan elaborates further, articulating that in readiness for a unified counteroffensive against the enemy, the princess's paramount duty is to safeguard the capital and confront the coalition army. He elaborates that this is the very arena where a symbol holds significance. A pointed reminder follows as the Grand Duke calls to mind Medisfina's previous pledge to adhere to his directives. Thus, he proclaims that it falls under the purview of the Commander-in-Chief's authority to decree that she remains stationed within the castle. Having declared his decision, Grand Duke Cord Delusedan remains resolute, impervious to any further interjections, and exits the scene. In the wake of Medisfina's initial inclination to object, a wave of uncertainty washes over her. Just as she is poised to voice her reservations, Helen Kleiss intervenes, offering her support for the perspective articulated by the Lord of Corinnes. Helen acknowledges that the abrupt onset of this defensive struggle has thrown a curveball, leading to this juncture of decision-making. Owen concurs, highlighting the unique nature of Medisfina's role within this complex scenario. General Kleiss delves into the intricacies, asserting that the presence of Keiichi and Akira, both wielding considerable prowess, serves as a strategic advantage for their kingdom. She further proposes that Her Highness should prioritize establishing coordination with the allied forces, entrusting the physical battle to her and the seasoned warriors of Corinnes. Medisfina absorbs this advice and ultimately surrenders, affirming her intention to remain within the castle's confines during this instance. Yet, amid the agreement, a somber undertone pervades the princess's inner thoughts. An internal melancholy takes root as she reflects on the realization that she is reduced to a mere symbolic role. Beyond the castle walls, the swordsmen stand poised, awaiting their directives. The swordsmith troop receives the directive to vigilantly guard their front lines, while the spellcaster squad is tasked with safeguarding their rear. Centauros then proceeds to address the assembled soldiers, detailing the provisions they will receive: potions, magic stones, and pocket bombs. Observing the scene, Elmont Barriant offers an observation, noting the substantial presence of swordsman mages within Corinne's ranks, likely the backbone of their defense strategy. In response, Helen acknowledges this fact as unsurprising given the futility of physical assaults against the Oder forces. Nevertheless, she expresses curiosity regarding the stock of pocket bombs being allocated. Centauros catches wind of her query and proceeds to clarify that the pouches of bombs are intended for acts of self-sacrifice. He elaborates that if blood or bodily fluids come into contact with a wound, immediate contamination occurs. While the removal of an arm or leg might stave off infection to some extent, amputation becomes futile when the head or internal organs are compromised. The general elucidates that when the transformation into an odor is inevitable, the only humane way to die is through the detonation of a bomb. Centauros then nonchalantly distributes bombs to Helen Kleiss and Elmont Bariant, their faces betraying apprehension as they contemplate the weight of their impending actions. As these preparations unfold, the Lord of Corinth takes to horseback, his gaze locked on Cooker, whom he entrusts with the safety of the princess. In a display of resolute authority, the Lord issues a vehement command for all troops to mobilize, exhorting them to action. In the outskirts of the 3rd garrison lies Tolna, a once thriving settlement now reduced to ruins by the ravaging odors. Amidst the wreckage, a tale unfolds of desperate hope and harrowing survival. In the midst of this desolation, a pair of siblings clings to the shadows, their prayers pinned on a glimmer of rescue from none other than the formidable Lord Cord of Corinth. However, fate has a cruel twist in store for them. Swiftly, their hiding place is betrayed by an alert odor, its hungry jaws sinking into the girl's arm with ruthless efficiency. Her plea for salvation is met with the chilling reality that the situation has taken a dire turn. Frantic and aware of the impending danger, she urgently implores her younger brother, Phil, to flee to safety. Panic and heartache etch across their faces as the cruel dance of survival plays out before them. In a flash, the scene transforms as if destiny itself intervenes. A surge of energy courses through the air, culminating in an overskill of agility dance lightning strike, an artful blend of swiftness and power. Here arrives Elmont Bariant, a mage swordsman at level 41, wielding not just a weapon but a sliver of hope against the odor onslaught. With precision and determination, he engages the odor that had threatened the siblings. An intricate symphony of magic and steel unfolds, culminating in the devastating general magical outburst, Bryvar Attack. The odor falls, its threat vanquished. But amidst the triumphant chaos, the toll of the odor's bite becomes evident. The girl's arm now bears the mark of decay, an erosion that defies the limits of healing. The cruel reality dawns upon those present. There is no escape from the unsparing grasp of the odor's venom. In a heart-wrenching moment of desperation, a decision is made, an arm sacrificed to save a life. Elmont's voice, a mixture of empathy and courage, implores the girl to endure the pain, not for herself, but for the sake of her little brother, Phil, who gazes upon the gut-wrenching scene with tearful eyes. As the girl's anguished scream pierces the air, the blade meets flesh, severing the tainted limb. Amidst the chaotic battleground, a symphony of magic and summoning begins to unfold as the summoners channel their power to conjure forth a creature wielding the formidable breath of fire. This majestic beast emerges, its fiery breath ready to counter the encroaching odor menace. Seizing the momentum of this unleashed power, the mages devise a cunning strategy. With a practiced finesse, they weave intricate spells upon their swords, each enchantment adding an edge of mystic might to their weapons. Beside them, the summoned creature valiantly holds the line, pushing back against the tide of enemies with its fiery arsenal. As the swords glow with newfound enchantment, the mage swordsmen surge forward, striking with renewed fervor against the relentless odor army. Yet, amidst the tension and flurry of battle, Elmont's concern begins to gnaw at him. Turning to Helen, he ventures to voice his suspicion. Are there truly more odors than anticipated? Miss Kleiss, no stranger to keen observations, concurs with his unease, acknowledging that indeed their ranks seem to have swelled beyond expectation. Despite the daunting odds, Elmont clings to a glimmer of hope, rationalizing that the odor's sluggish and predictable movements could work to their advantage. Strengthened by the summoned beast's relentless assault, they stand a chance to systematically dismantle the odor threat, eliminating them one by one. However, even amidst the determination and strategic thinking, a soldier's panicked interruption pierces the air, his words laden with a grim truth. His severe injuries speak of the desperation he carries. Their current defenses are woefully inadequate. The odors have evolved, transcending their former capabilities. Time presses upon them, he warns, a dire urgency to their situation. His plea is resolute. Retreat is the sole path to safety. The weight of his words hangs heavily as the soldier's declaration is punctuated by a chilling reality. Suddenly, a comrade falls, his life extinguished mere feet from them. The battlefield stands as a haunting testament to the merciless force they face, a relentless tide that threatens to consume them all. In an instant, a soldier's frantic screams rip through the battlefield, a haunting alarm that cuts through the chaos. His desperate cries pierce the air, a chilling proclamation that an adversary of formidable magnitude has descended upon them. Helen is left pondering, her mind racing to comprehend the direness of the situation. What could cause even the bravest soldiers of Corinth to react with such terror? As her gaze shifts, her eyes alight upon a scene of chilling grandeur. A colossal entity stands before them, a creature of monstrous proportions and undeniable menace. This embodiment of the swordsman Oder General looms over the battlefield with an aura of undeniable power, and its level remains shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, at the second garrison, another chapter of the battle unfolds. An armored Oder General, its level unknown, engages the soldiers in a fierce combat that echoes with the clashing of steel and the pulsating hum of magic. Centauros, the seasoned warrior with a deep understanding of the battlefield, takes in the sight before him. The colossal beast, adorned in armor impervious to magic, stands as an insurmountable obstacle. He senses the futility of their current position, an awareness that they are outmatched against this overwhelming adversary. Sharing his apprehensions with Benedict, Centauros acknowledges the gravity of their predicament. As he watches the unfolding tableau of Oder forces employing new tactics, Benedict too wrestles with the sad realization. The Oders, once driven by primal instinct, now display a calculated approach that suggests a willful intent. In light of this unsettling development, Benedict swiftly arrives at a decision. He must urgently convey this intelligence to the one who leads them all, the Grand Duke Cord. Amidst the turmoil of the first garrison, a relentless onslaught unfolds at the hands of a caster Oder General, a formidable adversary whose level remains a mystery. In a cruel display of power, the soldiers fall one by one, their defenses proving futile against this relentless onslaught. Both swordsmen and mages find themselves in a dire predicament, their once potent spells rendered impotent against the might of this opponent. As the chaos swirls around them, a prevailing sentiment of desperation and unease takes hold among the soldiers. Questions permeate the air. Where are the promised reinforcements? Where is the anticipated aid from the soldiers of Stormheim? Frustration mingles with fear as the absence of numbers becomes clearly evident. Among the soldiers, a glimmer of recognition surfaces, born from the realization that to challenge this spellcaster, Oder requires exceptional prowess. Only those of platinum rank or the esteemed stature of a great warrior might hope to stand against this relentless force. As the dire odds sink in, a beacon of hope emerges from the shadows. In a burst of astonishment and newfound optimism, the soldier's gaze falls upon a figure that commands awe. Lord Cord Gelucidin, the embodiment of Corinth's legacy and power. Employing the rare and formidable technique known as the hyperspace travel, a legacy of the Gelucidin House of Heroes, Cord makes a triumphant entrance. The arrival of the space-splitting, the Deadly Fang, one of the illustrious 7 great houses of Gelucidin, reignites the waning spirits of the soldiers. Cord's presence becomes a rallying point, a source of renewed determination. The soldiers, once surrounded by doubt, now find renewed strength coursing through their veins as their lord issues a brave call. The time for a counterattack has arrived. With Cord Gelucidin leading the charge, hope rekindles, setting the stage for a battle of extraordinary consequence. Amidst the cheers of the soldiers, the appearance of Mr. Cord causes waves of relief to wash over the battlefield. Yet, Centauros, displaying his usual level-headedness, suggests a pause to await the arrival of the mage unit. The reality sinks in, a new breed of Oder is on the scene, and they're playing a different game now. Other soldiers join in, echoing the sentiment and cautioning their leader to tread carefully. It's clear that these adversaries aren't your typical garden-variety Oders anymore. One soldier becomes the bearer of unsettling news. Not only are the Oders acting with strategy and coordination, but they also have a magician among them who's rendering their magic null and void. But Cord Gelucidin, a descendant of the 7 heroes, is unflinching. Clad in his resolute determination, he raises the great sword of loss and flame, ready to strike against his transformed foes. Without missing a beat, Cord charges forward into the fray, his war cry echoing through the air. The clash begins, and the Lord of Corinth proves his mettle by slicing through the Oders with calculated precision. The soldiers around him exchange astonished glances. These same foes had overwhelmed them with sheer numbers earlier. But now their lord stands tall, a formidable force. However, the Oder magician Mean isn't content with being overshadowed. He retaliates with a surge of advanced fire magic, conjuring the ultimate blaze pain spell. The soldiers of Corinth can't believe their eyes as the Oder unleashes fire magic at an astonishing level. Centauro's voice cuts through the turmoil, calling out to Cord, conveying the impossible task ahead. navigating through such a torrent of powerful magic. But here's where the Lord's true character shines through. Unfazed, he channels his determination and, through some miraculous means, develops a resistance to the intense fire magic. The flames seem to dance harmlessly around him as he prepares to strike back against the Odor Magician. Yet just when it seems Kord's got the upper hand, Mien throws in an unexpected twist. He summons the fearsome Odor General Beast, which lunges at the Lord from behind. The battlefield collectively holds its breath for a moment, a tense silence hanging in the air. But then, as if guided by some unseen force, Kord pivots with impeccable timing, escaping the attack with the agility of a true hero. Watching their Lord's skill in action, the soldiers' concerns are momentarily vanished. A renewed sense of hope blooms within them. With Kord leading the charge, they're ready to face whatever challenges come their way and prove that not even the most advanced Odor forces can stand against their indomitable spirit. With a swift motion, the Grand Duke unleashes the Overskill Strong Strike, a move that initially prompts Centauros to speculate on its strength. The assumption being that perhaps the Lord plans to use brute force to knock the Odor General off balance. However, the tables turn as the Odor General retaliates with a devastating punch, a display of power that leaves everyone in shock. The audacity of the Odors now extends to counteracting with incredible force. Kord Jalucidin's anger surges, his voice echoing across the battlefield as he refuses to be belittled by the Odor. In a daring move, he launches into a counteroffensive, initiating the blast blow flash attack followed by the precise and deadly instant kill concentration technique. One after the other, he executes a series of super skill attacks that showcase his mastery of combat. His soldiers, watching in astonishment, recognize the immense physical exertion required for each maneuver. Yet Kord's determination ignites a spark of hope among them. As the Grand Duke relentlessly pounds away at the Odor, his soldiers find renewed courage within themselves. The realization dawns that victory against these formidable foes is possible. Emboldened by Kord's unwavering resolve, the troops shed their fear and rally behind his call to obliterate every last Odor. Meanwhile, a different perspective unfolds within Helen Kleiss. She acknowledges that her previous notion of the Odors as mere irrational calamities was a misjudgment. The veil lifts, revealing a structured approach to their actions, and it becomes evident that they're operating with purpose. The revelation that there's an Odor commander capable of defying magic shatters her preconceptions. In her moment of realization, Helen's demeanor takes a dramatic shift. She collapses to the ground, grappling with the implications of their situation. A sense of urgency wells up, a fervent hope that Princess Medisfina and the Mayan hero will come forth with the summoning genius surpassing even the Odor's power. With the Odors evolving beyond expectations, the stakes are heightened, and Helen's thoughts converge on the potential salvation the princess and the Mayan hero could bring to the tumultuous battlefield. Deep within the northern glacial valley, a new mystery unfurls amidst the snow-capped peaks. Oswald Willane, the master of soul taming, acknowledges that their revival efforts for the man are nowhere close to the finish line. He solemnly states that they need to keep up the Odor invasion, steadily collecting souls. Their first target, Stormheim. If they succeed, the Odors can extend their dominion over the Holy Goddess Church. The healer, Emmeline Days, lays out the strategy. The key lies in elevating Pawn Oswald to a king's stature. Oswald concurs, and for this transformation, he believes Princess Medisfina must find her final resting place in the chilled domain of Corinne's. Meanwhile, within the halls of the Corinne's palace, the royal knights Captain Keisha and the throne's first heiress, Medisfina, engage in rigorous swordplay training. With a battle cry, the princess initiates the duel, met with Ketch's poised readiness and unsheathed blade. Observing the two tirelessly spar, Akira is left in awe at their remarkable physical prowess. Medisfina and Keisha unleash their strikes. Blood Trace and Devil's Flash. Coker and Akira, eyes wide, note the mastery in the Mayan family's stance in fencing. The girls lock in a face-off, Keisha urging Medisfina to set her heart racing to complete the Blood Trace. A sudden twist, and Medisfina's presence vanishes, a maneuver not lost on the surprised Akira and Coker. Medisfina employs Blood Trace, extending her attack range with precision. Akira and Coker exchange amazed glances at this high-level Mayan showdown. Ketia warns Medisfina of the impending blood feint. A slip means losing her head. The captain executes a powerful strike, sword dangerously close to the princess's neck. Akira's eyes nearly pop, mistaking Keiichi's demonstration for a real strike. The captain educates Medisfina on the intense physical strain of Blood Trace, a power boost that pushes the body's limits. She primes the princess for even greater pressure in the future, determined to perfect her before frontline deployment. Acknowledging the princess's unyielding dedication, Akira ponders how much more training she needs despite her already impressive prowess. Cooker chips in, expressing her admiration for the Mayan tradition, and emphasizes the physical strength Medisfina possesses, much to the surprise of Cooker herself. The magnificence of the buff state's flash attack earns Katya a comparison to her own master's prowess. In response, Medisfina humbly points out that the Gellucidin family's traditions, especially their hyperspace transitions, are on a whole other level. With a hopeful smile, she expresses her eagerness to learn the Gellucidin movement technique from Cooker. However, the commander-in-chief apologizes, clarifying that it's not within her capabilities to teach that technique. Katya reinforces the idea, explaining that the hyperspace transitions are unique to the Gellucidin bloodline and not merely a skill that can be taught. She elaborates on the complexity of this technique, far beyond basic overskill and flash. It involves traversing space rapidly, overcoming physical obstacles in the process. Katya underlines the uniqueness of this Gellucidin art, passed down through generations. Cord Gellucidin, the Grand Duke, is credited with developing this technique, an embodiment of their bloodline's legacy. Katya emphasizes that Medisfina possesses her own wellspring of Mayan blood, a source of tremendous power that she must fully tap into before the impending battle. She asserts that until then, the princess remains vulnerable to threats, thus making the mastery of her abilities a necessity. Suddenly, a soldier bursts into the castle, bearing an urgent message for Commander-in-Chief Cooker. He relays the critical situation unfolding at the second and third positions. A brigade of magic-immune odors has emerged, putting the elite forces in imminent peril. Worse yet, the Odor commanders resist magic, with only Cord proving effective against them. The Lord of Corinth currently occupies the first position and is advancing towards the second. However, the third position lacks support. General Helen Kleiss, stationed at the third camp, calls upon Princess Medisfina for reinforcements, a plea that surprises the princess herself, indicating the dire straits they face. Venturing forth to the battlefront alongside Akira, Medisfina faces a moment of intervention from Cooker. The commander-in-chief endeavors to halt their departure, asserting that additional troops should be directed to the third position, while Medisfina herself should remain safeguarded within the castle. Cooker deems the princess's course towards certain danger as ludicrous. Unperturbed, Medisfina lays out the reasoning behind her decision. Helen Kleiss, having concluded Akira as the most potent active summoner across the realm, summoning the princess as backup serves as proof of an unforeseen complication. Moreover, the Grand Duke's forces are en route to seize the second position, making their advance to the third impossible. Medisfina's impassioned retort questions how Cooker expects her to idly stand by when her leadership is in command. The princess argues that even with immediate reinforcements, time would lapse before they arrive. However, with direct command over a lone warrior, Medisfina could swiftly respond to the crisis. She stresses that prompt deployment is paramount. Cooker acknowledges the validity of this perspective, but raises concerns about Medisfina's ability to grapple with the Odor threat, a challenge that even the formidable Magic Corps found daunting. The princess counters with a measured explanation, emphasizing the unparalleled might of Akira Rainford, the exceptional summoner, whose power rivals the collective strength of numerous high-ranking magicians. While Cooker acknowledges the absence of deceit in Medisfina's words, she remains uneasy about the inherent risk. Just then, Katya interjects, aligning herself with Medisfina's stance. She assures the commander-in-chief that the princess's assertions hold true. Katya expounds that their mission isn't to escort Medisfina to a safe rear position, but to safeguard her presence at the front line, quelling the Odor menace at its source. In her view, if only the 7 heroes can withstand the Odor onslaught, then their resolve should be resolute. Cooker contemplates the unwavering confidence exuded by both Medisfina and Katya, pondering the identity of Akira Rainford, a figure who commands such trust. Overwhelmed by the prevailing sentiment, Cooker yields to their conviction, pledging to send the trio on their mission. Medisfina, however, raises a practical obstacle. Traversing the snow on horseback is an impractical feat. Suddenly, Cooker discloses her true nature as a dragon, leaving everyone astounded. She offers herself as a means of conveyance, transforming into her dragon form. The three ascend upon the back of the white dragon, soaring through the sky, stunning Akira with this display of polymorphism. Cooker unveils her history of service, harkening back to the era of great hero Feria el Gellucidin, spanning centuries in Corinth. Medisfina explains the concept of polymorph to Akira, a powerful ancient magic of transformation, typically accessible to dragon-level entities. Some humans, however, can harness this art. Suddenly, the piece is shattered by an assault from an Oder's dragon, causing Cooker to lose her balance mid-flight. Akira, along with Keiichi and Medisfina, is unseated from the dragon's back, hurtling towards the earth. In the midst of their descent, Akira conjures an advanced golem, ready to face the impending danger. In the nick of time, Akira's swift summoning of an advanced golem comes to his rescue, effectively saving both himself and Cooker from a bad fall. The descent transpires with Akira landing with the white dragon, while Medisfina and Keiichi touch down at a separate location. Akira's gratitude swelled upon realizing the snow's cushioning effect, lowering the impact of their descent. Cooker, witnessing Akira's on-the-fly summoning of an advanced golem, is truly impressed by his quick thinking and magical prowess. With genuine concern, Akira inquires about Cooker's condition, to which she reveals a damaged wing, though the fierce commander-in-chief believes she can manage in her human form. Akira, alarmed by her injury, promptly advises stopping the bleeding first. Cooker, more preoccupied with the princess's welfare, shifts her focus to ensuring Medisfina's safety. Akira echoes this concern, fearing for Keiichi and Medisfina after their high fall. Cooker, however, eases his worries by attesting that such heights pose no challenge for Mayans, diverting her anxiety towards the Oder dragon that assaulted them. This rare breed, adorned with triple horns reminiscent of Cooker's own lineage, bears grim news. It was once her granddaughter, Marie, now transformed into a demonic entity. Her sword turned against allies including Mr. Cord and the princess. The gravity of this loss leaves Cooker heartbroken and desperate to halt Marie's rampage. Impulsively, she urges Akira to take her to the princess to prevent further harm. As they grapple with this revelation, mysterious Oder creatures materialize in their midst. Meanwhile, Keiichi and Medisfina execute a skilled landing using their Bloody Ashes technique. A minor tumble prompts Keiichi's concern, met with reassurance from the princess that the snowy terrain buffered her fall. Nevertheless, Keiichi, ever protective, deems any potential injury unacceptable. With solidarity in mind, the duo resolves to locate Akira and Cooker. However, their pursuit is abruptly disrupted by the Oder's pursuing dragon, spewing flames in their direction, a horrifying spectacle that only worsens by the appearance of the Oder general. On another front, Akira and Cooker find themselves encircled by the Oder army, comprising swordsmen and Stormheim's mages. Assessing the situation and her own injuries, Cooker contemplates sacrificing herself as she fears she would only hinder their efforts. Acknowledging the necessity of mage assistance to combat the Oder, Cooker underscores the urgency of ensuring Akira reaches the princess. Explaining the Oder's tactics, Cooker reveals their ability to inflict disease-ridden wounds and drain mana. Her solution entails holding off the Oder army, preventing them from drawing closer, while Akira employs the advanced golem to escape. This strategy, she believes, at least ensures one of them escapes the immediate danger. Extracting a promise from Akira to survive and find the princess, Cooker's solemn plea carries a note of practicality. Finding her granddaughter now holds little value due to the altered circumstances. Akira, however, counters that he can't leave a comrade behind his bait. Vowing to heed Cooker's counsel, he commits to stopping the Oder's advances and, in unity, they prepare to face their enemies and initiate Akira's summoning. Amid the critical situation, Akira's summoning prowess springs into action. Hundreds of stone swords materialize, each bolting in a myriad of directions, alongside the reappearance of the advanced golem. Cooker, thoroughly amazed, acknowledges this as a summoning of an unprecedented kind, a phenomenon unfamiliar to her. In response to the unfolding spectacle, Akira ascends the golem's arm and urges Cooker to follow suit. However, their intended escape is abruptly disrupted by advancing Oders who grab onto the golem itself. This challenges Akira, as controlling a modified weapon requires his direct intervention, unlike ordinary golems that can autonomously execute tasks once instructed. In the midst of this chaos, Cooker springs into action, employing the overskill acceleration technique. Anxious about her wound, Akira expresses concern, only to be reassured by Cooker's adamant insistence that he concentrate on the golem's control. Undaunted, the commander-in-chief declares that it is the duty of a swordsman to shield a wizard in times of need. Akira's predicament becomes increasingly apparent as he grapples with the golem's size and relative sluggishness. The rapid, agile Oders prove a formidable challenge. They continually reappear until they are eradicated by destroying the magical heart. The realization dawns upon Akira that large summoning entities struggle against adversaries at close range, with sword golems similarly outmatched by the Swift Oder's forces. To address this deficit, a protective barrier or the assistance of a vanguard fighter is necessary. Akira passionately yearns for Keiichia and Medicina's presence. As the ordeal unfolds, his attention is drawn to Cooker, who begins to bleed from her mouth. Concern for her intensifies, and he ponders whether the strain is exacting a toll on her internal organs. Recognizing Cooker's compromised state, Akira realizes she cannot continue overusing her overskill ability. Acknowledging that a mage typically benefits from a trio of vanguards to fend off close threats, Akira laments not having someone like Cooker at his side. In a moment of epiphany, he reflects on his childhood artistic endeavors, recalling that he struggled to draw human figures, a perceived rule in this world. However, contemplating potential loopholes within magical limits, Akira devises an impeccable idea. And then, in a breathtaking twist, he accomplishes the seemingly impossible, summoning a white dragon. Cooker stands flabbergasted, shocked to witness the appearance of a creature like her for which she hasn't made a summoning contract. Stunned by the scene before her, Cooker grapples with disbelief as a non-contracted entity is transformed into human form. Realization dawns. The humanoid figure mirrors Cooker's youthful prime, a time when her powers were at their zenith, encapsulating her most formidable years.